Hello, fellow traders, friends, family, and everyone else. Welcome to TopstepTV. And yes, we have an all-star lineup today and every day of the week. No other show like this anywhere that offers everything: education, trading buddies, market knowledge, and of course, tradertainment. This is Opening Call. He's Jerry Garcia, and I'm Bob Weir. We have an informative and educational show for you today, and every day will be your trading buddy, trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, good friend, and even that voice in your head that keeps telling you, I will get by. So let's get ourselves ready. Let's say hello to everybody's friend, trading mentor, and guy on the guitar, John Hoagland. Hoag, how are you today?
I'm doing well, Eddie. Just happy to be here. Grateful to have the opportunities we have, and looking forward to an interesting trading day. Always focusing on seeking accurate context, always thinking about risk management, and always remaining patient in my trading. Hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday, April the 17th. Looking forward to what we've got ahead of us today. A action-packed day as far as guests are concerned, and looking forward to it.
Yes, I've been waiting for this all morning.
Stop. Opening call. I've been waiting all morning for this.
You too, huh? Okay, good. Well, let's get into it. Thank you, Homer. April 17th. Let's get into the news here. We got a lot going on here. Stick around. That's the hint for today. Stick around. Likelihood of the Federal Reserve cutting rates in June took a further hit. That was after Uncle Jerry Powell stated the monetary policy needs to be restricted for longer. He is off my Christmas list. Recent data had clearly not given a greater confidence. Instead, indicates that it's likely longer to expect to achieve the confidence. This is what Powell told in a forum yesterday. Until recently, U.S. central banks had widely expected to start its rate cutting cycle in June. Well, with two more cuts happening at the end of 2024. However, the first cut is generally expected in September, and the odds of the second cut are dwindling. U.S. stock futures edged higher today, rebounding after recent weakness. Corporate earnings season will continue, and John will definitely let us know about that. We did see the Dow contract about 105 points, 0.3% higher, climbed about 10 points, the S&P, and the NASDAQ rose by 10 points also. Indices closed in mixed fashion yesterday, with the Dow gaining 0.2%. Now, that was breaking a 6-day losing streak. S&P dropped 0.2, and the composite NASDAQ fell 0.1. Across the pond, U.S. consumer in the U.K. slowed 3.2 in annual terms in March, the weakest level in 2.5 years. It was down from a 3.4 increase in February. And the Bank of England maintained its interest rates at its highest level since 2008 at its meeting last month. And John, what else do we have on the plate of news today?
All right. As far as economic numbers, it's a little bit thin today. Not a whole lot going on there. 6 o'clock this morning, the mortgage rates and applications for last week came in. Mortgage rates fell from 7.13% to 7.01%. A little drop in the applications as well. At 9:30, as all our crude traders know, it is the the EIA petroleum status report. The API last night announced a 4 million barrel boost in crude stocks here in the U.S. If you're wondering if you should change to the June contract, the Topstep X is still trading the May contract today. That's fine. If you are on a different platform, the volume is slightly bigger in the June contract. You're fine trading either contract today, but tomorrow we should all be trading the June contract of crude oil for sure. 12 o'clock today, there's a 20-year bond auction. We should certainly be keeping an eye on that. 1 o'clock, the beige book comes out. That's always my 2-week warning before the next FOMC meeting. We'll see how investors and traders absorb that information. And we know the talking feds will be using that information for any decisions they have coming here at the June meeting. There are a couple of talking feds that I see on the schedule today, but I'm not seeing anything during the session. We have Meester speaking at 4:30 Central Time, and we have Bowman speaking at 6:15 Central Time. So no talking Feds speaking today as the markets unfold throughout the day today. You never know when one might just suddenly pop up on the schedule.
Yes.
So we'll of course be keeping track of that. As far as earnings this morning, ASML with mixed results. Abbott Labs and U.S. Bancorp beating on both earnings per share and revenues. Nothing major coming out after the close today. As far as the VIX is concerned, it's down about 2.5% at 1795. The dollar index pretty much just flat where it ended the day yesterday at 106.25, and the yield on the 10-year slightly lower at 4.64%. And that's it. Not a lot of economic numbers, not a lot of major earnings coming out today. And as far as we know, no talking Feds. So the markets are going to just be freewheeling today, Eddie.
Freewheeling. And no Feds as far as we know.
Right.
We'll find that out here. But everybody keep your eye out in case one of those Feds pop up. We want to know about it. Dude, where's my crude? Well, crude right now here on getting very close to its lows here. We did see that the U.S. crude futures traded lower, 84.89 a barrel, while Brent dropped 0.5 at 89.59. API, American Petroleum Institute, suggested that U.S. crude inventories rose just over 4 million barrels last week, much more than expected from the build of only 600,000. That's a big difference. The build released this past Tuesday came in after a 3 million barrel rise in the prior week, and that was largely driven by U.S. production, record high 13 million barrels per day. So we do have the EIA due later in the day, and we'd like to welcome our good friend James back from a 4-week time off, if we're including the weekend. James, how are you, my friend? And we got tip of the week. There it is. Technical analysis. Use it. Technical analysis. Multiple time frames. That's what I'm talking about here today. Traders often use multiple time frames. Some of us don't. I don't, but some of you do to gain an idea and view of the market. You may use longer time frames for trend or shorter time frames for entry and exit decisions. So that's something that you should look into. Keep that in mind. Charlie, what else you got?
Technical analysis. I mean, that's the road that we've traveled, and finding patterns in that road we've already traveled may give us opportunities and a chance to increase our probabilities in something we might think about moving forward. So, I always start with a top-down approach: weekly, daily, 4-hour, 1 hour, 30-minute, and that's how I find levels and opportunities for me to limit that risk. And that to me is the best thing about technical analysis, is it lets us know when we're probably going to be wrong on one of our trades. Always thinking risk first, but yes, can increase your knowledge of technical analysis. As I mentioned yesterday, there is lots of different tools, lots of different indicators, lots of different chart types. Learn as much as you can, figure out what speaks to you, and use that moving forward.
Awesome. All right. I got a secret I want to share with everybody.
I know. I can't wait.
Don't let anybody else know. Here, come a little closer. A little closer. All right. Bell to bell is happening today. Right. Now, make sure that you're tuned in to TopstepTV all day. We're going to be dropping check-in forms. We're not going to let you know when, but we're going to do it, okay? There's going to be 3 times you need to check in for the free reset. You need to get all 3, right? If you only make 2 out of 3 during the day, you're going to have an opportunity to get that 3rd one in. And that's going to be tonight. Slow markets with Andre and Dakota. Andre's going to join Dakota. So if you only got 2 out of the 3, you had to go use the washroom or take the kids to school and you missed one, there's going to be one for tonight. Okay. And if you're eligible, expect a code in your email inbox by Friday end of the day. Right. So bell to bell today. Stick around and we'll go from there. Sound good?
Little Jerry's very excited about this. Got a little Jerry right here.
Little Jerry. Oh, there he is.
He's like, yay.
God rest his soul.
Yep.
All right. Let's get back on track here. Bell to bell coming up here today later. Stick around. All right, Johnny, you got some chart information for us.
Yes.
Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
All right. Well, no real major economic numbers. The S&P is still really magnetic towards that weekly kickoff low of 5103. There have been no decisions made as far as directional activity and longer time frames from this level just yet. Seems the markets are idling, waiting for new information. We've broken upside structure. We've got a short time frame downside structure created here. And how good is that doing? Well, it did bring in some volume over the past 3 sessions when the breakout below the weekly kickoff low last week in the S&Ps. That weekly kickoff low last week was 5180. Got it grayed out here just to remind us that was a key level of breakage in the balance area up here. So yesterday we didn't do great as far as volume is concerned. It was pretty good, but it wasn't great. And virtually no change in open interest yesterday. No change in open interest. That tells me not only is it stuck here at 5100, 5103, the weekly kickoff low, it's not doing anything. There's no major decision making, at least just yet, as to where we're going to go after this break in the downside market state. And this downside market state, because of that, and because of a little lower volume yesterday, I'm giving it a D. I'm not really that impressed with how the market is performing to the downside here. It's been a bit of a mindset change, I think, for a lot of traders, because for months it's been, buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip. Now that's kind of in question. We're seeing some movement here prior to the open. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right, so overnight inventory, not really seeing much as far as overnight inventory is concerned. Going to get a little bit more time on here. Market is probably going to be opening in range but above value. So if we reject yesterday's value, I can see this market returning back, back into and maybe even up near last week's low, 5150, or even that 5180 weekly kickoff low from last week. If we're not going to see participation to the downside, what do the equity markets do? They grind to the upside. There is a natural bid in these equities markets. So if there's no bad news, there's nothing that says this market can't just kind of return back to those levels. So the downside auction, the breakout on Friday wasn't that great, right? Monday, we did see some continuation. We did bring in open interest and volume, but right to an important inflection level where I believe longer time frame decision making is likely to be taken. Okay, at some point here we're going to make a decision away from this level. We don't know when, we don't know which direction, but if we reject value from yesterday, there's a lot of space up here, fair value gap up to here, up to, well, let's just call it 51.53. That takes us basically back to last week's low. I'm going to be trying to stay a little bit patient this morning. I mean, that's what I've written that on pretty much every market here this morning, because just sitting down and doing my research this morning, we were in range and in value. It seems we've caught a bid here. We're putting in a new overnight high as we speak. So it might be a little bit more interesting and a little bit, earlier opportunity today than I was expecting prior to this little pop to the upside. The profile yesterday was a normal variation day, neutral stance. Well, the neutral stance, I mean, yesterday we did a whole lot of facilitation of trade with no major changes in inventories in any time frame. I mean, the open interest the change was virtually zero change in open interest. So, while we know a lot of contracts traded hands yesterday, there was no increase or decrease in the number of them. So we might be looking at a market that is going to seek different levels to facilitate trade. With no bad news, I would be looking for this market to go up. And we don't know, with the uncertainties in the world right now, if and when any of that bad news is going to come out. So make sure you're, using stops, trade at, levels where you're relatively close to points of invalidation for your trades. And again, just make sure you're protecting yourself at all times. NASDAQ. Here's the daily. Okay, well, Monday, we did take a break down below the weekly kickoff low, 18,000, kind of a psychological level as well as a technical level. And we've been able to maintain price below that. So the NASDAQ, which had been holding up better, is now showing signs of acceptance at lower pricing through time. We've had one session that couldn't get back to 1800. We've got another session here that is opening below it, but looking to retest that level. That might be an interesting spot for us. Again, with volume relatively steady for the last 3 sessions, not a big jump in volume by any stretch. Losing 1100 in open interest yesterday, instead of building open interest on a continuation move to the downside, we're seeing again not a whole lot of decision making being made in longer time frames. Things are changing a little bit here just right before the open. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart and see where we're going to open in relation to yesterday's range and value. Let's get that scaled. So again, no real overnight inventory, maybe starting to get a little bit to the long side, but looking like rejection of value from yesterday. So again, the profile yesterday was a normal variation, neutral stance. This market could go looking for new levels to facilitate trade. That's the job of the market, is to facilitate trade. We had to break down below that 1800 weekly kickoff level. And again, we've really just been idling here. Is that showing acceptance of lower pricing, or is this a bottoming? And maybe we're going to get a nice return back up into the range from Monday. I could see the single prints, this fair value gap. I could see us, reaching back up to 18,084 to close this fair value gap and take out those single TPOs, those single prints. Again, the market yesterday, very range bound, not a lot of decision making. The market may price at different levels to see if there's any business or more facilitation of trade at different levels today. Crude oil. So this is still the May contract. The Topstep X platform has not moved over yet. You can trade either today. You can trade May or you can trade June. June actually has a little bit more volume this morning than May. Tomorrow, Topstep X will be in the June contract. So we're still looking here at the May contract. There's a 50-cent discount from May to June, a 50-cent discount. So if you have levels on the May chart that you want to move to the June, just move them 50 cents lower and you'll be in the neighborhood. Remember, all these levels are areas, right? There's nothing finite in futures trading. So here's the daily chart, starting to look a little bit like maybe a bull flag. If we can break out the top of this, then we might see this market continue to the upside. We also have a rejection from Friday. We put in that high of the week on Friday, and we really pulled back off of that. So that is kind of lingering above us as potential rejection of higher pricing. Again, with everything going on in the world, anything can happen. ACH, we say this quite a lot. Here's the 30-minute chart. And, we're seeing these trend lines here as kind of the extremes of the bull flag. We have that Friday rejection of higher pricing, very stiff rejection at that. Where are we this morning? We have opened 8 o'clock is the regular trading hour open for crude oil. We have opened with a gap from yesterday's range. This is a range gap. And it looks like the market is rejecting any attempts to go back and close that gap. If we were to extend this out here, that takes us down to the naked point of control at 88. And that would be an interesting visual target for shorts, as well as a potential opportunity for an execution. Excuse me. The profile yesterday, normal variation, neutral day. Again, a normal variation. Well, here it is. There's normal variation, neutral day. Already prices seeking new areas to facilitate trade, seeking new levels. It's auctioning to the downside, seeking business. And if it continues, it might be some decent opportunity. It was a 96 tick range, regular trading hour range yesterday in crude oil. Kind of tough to trade. Take a quick look here at gold. And so the upside structure remains. How good of a job is it doing? Volume was okay yesterday. Wasn't great. It was kind of coming off as the market has been digesting this level up here. We did add 5,600 in open interest yesterday on what ended up being more of a doji day, an indecisive day yesterday. Take a look at the 30-minute. All right, here we go. So there was our rejection of last week's and this week's weekly kickoff high on Friday. We looked above it, and boy, we really came off that in a nasty fashion. Monday, Tuesday, value continues to kind of move to the upside now. Overnight inventory, not really much to talk about as far as overnight inventory is concerned. We're trading right where the market opened. We opened in range and in value, suggesting we try and stay patient today, as better trade locations may be later on in the session. We've already had a pretty deep move into value. If we reject value high here, 24.03 on this platform, then we could see this market continue its stair step to the upside. Short time frame, I mean, as far as the technical analysis is concerned, we're putting in higher lows and higher highs now. We want to see another higher high if we're looking for, of course, opportunities to the upside. The profile yesterday was normal variation trend. It wasn't truly a trend day. It was almost a double distribution trend day, but it turned out to be a normal variation day. And it closed pretty well. It closed, up near its highs. So, the open interest, that 5,600 increase in open interest, I'm viewing that as new longs coming into the market. And as long as we're still seeing participation, we're still seeing buying, we're still seeing new business coming in at higher levels, that is what tells me that the auction is doing pretty well. In short time frame, I'm giving this auction a B off that low here, because we're not really seeing huge volume coming in on the day time frame. But we are seeing additional open interest. And when an auction is bringing new business, that auction is more likely to continue in that direction. So take your deep breath, traders. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Please remember every day to pray for peace. And let's have a great trading session.
Will do. Thank you, John. Today, we've got, coming up at Fast Markets, Andre, MP, Deeyana, Hoagland, myself will be trading. Also, power players, Andre, A, Robert, Jack, and Alyssa for TopQuiz. Shoulder tap, Robert and Mick. We've got group coaching, JD and Hoag. And we got KV with us today for the Patience with KV. Hoag and Andre will be joining KV. And to end the day, we've got the dynamic duo once again back together. Andre Dolby and Justin Werlein going to be with us here. So stick around. Johnny, I'll meet you at the coffee machine. We'll be right back with Fast Markets. All right, my friends, let's get our feds in the gates.
God, Jesus.
Well, I thought I was on mute.
You weren't on mute. It's a fine. That's a $5 fine from now on.
I like that.
Those who don't know what's going on, MP just coughed his soul into the
Just let
microphone.
it. Just let it go.
It was like a totally clearing your throat into the mic. So sorry, guys.
Alarm clock.
$5 will go into the annoying jar.
The $5 fine. What's up, everybody? Welcome to Topstep TV. Welcome to Fast Markets. We got our all-star cast. Ooh, John going with the Dead shirt. Is that a Grateful Dead shirt, John? Looking really cool. Very cool. Michael up there. Of course, Mark is talking with D the Star from it. Deeyana, how is everybody? Deeyana, how are you doing today?
Andre.
Oh, Bird's Nest. Very cool.
Best wings in Chicago. There's my plug. And I had to buy the shirt. Yes.
All right. Deeyana, welcome. How are we doing? How are we doing in London today?
Doing all right. Didn't trade that much. I had like one DAX trade, and that was pretty much it. So yeah, looking forward to see what this session brings. I'm not going to rush. I can see that gold opened inside values, so that means sit on my hands until the day develops a little bit more, and then maybe in about an hour or so, we're going to see where we are.
All right. Opening bell here coming up. Michael, let's trade first 20 minutes here. I'm looking at levels. We got a bunch of levels we're looking at that were submitted to us from viewers, live funded traders, chat, all of the above.
We are open.
Let's go. Johnny,
open.
do your thing. Michael, do your thing. Deanna, do your thing.
Yeah, we guys, daily levels at the very top. Those are the ones that we are looking at. Topstep's daily levels. Now, Topstep's daily levels is one person's or one company's or one entity's opinion. We also like others to share their levels and the why behind it. We have some of these as well. Levels are important areas, significant areas that the market responded to, or maybe set up to, or maybe it's a technical play set up, all that kind of stuff. So that being said, we share levels here, but the house account collects the best of the best traders' levels and looks to make a play off of them in the house account. And we'll be needing your help today to do that.
Yes, we will.
So we're starting to see a little sell-off here in NASDAQ. S&P's Dow talks to sell, but bounce right back. Gold, looking to move to the upside here. You remember yesterday, vicious sell-off on the open there, just to see the buyers come back in right there after. It was very volatile. See profit, take profit kind of day.
What's the headlines going on right now overseas?
Not seeing much yet. Eddie will keep us in tune with that as he is plugged in, locked and loaded on that. I haven't seen much.
Yeah, there's not a lot of economic information due out today. Crude inventories. There is a 20-year bond auction at noon, and then the beige book at 1.
Okay. 17,918 is yesterday's value area high. We're trading 17,930 40 now.
17,918.
What levels do we
value
have?
high.
S&P and NASDAQ from our
Oh boy, we got we got a buckshot across a bunch of these levels here. I'm still gathering them right now. Let's just trade this open. I'll see if we approach anything as we get closer to them. We got a well, obviously 18. I'm seeing 18,000 a lot here. Seeing some longs. If we get above 18,000 even NASDAQ, if we get take a move to the upside here, get long with that momentum.
Yeah.
Short.
Here's what I'm seeing in the NASDAQ, Michael. On this platform, value area high from yesterday is 17,929. The opening range broke to the downside, but it's showing, I mean, it's not really showing, it's a little early to do this, but it's not really showing acceptance of value from yesterday. Again, that level, like 17,929. If we start to show signs of acceptance in it, we may see a pullback to the low value from yesterday, 17,861. But we also did the same thing. We did something similar, I should say, in the S&Ps. Okay, we opened, we took out the low of the opening range, but we weren't able to get to the value high in the S&Ps, 5108 half. If we start to look like we're growing legs to the upside, it may be a worthwhile opportunity to look for a potential long, as long as we don't accept inside value in the S&P or in the NASDAQ. I'll be keeping an eye on that.
potential long if it does what and where?
Well, if the NASDAQ holds above, let's say 17,929, it holds above that, I think it's a long. And if it holds above 5108 half in the S&Ps, if it holds above that, then I'm thinking long. You know, you got to remember there is a natural bid to these markets, right? To these equities markets. And if there's no new bad news, it wouldn't surprise me for these things just to kind of start to grind back to the upside. 1800 is weekly kickoff low in the NASDAQ. That would be a good visual target. And then we've got in the S&Ps, there was a week low at 5124, and I see somebody's got 5125 on their sheet here. On the house account sheet, I saw it here. So somebody is looking at that level. If we break above that level, we could. I think it's Nick T, and he's like, if we get above 51.25, he likes the long.
Yeah, a lot of levels provided us were to the long side, Michael, to the upside. If we can get closer to 18,000 in the NASDAQ, like in longs,
there's no level. There's nothing down here though in the 17, 9, 30s, 29s, 20s.
Few and far between.
900s.
I mean, the sample size is pretty good right now. So nothing. There's a few.
Who has anything down here or around here? And you have names, right, guys? We pinged our live funded traders. We're gonna start pinging them and get them to. All they have to do is just fill out a little thing before each morning, a little form before each morning, tell us the levels. And we'll make their life great if we use their levels.
Yeah, we weren't able to hold that level, Michael, at 17,929, 930 in the NASDAQ. So we're looking short here. Still no acceptance in value in the S&P, though. It traded right to value high. That level was 5108 half. But NASDAQ is leaking into the TPO value area from yesterday. If it rejects, then we're back to longs. I'm not looking low. I'm not looking short in the S&Ps here yet, even though the opening range is the high of the day.
A lot of our traders trades to the long side here.
Yeah, value high can be a good reversal area as well. It's a high probability reversal. So 5108 in ES would be the only place where I would look for a reversal price action. And because it's ES, we could probably wait for a 15-minute chart to show us the way. And then if we get like a bullish engulfing, we can try along, which would be congruent with the open sentiment and with the rejection of the value high, reversal at value high. But apart from that, I'm not seeing anything else. There is a low volume node, FVG, single prints, whatever you want to call it, higher up in ES. And I think this is why Nick T was saying if it holds above 51.25, that would be a long, because it means we are chewing through the single prints that were left behind on the big drop that we had a couple of days ago.
If you want to go on my chart, you can see it on the TPO charts right here. So this is the area that D is talking about, and probably Nick is talking about too. So from 51.27, there's a fair value gap, single TPOs, whatever you want to call it, all the way up to 51.53 and a half. So if we get into this, we start chewing up these single TPOs like Pac-Man, then we may see that market, this market come and take out that fair value gap, single TPOs, whatever that area, whatever you want to call it. There's a million ways to call those things, right?
Yeah. But it's all the same thing. It were quick moves that took the price to new levels relentlessly. That's what single prints are.
NQ 18,000.
Yeah, they're looking for some fall through the upside. Seems to be a lot of number. A lot of consensus around that brown number, which makes sense.
All right, guys.
Right now we're in the middle.
Now we're in the middle. Let's get your consensus. Poll. Check it out, guys. What do you think?
Gold about $1.50 off the highs for the day here. Take a look at tilt. 84% long gold, 72% long YM. Boy, YM gets the heavy tilts. Like we were talking, John, smaller sample size gets those heavier tilts, heavier leans.
Yes. Yep. Sure, that's what it is.
I think you nailed it spot on.
Mm-hmm.
All right, really quick. I did hear you guys talking about the opening call, but for those that weren't joining us then, who are joining us now for fast markets, Eddie, what do we got for econ numbers today? Looks kind of light from what I'm seeing.
The economic numbers coming up here in a 51 minutes. We've got our crude oil inventories. They're looking at 1.6. Prior was 5.8. So we're going to be seeing a big difference here. Crude traders, just be aware if you're getting close to that number. I will remind you, scrolling down here, we do have our 20-year bond auction at high noon. Remember, these are central times, 12 o'clock. Also, we do have our beige book. Johnny was talking about that earlier at 1 o'clock. And then we've got some other festivities here coming up at around 3, U.S. foreign buying, overall net capital, and the TIC numbers. So there you have it for today.
Thanks.
Like we said, not too much, but back to you, Andre.
Awesome. Thank you. Well, it's a big day here at TopstepTV. As you know, it's a bell-to-bell day, so you got to stay tuned throughout the day, fill out the forms, and get your reset. It'll be happening various times throughout the day, so stay tuned. But you know we make you whole. It's a token of our appreciation for cracking 80,000 subscribers. While we're at it, please click subscribe, like. You know the drill. We really appreciate it. All right, Dow's to move to the upside here. While S&Ps and NASDAQ are kind of lagging behind right now. It's still very, very early. As you know, those three have to get things sorted out before they start trading, behaving properly, if you will. Deeyana, what are we trading today, Deeyana? Have you gone back to crude, or is it palladium?
No.
Where are we? RBOB?
No. So crude is still not quite liquid enough. It's still locked up on most days in about 100 tick range. So I'm still waiting for that to climb back up. I'm focusing more on gold, which has been moving great. I might even have a look at platinum because it's a similar product. RBOB, we still don't have in Topstep X, so not that much point looking at it right now. But yeah, so that's gonna come whenever it comes. So then we're gonna use that instead of crude oil. But for now, it's probably mainly gold.
All right, Michael. Michael, we got a nice little consensus here in the chat as well. NQ 18,000, long potential breakout or short potential reversal. 57% say long, 24% say short, 19% say no trade. So definitely the consensus I'm gathering. John, you can, and Deeyana, I'd like to hear your opinions, but it's kind of take a long if we can break through 18,000 in the upside. Seems like a little momentum trade if we can get that going here. But that kind of seems to be the setup here if we're thinking house account trade. Now, if we see a pullback, we'll start reassessing some levels down below. But that kind of seems like the trade setup for the time being, Michael. We'll see.
Okay. John, I'm playing your 29s personally. I got short 29s. And I got out.
Nice
But here's the
trade.
problem. I got short on it the first time there, and it stopped me out. So needless to say, I'm down $180, but I was down 600. So now I got back into that 29 play. The 29 play that John just talked about, guys, was 17,929. It went through it. Michael got in fairly early. It then ripped back above it. It then thought about it, and now it's back below 29.
Yeah, did you just refer to yourself in the third person?
I figured if I could talk
did you
like
just
that,
refer to yourself in the third person?
people might pay attention.
Wow.
Or at least have an opinion.
Bell to bell day.
Guys
Bell to
fooled
bell
himself.
day. Wow, baby.
Michael
All
loves
right, well,
bell to
Michael
bell
made a
day.
trade there, and Andre's going to tell you about the markets going on around it right now. Andre sees that gold is upticking here to the upside at 2408.
It's easy. It's cleaner to follow, I think, when you talk like that.
Yes, I like that. Okay.
Okay, we're back at the 29. So just an interesting area because each time we've gone below the 30s, it's gotten really loose, but then it's firmed up each time.
Yes,
It's just twice now. But below the 30s, above it, it tries to firm up and catch a bid. Hasn't done that yet. As you can tell, we're in sideways action just by looking at anything. You want to look at my 5-minute? Here you go, sideways.
Yeah, Michael, that was a really good out. That was basically VWAP is where you got out.
Is that where it was?
Yes, he did.
I was looking for 10 points. Yeah, this is 30-minute. I would say since tax day, 2 days ago.
Yeah,
we've just been quiet.
Yeah, right. I wonder if that has anything to do with it. People
Quiet
took their money out.
it's all right.
Yeah.
I was seeing some buyers here.
Yes, we
pushing
have
highs.
a potential reversal in ES happening right now on a 5-minute chart. And if that stays, that might be a course to front run that single print chew up. But we do need a fairly nice reversal that doesn't have selling wicks.
Man, D, I don't know where you see the value high from the S&Ps yesterday, 5108 half. Our low is 5809, 5109.
That's exactly where it is.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. And another thing, there's the overnight VWAP on ES around there as well. So there's a couple of confluences. So 2 confluences, strong probability levels, price action reversal. That's usually how I like to do things. But if we get selling wicks, I'm not going to be pretty happy. And then you basically go up to a 15-minute chart and wait for the same thing. And then if you don't get it, you can maybe flip for the next hypo. But for now, I mean, to me, this is looking pretty long. It's looking like it's rejecting the value high.
Mm-hmm.
All right, just getting up some more levels here, Mike. Looks like everyone's leaning long here. But then D just said it could be a possible reversal up here in the S&Ps. So we will see how that goes. Gold pushing higher, 2410.
If we try this in ES, I reckon we're probably going to need like about a 9.5 point stop.
Okay. Oh, I like
because
this.
That's how wide the reversal is. So we can't really go against that.
From where to where, Andre? Or are we talking about the S&Ps?
Yeah, I'm talking about S&Ps. It's just easier for me to read at this time of day. It's slightly less crazy.
A lot of folks are thinking the long side bias-wise. These are the funded traders we have. So,
yeah.
Gold pushing
There
higher.
is consensus.
Yes, there is. 5125 upside.
Because if we put the stop below this whole structure of the initial balance low, and then give it a little bit of room, so 5106, let's say for a stop, that's inside the value area. So if that gets touched, the long side hypo would be invalidated. But if we stay where we are, then we have some room. So that's my take on it. John, what do you reckon?
Yeah.
So if you wanted to summarize your take real quick as far as entry and general idea,
so
what is it?
So we open above value, that's bullish. We open in the vicinity of the value high area. Value high has a confluence with overnight VWAP, exactly at initial balance low.
Mhm.
So we
Okay.
have a reversal on a 5-minute chart, which is, I mean, it's a decent reversal. It's kind of like a morning star pattern. They tried to
Yeah,
go
I'm seeing
lower,
it.
for now they failed. There is a little bit of an overhead supply where we started from, but if we maybe just track that through an OODA loop just to see whether that breaks, this would be a great trade to to fade the move that we had from a couple of days ago. And then we have consensus with what Nick T is saying, with what Hoag is saying, what I'm saying. So
Mhm.
yeah, I reckon maybe we can try this on maybe a 10-point stop just to give it some room.
Andre, summarize, or Hope, sorry, Hope, go with yours. Then Andre, what's the formulated opinion thus far?
Well, we just took out the high of the opening range in the S&P. Is not so in the Nasdaq. Nasdaq is still flirting with value acceptance from yesterday, where the S&P is mainly as rejection of value from yesterday.
I would be inclined to go with ES though, because
I would too.
it's a thicker market. It's tougher to
It
move,
is.
and Nasdaq likes to do these weird plays where it's like up and down, up and down. Woo, we're having a party, and then it makes up its mind. It's like
Party.
really, but but ES is like once it turns around, it just makes its decision. It can be pretty directional. Everybody's saying long, so. And then if we're wrong, it's going to accept value anyways. So then that's a completely different hypo. And then everybody's wrong.
Right. And then we can go the other way. Maybe.
Yeah.
So
Right.
You guys
we're
go
looking
ahead.
at a short.
Yeah.
We're still looking for a test above what price here? 51.20, 51.24 in the S&Ps for possibly take a short. Then D, am I following correctly?
No, a long. No,
Long to the
short,
upside.
please.
Okay, very good. So that's the consensus,
Yeah.
Michael. I would agree. Yes, that's what we're seeing on the sheet we got from
Okay,
D
20.
and from Hoag.
We're
Along to the upside
we're
here.
watching-
We gotta run through it.
Okay, so the
Well,
20 areas in the S&P, 51.20s, because you guys had a lot of folks, a lot of funded traders
Okay.
give feedback on being biased to the long side, and then we're liking it and start to like it more around the 51.20s breakout.
Yeah, that's overnight high
Yeah.
is 51.20 half. Overnight high. We got to take that out if we're going anywhere.
Yep. Everything that's been submitted to us.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd say 75% of the submissions to us, 65% of the submissions to us were to the long side with levels. A lot of them NASDAQ, not so much ES, but I think the thought is similar between the two in terms of trade ideas with levels. So, all right, we got that locked in. Obviously, anything can happen. John's like saying anything can and will happen.
ECH.
ACH, yesterday's highs was 51.2325. So there's kind of a level-ish right there. Zone, Michael, between 20s and 25s. To upside. S&P's 18,000 upside NASDAQ. Granted, we're not there yet. We're in the middle, so we're going to be patient and wait.
Yeah, this whole time, guys, when we've been talking, and it's been fiddling in the middle. Now you could say, well, it's not now. Yeah, you're right. It's actually making a bit of a move, a pullback.
Yeah.
But it's still fiddling in the middle. If you look at if you're on some tick chart or 1 minute thing, then no. But if you kind of zoom out a little bit, time frame wise, 5 minute even, you're going to still see it in the middle.
We were unable to take out the overnight high or even approach yesterday's session high. NASDAQ is just ripping through that value area now.
John, you're 29s and 30s. It's that was slippery below it.
Yeah.
Try to stay firm above it.
Yeah.
We're still showing a little slipperiness. So, guys, that was in the NASDAQ. John shared a 17,929 level. He explained it. And then the market's has a
We'll wait
different
to see.
state below it than it does above it. It's been a
Gold
little
pushing.
more volatile.
Value
What's
low,
happening in
Michael,
gold, Andre?
just FYI, 17,861. 17,861 would be a full value range move.
17,861 is a full value 61.
Yeah, so
Okay.
here it is on my
Yeah,
profile
50,
here.
18, 17, 857, 857 is yesterday's value area low. You may have 61.
Yeah,
daily.
they sometimes they're a little bit different on different platforms, but it's more
that's
like
fine.
a zone, like everybody says. These aren't finite levels; they're zones. So this is value low from yesterday. Is on this platform 17,861. If your platform is 870 or 855, well, it's close enough. It's a zone, and it looks like it's heading right there now. Value low from last night's session is right here. 17,878. S&P is now creeping into value from yesterday. Just took a little look down there. You know what? I'm gonna see if this.
You like it?
Dang it, man! It got away from me.
What are you looking at?
I'm looking at a long. We've got US leaning higher. We've got value possible rejection in the S&Ps. I can limit the risk on this. I'm just going to get in back with it.
5106.
5106 view app.
If it doesn't
Through
hold,
the view app on. We're through the view app on the Nas crack.
Yeah. NASDAQ is
but that thing's been known to go through it like butter and pop right back. S&P does a little touch and go sometimes.
Yeah, it does. S&P reacts nicely to it.
Yeah.
I could be crazy, but I'm just going to take this, and we've got one on. We got a fish on, guys and girls.
Fish on.
Fish on. Light and tight, just the one lot.
Okay, where is the weekly kickoff low is 5103?
Yes.
We already tested that this week.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. We've been centered around it all week.
We've been riding the pine on it. Andre knows about that one as the sixth man on the team.
Nope. Starter.
13th man.
Starter.
Nope.
Yep.
Starter cleaning up the locker rooms after the game.
The jock straps.
Well, John, somebody's got to clean that.
Someone's got to clean it up.
Someone's got to do it.
MP, you were wide receiver 1, right, at Iowa State?
Oh, come on, Jack. I didn't think you'd go there.
I remember
the coach.
I just assumed you were.
Yeah. I remember getting bumped. I remember getting bumped from 3rd string to 4th string because I had to go to my sister's wedding. He's like, if you go, you're missing, some practice, you're missing this and that. And he's like, so-and-so and so-and-so I'm going to put him in front of you. I'm like, pretty much like, Coach, I'm done with this anyway. I lasted a semester. Then I joined a fraternity and became social chair.
That means you bought the beer, right?
They gave me a checkbook, and I would go buy. I actually made the fraternity money because I'd go buy fire sale alcohol. That was all on sale, and then we would lock it in. I would lock it in. I'd go buy it by the pout loads, lock it in a room, and then sell it throughout the semester or month.
Always
or whatever.
Entrepreneur. Always an entrepreneur.
Yeah, I mean, save people the trips, John. I was thinking about their safety. They want to go 2 a.m. to get more than down in the basement. Give me $20.
Of course.
Turn that fraternity around.
Yeah. In Hoke, eh? In
Hoke, baby.
Yeah. Well, Dow's the only thing catching up. Staying bid here. Dow's staying bid. Nasdaq's selling beneath view app. Gold pulling back a little bit. Crude just going sideways. Hello.
S&P is pulling back out of value from yesterday. So, we're sitting in a 3-point profit right now.
Yep, gold trading 2407, high 2411. We'll just keep an eye on that. It seems to be what moves first. If we do catch a headline, we'll see gold and oil pop. Eventually, if it moves, if it rallies hard enough, the equities will sell off a little bit. We haven't seen that just yet.
Dow.
Yeah, Dow's staying very strong.
Opening in range and in value. Opening range is the low of the session, leaving the range, leaving value, leaving the range. Where could this thing go?
Oh, Rusty, you
I saw
were
that.
in Hoke from Texas, in Hoke from Aspen right now. I was in Iowa State, Sigma Chi. Got a beta in here. Anybody in here in a fraternity? Anybody in here buy their friends? That was always a big joke. You're just buying your friends. You're in a fraternity.
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, no, it's not. Actually, it's cheaper. Actually, Iowa State was $100 less, $100 less a semester to live in the dorms, or to live in a fraternity versus the dorms. They had a big Greek system, so like we're gonna make it $100. So you can tell mom and dad it's actually cheaper to live in a fraternity. I don't know if it's better, it's cheaper. So a big Greek system, Cobra Kai,
Cobra Kai.
Chico State, nice, Seg.
Got a lot of them in here, huh?
SAEs and SEGs and Sigma. These are all ATOs. These are big ones,
Carbondale. What's
big
Oh.
name ones.
More sellers than
Right down
NASDAQ.
Right down to VWAP.
Okay, here we go.
S&Ps, yeah.
69% short, 70% short, 72% short in the NASDAQ on tilt right now.
NASDAQ definitely rolled over.
Yeah, it's heading towards value low. The S&Ps are hanging in there.
All right.
17,861 value low from yesterday in the NASDAQ.
You got 5106 quarters value area high from yesterday, right?
51.
I got it on the Topstep daily levels.
Yep.
On my platform, it's 5108 half.
Same.
It's a good range.
Yeah,
Yep.
pretty much, right? Everything's a zone.
VWAP's
Everything's
5107. There you go. So you got three.
Yeah.
You got three levels right there. VWAP, Topstep levels.
Technically,
John's
I don't
level.
like going. There you go. Yeah, you're right, Andre. I don't like when people give me levels in the NASDAQ. It's just a personal preference that are in the ticks. Don't say quarter. Don't say half. Don't say 75. Just say, because it's just like, 85, 17,885 or 17,886, because it's like that market is so thin. I mean, it's thin enough that it's just going to rip through it anyway. And
Handles only.
handles only. Points only, guys. Those that don't know, handles are points. Points are handles. That's what we call it.
Yep. Still in the middle of the range.
And the equities, it's 4 ticks as a handle. Like
4 ticks as a
5109
handle,
to
correct.
5110.
So you're talking $50. $50.
$50.
Hey, JD, what's $50 in Cicero?
That's what they say. It's Cicero, right? That's what they say.
Philadelphia, it's $50.
Selling his watch. Nobody wants your drugs here, Louis. Wasn't that Trading Places?
Yes. Yeah.
Winthorpe. Wasn't it? No, what was his last name? Winthorpe?
Winthorpe, yes. Yes, Lewis Winthorpe. Oh, I'm glad your parents aren't here to see this.
All his country club friends disown him like in one day.
Yep. All right, here we go. Back to VWAP. Through VWAP. Stopped out. Down $200.
I want it, I need it, and I'm gonna have it.
What's up?
Oh, yes. Guess what?
Wow.
It is time. Yes, it is time for our first bell to bell.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, shoot.
Let's go. Here we go.
All right.
It's
As
time,
Danielle
baby.
has posted the link there. There is our link for our first check-in. You got 15 minutes on this one to fill that out. This is going to be our first check-in of the day. Remember, you got to do 3 check-ins in order to get that code for the reset. So if you can, hit that link that Danielle, and we just pinned it up top in the chat. And here we go. Let's make it happen.
Man, bell to
Let's
bell
do
day.
this.
Bell to bell day. Our
Call your
favorite days around
friends. Tell your friends. Yes,
Yeah.
it
here.
is,
Days around
Andre.
here. It's our favorite.
Tell
day.
your friends. Tell your loved ones.
Your
Tell your
neighbors.
friends, your family, your enemy's friends. Tell the guy who's living out in a cardboard box in the alley. Tell everybody.
Mhm.
Yes. Have I got a deal for you?
Next 15 minutes, that
Here we
form,
go.
13 minutes, that bell to bell check in. We'll be pinned to the top of the chat. In the meantime, we're seeing sellers in NASDAQ, Dow as well.
What levels?
Yeah,
Is there any levels down here that our guys gave us, Andre?
S&Ps, actually, we're kind of right at it right now with the 5106, 07, 08 area for a long. Not seeing many Dow area levels.
They like
NASDAQ, we got some more room
it?
to go to the downside in the NASDAQ before some more levels come into play here.
What
get down
did you
to
say
800.
about longs? Yeah, sorry, I'm kind of moving on this quickly because it's trading at the 5106s. You said the S&P. We had some levels down here. I know John had his
value
levels.
area high. Yeah, we're at value area high right now.
Yeah.
Weekly kickoff low. We just touched it.
Yep, we just touched it.
VWAP as well, 5107. So those are the three I think we're talking about.
Is any traders in the? You guys like it in the chat as a long or short? 30 minutes from now, right now. If you were to hold the trade for 30 minutes, would you get long right here or short right here? If you're gonna if you're gonna put on a trade, it's gonna be a 30-minute, whatever, a good mover, which you're gonna say 30-minute or an hour trade.
Well, you put
Would
the
you get
disco
long or
light
short
on
right
back
here?
there. I just noticed that.
It's not. It's the cops.
NASDAQ just completed value area special situation. It traded down to
Long.
17.1 value low.
Short. Okay, we need a poll because I can't follow this.
We did the poll earlier. It was definitely to the long side. That was at 18,000. That was NASDAQ. We're talking S&Ps. We got to
That was 18,000.
regather. Dow coming straight down to VWAP here. VWAP at 38,145 to the tick.
Right,
Gold seeing some sellers as well. Heavy sellers. S&Ps.
What's
up with crude? Oh, crude rolled, didn't it? What's front month in crude? Is it M or K?
On TopStep X, it's still May, but there is a little bit more volume in June. Tomorrow on TopStep X, it will certainly be June.
Thank you, John.
Robert, put a poll in there. Get long or short right here if you're looking to exit in an hour. What would you get, long or short, if you're going to exit in an hour from now? I mean, it's definitely not finding a floor or not finding a bid here. This is
no.
Now it's at the 50.98s.
Dee, what do you think?
I don't have any levels here for ES, so I'm just looking at gold. It's floating around the initial balance high, and if it gets some buyers in, I might want to try a long there because this is starting to smell of maybe a risk off. Equities down, gold up.
Did you think I was crazy taking that long in the S&Ps?
No, it was value high. So the only thing there is that we had reference points a bit higher up because of how the market structure was. So it was a bit risky because at that point it can go either way. So value high kind of becomes your decision point line in the sand.
Yeah, I mean,
it wasn't crazy. I just want to see a slightly better reversal before I.
Yeah, me too.
Go in. Yeah.
Well, John, you actually you got the 29s was a pivotal area for NASDAQ. I mean, they're going hand in hand today. So S&P and NASDAQ. So below that got slippery and it stayed slippery. Tried to firm up one time. So I don't know. Sometimes I do the exact same thing where you go from that thought. If it's below it, then it's still, a short play. But then when it extends it, then you get a little I think it's extended it enough. But
I mean, if I was going to buy anything, it had to be the S&P because I don't trade the Dow, but right now the Dow still has the opening range as the low of the session. The low of the session, low of the opening range in the Dow is 38,105. 38,105. So it came pretty close to that. That would have been a cheap long. Dolby, I'm hoping you took that because right now it's looking pretty good. Here's what I'm looking at. If we can see it here. So here's the opening range. The first minute of the day in the Dow remains the low of the session. It opened in range and in value close to the point of control from yesterday. Point of control 13,102. Took out the high from yesterday, came all the way back into the opening range. Buyers were here this morning. Are they still there today? Are they still there now? Is the question. But when it comes that close to the extreme of the range, it's cheap. It's a cheap trade. Even if it doesn't work, it doesn't cost a lot. And that's what I was thinking with the S&P. You know, if we were going to reject value, get long, you know, right at value high from yesterday. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't cost a lot. Cheap trades.
Cheap trades.
Cheap trades.
Nothing on tilt, Michael. You stick with the personal for now. A lot of time left for house account.
Well, the house account, we've gotten our levels, so we roughly know, unless something new pops in here, what the play is or what levels there are. And
we're in the middle right now.
Getting that. I don't have the doc in front of me, but you don't have anything, and you don't have anything below.
A lot of levels are to the long side. I'll start digging around the shorts here.
So
it's not really shorts. It's just levels down here, because this could be a place where it firms up. If tilt goes super one direction, if John's delta or in other thing, if there's a pattern forming, if all that's starting to happen around a level that we have down here, that'd be good to know.
You know, it may take to get to some sort of congruency or confluence in that. But look at the NASDAQ opening range, the high of the day. Dow opening range, the low of the day. This is yesterday's range. We've got an inside day started here. So the extremes for opportunities to limit risk. No trading in the middle. We are range bound today. Range bound. Yeah, I think the S&P looks the same. Here's the S&P. Yesterday's up here, 51.23, whatever, 50.78 down to the downside. We were inside yesterday's range. It is a range day. We got to stay patient. You know, I'm all for waiting for that first, to establish itself and focus on those extremes for opportunities. Either we're going to stay in it or we're going to break out of it too.
Yeah.
I'm going to try a long on gold here.
All right.
So it's only going to be a very small one. There's still a lot of risk events that could just plow onto the wires and put a wrench in the works. And I really don't want to dig a hole. So I'm only going to do 3 micros here. But I am looking at an initial balance reversal. So we effectively had a successful auction above the initial balance. Tested the initial balance high. And it seems to be a little bit of interest here around the initial balance high. So if we stay above it, then this could be a front-running trade for the value rejection. And I mean, this market has been very strong to the upside recently, so I kind of don't want to fight that. But yeah, it's only going to be like 150 bucks risk. So yeah. So let's try that. So that's 3 micros at 24.072. And I am using a slightly bigger stop loss as well, because the ranges are insane. And my method calls for the scalability of the stop losses to match the range. So 472.
You gotta.
There we go.
Bigger.
Right. So now the invalidation point would be if this goes back into the initial balance. And that's kind of where my stop loss is at 24,086. So if that doesn't work, we'll be out. But it's again, it's cheap, so it's fine.
All right. Open makes a ton. You got a fish
Well,
on
I'm only
yet?
looking for it to make about 500. So
Oh, that's
so
good.
yeah, I am looking for more ticks rather than aiming for a tiny little scalp. So I just want to let it play out. I'm giving myself time. Yesterday on Marcus Talking with D, we talked about desensitizing the position to massive ranges. So this is one way to do it. Now we have micros. Use them, especially on this week. This is probably a black swan week still. This is not the week to be sizing up because we can literally get news out of the Middle East any point, and then it all just gets crazy, and it's just going to whack you across your face with slippage. So you don't want to be in with like massive sizes, and you want to give yourself time and room to react to whatever's coming out, rather than using tiny little stop losses and then going smack, and you're like, okay, did it lost a little bit?
All right, it's getting slippery.
Yeah, it is. Dow taking a
It
look
is,
downside.
yeah.
S&Ps
This is
and NASDAQ all
This is what I
selling off
said.
here.
It smells of risk off, guys. So just be very careful.
Yes, it does.
You got a good nose.
Oh, dogs.
Let's see here.
You taught me.
T with the blue name. What's up, Nick T? I like that call. Selling 875s in the NASDAQ. We did retest and this saw a move to the downside from there. Nice call there, Nick T.
Nice call.
What Nick T say?
You like the retest of 875, taking a short. So if you look at the 5 minute, we did pretty much that. Popped up to 875s, and we just took a nosedive off of that. Now trading 828s, 829s in the NASDAQ.
Traded down to yesterday's low now in the NASDAQ. Almost to the tick. And that opening range remains the high of the day in the NASDAQ. Both sides in the S&Ps. Dow just took out the low of the initial balance. Can't sell it yet here, can we, Andre? It's got to be below yesterday's.
Yesterday's lows. What are yesterday's lows? I got 75s.
Yes, low. Right. Regular trading hour session in S&Ps 50, 78, 875.
Yeah. Yep. It's got a little bit to go.
In the NASDAQ, we're there. We just got yesterday's low in the NASDAQ at 17,818. 819 is the low for the day so far in the S&P. So within a couple of ticks of it.
Okay.
We'll let the initial balance establish and then work the extremes. Our value rejection didn't work. That's all right. Michael, you caught a good short off that value high from yesterday in the NASDAQ, right?
Yeah.
I just noticed you have your siren light on. What are those called? What did it say?
Yep.
What is it? A siren light?
Disco. What was it? Your disco ball.
Well, guys, that's
what is
that?
that?
Why is that? Why is
What?
that? Why is that?
Well,
bell to bell, man.
Thank you, buddy.
Bell.
Yeah.
Fire drill.
How much time do we have
Fire
left?
drill.
Let's keep these folks
About a minute.
informed.
1 minute here. Then we're going to pull that forum. So you got a minute.
Where's
Remember,
the format?
use your email that you have an account with here at TopStep.
Where's the form, Eddie?
Form is pinned at the top of the chat in YouTube.
There we go, people. At least you know where one thing is right now, and that's the form at the very top. That if you fill it out each time, you will actually get the results you're seeking. Now, trading,
yeah, not so much sometimes.
we can do that together.
All right.
But I did it all. I did all according to
Yeah, and it didn't wasn't profitable.
Yeah.
75% short in the YM. So hopefully they caught that move. The downside, capture some profits. We're just off a little bit. Nothing too vicious. In the meantime, Jack. It's one of my favorites. Jack, we got some news.
Jack is here.
Oh,
Jack needs to cough right now. 1 second. I'll show you how to do it, Mike. You mute it.
Oh, you need a mute button. You need a mute button.
See, you didn't hear me cough right there. All right. What percent of Americans believe their federal income taxes are too high?
No.
It's a question from Gallup, and it's been increasing about 60% right now. I think they're too high. I'm fascinated by the 3% that are not paying enough or think they should pay more. Yeah. Good altruism over there. This might tie into the second chart I have here, shared by our friend Elarian. This is the percent savings of folks from the pandemic until now. And you'll notice that the U.S. is a bit of an outlier there, in which we have gone to negative savings. This kind of paints the picture we see with a lot of the credit card debt, etc. This would be a troubling trend, but then again, this is what makes our retail sales so friggin' awesome. Can't stop the U.S. consumer, even if they don't have the money.
Just spend.
Yeah. And lastly,
spend our way out of it.
From the grab bag. So apparently there was a story that Brock Purdy, they really go over the top here. They say he saved a woman's life while she was walking her dog and a coyote was about to attack.
Oh, come on.
Wait, you want to know what he really did? I think from what I can gather, he just yelled "coyote" and ran away. So maybe a little dramatic here.
Wow.
I thought he put his own dog back on the leash.
Yeah. No.
Get it? He's a coyote now. That one didn't. That one didn't work.
Yeah. Depending on who you're a fan of, I guess you can take or leave whether Brock Purdy is a hero for yelling coyote.
Well, Andre did this exact same thing with his dog. He had another dog that came up there, and he crazy like a crazy man put his hands in between two pit bulls, which is almost, I think, a joke that people say because it's the odds of you getting hurt are quite high.
Had to take one for the team, Michael, but it worked out.
Brock Purdy's Iowa Cyclone boy. Iowa boy. Yeah.
All right, go. Well, that pin, the form just came down there in the chat. So 1 of 3 have been completed today for the bell to bell. Big day here at Topstep TV. Andre the dog kicker, Kipo. Oh man, you remember the story? I had to do what I had to do. Oh. New sellers Dow. Johnny, still in the long?
No, I'm not in anything right now.
Okay. I like that long. I did.
We do I'm just seeing maybe a little bit of support at yesterday's low in the NASDAQ. Not quite there yet in the S&Ps. Haven't finished value area acceptance. That would take us down to 50.89.5.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, we're still not below yesterday's range, Andre. We can't sell it.
Can't sell. I like that rule. I like that.
I know, right?
It makes very good. It makes sense. Nothing on tilt. Tilt hasn't been too tilty yet much, Michael. D, did you take the gold trade? I know we were talking about the gold trade right before we went.
Yeah, I did. It's a little bit under. It was a little bit under. I'm not sure how long it's going to stay on. But like I said, it's only $150, so it's fine.
Good.
Okay.
Flat, Michael. What's your P&L at right now, Michael? 440.
I'm short 1 from 43. My P&L's up to 100 on this one, down unrealized or down whatever. If I get out of this, I'll be down $100. And that's what we'll do. Oh, down $200. Oh, shoot.
I'm just stalking.
Yeah.
That's all right. All right. Chopping around here. A quiet open. The soft was pretty decent, I'd say, but nothing too wild. Stay patient. We got about an hour and 40 minutes left here in fast markets, so plenty can happen. Keep in mind, bottom of the hour, we do have crude EIA crude inventories for all you crude traders out there. I'm sure Eddie will pop in when we get those numbers. We do have that 20-year auction, and at 1 p.m. Central, the beige book. Michael, I'm going to send you the Fed to go get the beige book for us.
Oh, yeah. I'll do that.
Oh, man. Good joke there.
My dog's
this
might be
order out
back
to
from
the-
doggy daycare.
I guess so. Take this order out to the mud pit.
All right, Doug. Looking to test the lows here.
Yep.
See if NASDAQ will fall. Looking for some
NASDAQ
levels to the
back
downside here, Michael. Nothing really is popping off the page in terms of getting 2 or 3 levels that are lining up.
What levels do you have down here?
I'm looking here.
Anything.
I'm looking. Well,
Just any of the guys on the list in the 50.
You want
90
S&P levels? Or you want S&P levels or NASDAQ or both?
Both.
All right. Well,
There seems to be a few people looking at that 1800 kind of psychological level. One says long, one says short. 2 say short.
It's a bit scattered right now.
1800. What are you talking about, John?
Yeah, right. Yeah. I mean, that's NASDAQ. I'm sorry, 18,000. Sorry.
Oh, that's a ways away. What are we talking about down here now?
Outside 17.8.
Even? 800?
17.8 even. Yeah, it's nothing right now. So hold off. I'm
Okay. Well, yeah, we do have on top steps levels, we have 17,792, which is yesterday's low. Is that correct? Yeah. Overnight.
Regular trading hour
Yesterday's
low
low
is 17,818. So that's right here. Our overnight low last night was 17,778.
Isaac Rivera in the chat. My level to enter along the ES at 50.90 half. 50.90. Isaac Rivera likes along there.
50.90.
Thank you, Isaac.
That's value low, I believe. Yep, 89 half, 90 half. That's basically value area low from yesterday.
Isn't that what settlement is as well?
Line out of
Yeah, settlement to be precise is 50.92 half. Yes.
Big earthquake in Japan just hit the wire.
We're in the neighborhood. Oh no.
Let's stay on top of that. Wow.
In
city?
Shikoku, Japan.
Is that a big city?
I think
that one I'm not sure of.
I think anything is big. 6.2 is huge.
Can you look up the population just to understand? Like, if they're like 10 million people? Just good to know. I'm not familiar with everything. The city got hit.
All right.
Here's Dakota. Dakota going to hit the links today before slow markets.
3,630,000.
6,600,000. Okay.
That's enough.
6.2 is no joke. Okay.
No. I'm popping back up to 5,100s here in S&P. Seems to be a magnet stuck to that number. We'll turn around.
5 minutes remaining.
Yes, that is for you crude traders. Number coming up, EIA crude stock coming up here for crude traders, and the previous 5.8. And they're looking at a little less than a 1.6 right now. We're going to see what happens. Remember, if you got a position on, you're trading crude. If you want it on, fine. If you don't, cancel it, get flat. This number can do anything.
Looks like Anne Marie is long NASDAQ. She just took some profits at 40. She's looking at 60 for her next profit level. Nice snipe, Anne-Marie. Man, we almost hit value low from yesterday in the S&Ps, and we're getting a nice pop off of that.
77% long NASDAQ. 78% long NASDAQ.
Mm-hmm.
Crude's seen some sellers, so these markets are kind of have a personality of their own for the time being.
Yeah, S&P. That was a good call, D. That's settlement, isn't it? And yeah, that's pretty much where it turned around.
Mm.
That
That play
Isaac
of
got along in
open down to settlement, reverse, back up. That happens a lot.
Does. Overnight inventory.
Yeah.
Anne-Marie covered now at 860. Nice trade, Anne-Marie.
76% long NASDAQ. Gold's still staying above 2,400. Keep an eye on the headlines out of Japan. Hope everyone's doing over there. That country seems to get it worse than most when it comes to shifts and tectonic plates there.
Yeah, my niece wants to go live there.
You like that?
Thinking
that's exactly what an earthquake is, Michael.
I didn't think you had that in you. I didn't think
that's exactly what an earthquake is. You're not going to believe it. That's what happens. Earthquake in New York happened a couple weeks ago. That's wild.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
James is out.
So Shikoku is the smallest of the 4 main islands of Japan. It's on kind of the southeast coast of one of the main islands.
Joshua Lawless, I'm in Tokyo this very moment and didn't feel it, so it must have been far from me. Thank you for that.
Ooh, I got a couple buddies that got back from Japan, Tokyo. I'm doing a ski trip there this year, guys.
I'm going.
You're going. We'll get
I'm going too.
Going. Invite the world, Johnny. We'll meet you at the opera ski with you, if you know what I mean.
Cherry blossoms are coming into bloom right now, I believe, out there.
We should start another run on the tulip market.
Yeah.
There you go. Let's get along.
I live in Kobe, Japan. I felt it on the 14th floor. It's pretty cool, man. We got people in Japan watching us.
Shikoku is the 50th largest island by area, and it's ranked as the 23rd most populated island. A lot of people on that island.
Oh, Dolby. I do, Carl Hungus. I'm enamored by that country. All right, here we go.
I am too, man. I would love to. To go
one on the list, on the bucket list for sure.
Spend a year there. I would love to go to that.
All right, crude oil inventory is coming in at 2.735. They were looking at 1.6, coming in at 2.735. And the gasoline production down negative 0.025, 25,000 for gasoline production. They have it. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Adi. They actually didn't miss by that much this week. Last week was a horrendous miss, but this week not so much. So you guessed right. Gold turnaround train 2408.
I'd like to see this trade play out. I'm short 3 from 17,853. So,
All
right, I'm out. That was $800. That was nice.
Up
700.
Wow. That.
It retested. It went back to retest. I've been doing a little staying patient, and I like to get in on right, like contrarian, right when so the retest. Johnny always taught me about the market likes to retest.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been waiting, and it's helping.
It's working.
My other bad habits are hurting. That are hard to die. But
Man,
yeah.
you remember
You have
end
to
of
be more
December?
patient. You have to be more patient.
You remember end of December into January for you, Michael? Just click, bang, everything.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now now you've taken a pause, and I think your trading's turned around because of that. January was a tough one. Who are you texting?
Danny Hodgman from compliance. Guys, I'm going to get Danny on here. And I'm going to talk to you guys today about the rants, because Danny wants to talk about the rants.
More or less.
Pretty much what I'm saying about all this bullshit 20 account stuff. And yeah, I know we're talking about increase. And I know we're talking about increasing it from 3 to 5 and possibly 10. The more like we're talking about this, the more it's just like, it's batshit stupid. And I'll tell you why. Because you can't freaking do it in a brokerage account. AMP won't let you do it. Tradeovate, Ninja Trader won't let you do it in your live brokerage account. So when you got all these 20 different accounts, copiers, I mean, it's not real. It's not real trade. You're not a real trader. Now I was talking to Dakota last night, and Dakota goes, I want to, without telling too much, but he's just like, my goal here is to really show that this is real trading, and this is one account. This is what people do. And guys, that's what Topstep is doing here, is showing real stuff that's trading. But then when you got trades by Matt, I like you, buddy, but you just went to 20 accounts. I don't know why you went to 20 accounts, and you're pitching that and doing that. And you make $150 and you times that by 20. And Matt and I are friends. So TBM, if you're upset with me talking about, you have 20 accounts, you make $150 and you show those. And yeah, you can go, well, now I'm up, let's just call it an easy number. You make $200. I'm up $4,000. No, you're not. You're up $200. And I'll tell you why you're up $200, because that's the only reason why you can trade one account on a brokerage firm is $200. You can't. I've already asked them. I'm like, can I copy trade in 4 different accounts? Can I chop? They're like, no, you have to have an IRA. You have to give us a legitimate reason on why you need to have more than accounts. We don't allow it. AMP doesn't allow it anymore. So, Deeyana, can you mute?
Yep. Sorry. I'm just going to mute myself.
So that's just information we've been digging into and try to understand. We're like, well, do we want to go down this route that the stupidest invention in the funding industry happened because Daryl goes, I want 20 accounts. Talk to him on the phone. I go, Daryl, I think that's absolutely stupid. I think that's leading people the wrong direction. Daryl, I'd love to talk to you here on our show and tell you why 20 accounts isn't even real and why you don't have anybody in the live markets at all, because you can't put 20 accounts in copy. We're talking to all our brokerage firms and partners, like, can you even? They're like, no, you can't do that. So clearly you're just a sim trader for your entire life, even if you're a badass trader like Dakota. You think Dakota would want to be sitting there on sim his entire life, telling his whomevers that he's a sim trader? No. A real professional trader trades in real regulated markets. Just period. There's a period on the end of that one. So move on from this extrapolation fallacy and try to focus on one account. That's really what Dakota is shedding some light on. That is the real path, and that's what we're at Topstep's really about. Now, you're a hypocrite. You have 3. You're talking about 5. I am. I mean, not a hypocrite, but I am doing that. We are having 3, and we may have 5, because there's so many of you that want this, but at the same time, to take it all away, you're just going to go over there and be reckless and stupid. So how can you're going to go over there and say, hey, 20 accounts, I just did it, and here's $150 times 20. Now give me 20 accounts, and then you blow them the next day. So we're talking about a responsible scale, trade copy scaling up opportunity. That's only because we're responding to the stupidity of this feature even being in the funding industry in general. So if you can't do it live, why are you doing it? That's my point. So Danny may come on here. We're talking about it. So that's who I was slacking, Andre.
Love it. I think you're right
I
about
think it
that.
matters.
Though.
Crazy.
I think you're right, man.
Bat shit crazy. I love it.
Should do a one account challenge.
Only thing. A one account challenge. Oh my God. I bet you PW wouldn't be pulling out of his.
All right. No names. No names. Come on.
or trades by Matt. I like them all. I like them all.
right.
I get along with them all. PW, I do. Trades by Matt. You can talk about other players in the league, and if you can beat them on a 40-yard dash, if you can beat them in a trading, if my traders can beat their traders, my traders, Top Step that we back, are better than all the influencers in the entire space.
You mean Topstep Trading League? Topstep Trading League. One account only.
Yeah. Boom. So it's just a friendly. This isn't disparagement. This isn't anything negative. They're all. I'll text them right now. They're good guys.
Guys, I'm tapping out here. Michael, Andre, Deeyana, always a pleasure. We're gonna get Eddie in here for the next segment, for the next part of this. So trade well,
Thanks,
everyone. John. Love you all, and I'll see you for group coaching. Always one of my favorite times of the day. Love doing that. So I look forward to seeing everybody then. Trade well, everyone.
Thanks. Thank you, Johnny. Eddie, welcome. Welcome. We're hearing your voice today. Now we can see your gorgeous face.
Gorgeous. I love it. Check is in the mail.
Speaking of group coaching, we got the form pinned to the top of the chat here. Get those questions in. And that way JD doesn't have to nudge me at the end of fast markets to get those questions in. Speaking of JD, are you there? Because I really like this segment with the charts, pattern of the day, hot streaks, live P&Ls. JD, what do you got?
JD is here. What's up, guys? All right, let's start with those. It's Third Person Wednesday. Here we go. Let's see those hot streaks. All right, there they are. No change of the list again today. Starting down below, Mahdi's at 21 days. Then James, Tian, Petrus, and Arian all on 23-day heaters.
Wow.
That's about it. Win's a win for most of these guys. We saw some $2 and $3 winners yesterday. Nothing like that today. Tian had about a $500 winner in the NASDAQ. And inching higher. Jabbing away at it. These guys are doing great. All right, let's take a look at yesterday's live funded P&Ls.
All right.
We'll start down below.
Dakota, my goodness.
Right?
Oh, my God.
Pretty nice day. Ho put up 2,100 in the NASDAQ.
How many accounts was that, JD? How many accounts? How many? Why'd we stop at 20 copying? Why couldn't we do more? That's the point. Just trade one. Get good at one. Get good at one thing.
You only get one. You only get one live account at TopStep, and Dakota is actually.
And hold on, JD, you only get one live. You only get one live account at any personal brokerage, unless you want a joint account, and that's a shared account, an IRA account. Or they don't let you get multiple personal accounts with the same firm.
That is correct. My brokerage firm.
You want to jump to 10 different firms? Yep. 20. You want 20 different. You want 20 different brokerage firms, and I guess you could probably have 20 different personal brokerage accounts. I did it. Okay, good job.
You know how much capital you need to spread out 20 different brokerage accounts? You probably don't have that kind of money sitting around.
JD, you know what you're doing there.
All right. James, would you mind flipping over to my charts real quick? We're going to talk about this pattern that Michael brought up the other day, the rounding top pattern. Not just a clever name, right, guys? All right, let's talk about the appearance. The rounding top pattern forms when prices they reach a peak and begin to gradually decline. Let me throw it up right here real quick. So here's what our current pattern kind of looks like. There's our rounded top right now.
Yep.
The duration of this pattern can develop over several weeks or months. It depends on the time frame of the chart you're looking at. But obviously, the higher the time frame, the more dependable the pattern is. The more reliable the pattern is. As far as volume patterns go, you want to see volume. Where is my brush? All right. You want to see higher volume on the way up, diminishing volume in the middle as the pattern's forming, and then an increase in volume as the pattern's finishing and you're reaching the breakout. So TopstepX, we don't have any volume for the entire March contract. But we can assume on this way up, we're going to see decreasing volume, sort of a mini plateau here as the pattern's forming, and then increasing on our way down. So this is a strong, healthy rounding top pattern that we're seeing right now. A breakout occurs when prices break below a support level. So for instance, if we were going to draw a support level for this pattern today, we would start with this low right here. And this would be our support line. However, we don't have the right, we need another lower low on the right side to actually get a confirmation of this support line. So this is just arbitrary. We're drawing this. This isn't the actual breakout line, if you understand. That would be our breakout line for today. And you want to see increasing volume as we break below that. It validates the pattern that much more. Price target, the projected price target for the rounding top pattern is calculated by measuring the distance from the peak of the rounding top to the support level and then subtracting it from the breakout line. So again, it would be, yep.
Okay.
So here you'd have a decent.
So 17,380s is the measured move from because of that. Okay, got it.
Oh, let's go back to that. So I left a few things up from yesterday. So our diamond pattern that we were talking about yesterday, I left this one line up. This is our invalidation line for the pattern. If we close back above that, our diamond pattern top is invalidated.
Which one's that? Which one's that? Which one's the?
We talked about that yesterday and Monday, the diamond pattern. It starts back here. I'll just redraw it real quick.
Oh, yeah. These lessons carrying over from one day to the other. Good stuff.
So here's our diamond pattern, and our measured move there takes us down to 17,380. Now, around the top pattern, it's not uncommon for this pattern to work in conjunction with a double top or a triple top, which we also have right up here in the NASDAQ. This is a daily chart of the NASDAQ. So here's our double top working in conjunction with this rounding top formation. This measure move at 17,380 works for two different patterns. We're actually seeing three pretty significant reversal patterns play out right now in the NQ. We have a double top, the diamond formation, and now we're talking about a rounding top. Three pretty major reversal patterns happening at the same time in this market. Our price target, our measured move for both the double top and the diamond pattern coming at the same price as 17,380. That's why I left that up on the chart also. So that's a target for two different patterns we're looking at. Our target for this rounding top, if we were to draw the line today, would be somewhere around 16,770. So that's another nice dip down from this measured move. We have a couple downside targets now based off of these chart patterns. I hope that explained what the rounding top looks like.
Yeah, that's helpful.
It's exactly what a rounding top looks like.
Cool.
Guys, we've been having this ongoing, thanks JD, we've been having this ongoing story with chart patterns with NASDAQ right here. And JD just comes in here, gives us a refresher, and then also has continue. Now, another thing with this is the interesting part is like the tension that's happening right now in the Middle East.
Mm-hmm.
At this exact same time that the market's rolling over and all these things are setting up to show kind of reversal. That's kind of interesting.
Big time.
Yeah, it speaks to the risk-off sentiment overall.
Yup. L short, man, you're a good kid. I'm a guy, person, girl, I don't know, person. Thank you for wanting to give away a reset. That's awesome. We don't have the ability to do that right now, but just you wanting to do that makes me appreciative of your kindness. Yeah.
It is kind. It is kind. Speaking of kindness, for those that are just logging in, we've had our first check-in for Bell to Bell. And if you only made 2 out of 3 during the Top Step Trader broadcast, there will be another opportunity. Yes, you will get your third one during the slow markets at 8 p.m. tonight. It's 8 p.m. Central. In slow markets, you'll have that opportunity to get that third one. So don't miss it. We're going to have 2 more coming up. Also, just want to let you know, we talked about this yesterday. What are your hobbies? What's your hobbies? We want to know more about your hobbies so we can keep bringing you the best in tradertainment, from sports to video games, music, art, cooking, and much more. we're interested to hear about what you're doing. So when you step away from the screens, so we're going to post this form in chat. If we can do that, that is our plug form for chat. Fill it out, and you never know, you might be the next viral person here on Topstep TV.
Yes, indeed. And if you stop by Slow Markets, you can also
He's on a turtle.
ask Dakota
He's on a
how he
turtle.
made $17,000 yesterday.
He's on a
I
turtle.
like turtles.
All right.
There
So
he
there's
is.
some people out there. Some people out there say Apex paid out 150 million in payouts. They just paid $1 million. Okay, guys, this is a good
Get
old
him,
one.
Mike.
I want you guys to ask them, because I know they've paid all of our influencers are getting poached. Millions of dollars. They're getting paid $1 million. This $1 million, that 25%, 30% of everything. This is happening right now. We're losing them all. I don't care. And they're all going to Apex because they're just buying everybody. They're buying them. Now you tell me if somebody that hasn't made any money trading, but yet gets paid a ton of money and percentage and all that kind of stuff from a company to pitch to the traders, this 20 account stuff, it's just, to me, it's not leading people the right direction. That's where a lot of my rant will come from, both with influencers and with Apex. Now, my other point is, they're like, oh, they pay out a lot. Look at their payouts and just ask a question, because when they say trader payouts, when they pay an influencer like $1 million, let's just say they pay him for $1 million. We want you to come over here. Oh, no, by the way, we're gonna give you X amount of percentages. We've got other ones that leave, and I don't know what they got paid, but let's just use that round number because it's a big number. They're not walking away from Topstep because of whatever. So they do all that. I think, I know, and I don't know, and I heard, or maybe we don't know. But when you say payouts over at any other company, do you know what's in the payouts? Are they saying the payouts are a percentage of the commissions that influencer gets? Because that would be interesting if they put that all in the whole payout number. Because I've heard that from rumors that could be what they're doing too, to inflate the numbers. So when you pay one influencer $500,000 a month because you're paying them for annual salary plus 25% of everything they bring in, say you pay them $500,000, does that go in their payouts of $500,000 for the month? Because it's technically a marketing expense, but something to look at there. I don't know if it's true or not. I have no clue. This is just ear to the ground, learning and listening to how these numbers get inflated so high at other places. And you're like, and trust me, we talked. So that is, just look. Just don't just say, oh, well, they told me 50 million in payouts. Just look, is it? And you can see, I get it. You can see the number of payouts that they share, but then there's like big ones, like $300,000 at the end of the year or end of the month. Oh, that's probably an influencer payout. Oh, it's probably an influencer payout. Oh, it's probably, and that adds up quite a bit. Do your due diligence. Just do your due diligence. That's it. Who cares what I'm saying? Except do your due diligence. 80% long. Yeah,
and let it be known, Apex, if you offered me $1 million, I have such loyalty to MP that I would stay.
Same.
I think
Dare me. Offer me $1 million.
I know. I love it, Jack. Well, Jack, you can go over and do some corporate espionage because I'd offer you some money on the side too. No, I'm joking. But yeah, offers you can't refuse. It's I don't know.
So they include that in the payout number.
follow-
Interesting.
I have heard. I would
Hypo.
never say if this goes in court right now when we talking. I have no clue. But I read things online, and this is what I'm reading. These are not my thoughts and opinions and blah, 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 blah. These are things that I've read online. So do your own due diligence. I haven't formulated a total opinion. I'm just skeptical. And I'm skeptical of the 20 accounts where it all started because that we were like, can you even do this? So that's where it started, Andre.
I love it. Oh, thank you, Danny Hodgman. Not even on the show today. I was able to prod him a little
Thank
bit.
you,
Got him
Danny.
going. I like it. Eddie, all right. So you finally, it's been about 20 minutes since you've joined us. We've been very busy. We got the plugs in. We had JD coming on. We had Michael getting some things off his chest. Eddie, what are you trading? Welcome to Fast Markets. What are you trading today? And what account are you trading in today?
You know, I've got my 50K Express funded account.
Nice.
And up just a little over 600 on the account. So I'm being very cautious here. We're just coming off the highs. Now, here's the thing. As we were talking here, I was looking to get long, hoping that we can make another high. And I asked myself, does this look safe? So I did a little trip back to see where we were. And it told me, no, hold off a second. And as you can see off the top here, off our new highs, we got sellers coming back in. So
yes, we do. Yes, we
yeah,
do.
I had a little save there, saved my butt right there, but not too comfortable right now. My game plan was looking for longs, and market's coming short here right now. So I'm going to hold off a little bit until I can see something that I like and that is an influence to my game plan.
Man, that was a great tilt. Thanks, Eddie. That was a great tilt
was
play.
80%
It was
long?
really, really heavy long, and the markets just shoved it up the longs.
Yep.
You know,
Giggy. Up there, Giggy. Yeah, we got new lows here in the Dow. Boy, we are seeing some serious selling here. Gold selling off as well. Crude selling off. D, what are you seeing over there?
Nothing yet. I mean, gold is still hovering above the initial balance. So until that goes, there's nothing else for me to do.
Okay.
I've done
Yeah,
enough
patience.
grasshoppering. So just just staying patient, letting the trades kind of play out until the time of day that I plan to hold them to, like I normally do. And there's nothing for me to overmanage. Obviously, if we go back into the initial balance and we close there, then it's time to start managing a position. But, for now, I'm still seeing a bounce from a bullish engulfing on a 1 hour chart, which is technically a test of our nearest demand level and a bounce. So it's slowed down now. We're going to come into Euro close in about 45 minutes. But yeah, for now, it's just kind of rambling around doing nothing. So, yeah.
Right.
Still selling off here.
I've gone long here
right.
in gold, 2407. We'll see what happens here.
Looking for some levels here, Michael. We just ticked beneath the 17,800. We do have a couple suggestions to get short if we can keep breaking here. Not a whole lot of confluence of levels here, but scattered from what I'm gathering here. Taking a look at the Topstep levels here. 17,792. We beneath that now. So look out below, I suppose.
Crude oil is still very slow. It's still sat at 94 ticks for the entire session, even though we had the inventories. Would you say, Dre, poke it with a stick?
Poke it with a stick. Wake it up. Wake up.
Yeah.
Wake up, man. Come on.
What levels do you have down here in NASDAQ and S&P?
I'm looking here. We got 17,792, which we're beneath as a long, potentially very strong support at this level since February, but we just broke through that.
Yesterday's low. We melted through that one.
Plowed right through that. Long 17,795. Okay.
What's S&Ps?
We got minimal S&Ps. Next long they want 5078 quarter. That's the lows from yesterday. Yeah, I'm not seeing nothing right now, Michael. I'm looking at all of them right now. Nothing is really coming into range right now in terms of what market's doing, in terms of where the prices are at right now.
All right, took a quick profit here, $133, 133. Didn't like where it was going, so I took what was on the table. I'm flat right now.
So all came in. And that was the bounce. What was it? What was tilt at, Mike? You said 80%, and then we fell out.
Fell out of bed. 80%. Right on the dime. Everybody was getting long around the 17,850s. 850s. Almost 100 handles. Well, not really, but almost. Higher.
Okay. Look at these.
I hope you guys had a good conversation today. That was a good conversation.
Feel better? I think you're right, man. These
Well, no, I have no problem. I have no
20
problem.
accounts.
Like TBM, Trevor, Matt, I love you, buddy. Patrick, I like you. Yeah, it's tough to work with, but I like you. Isaac's gone. Isaac's now over at My Funded Futures saying they're number one and Topstep's not, which I don't like that. But you got all these guys that are getting this big money and then they're going there. So take it for what it is. And yes,
Deeyana,
The only thing I see
are you looking at
yes,
gold?
it could be. Yeah, I'm still in the gold. Yeah, it's hovering around my entry. So
I'm still in my
it's above
rant.
the initial balance. Yeah, my dogs were going nuts. They were like, "Yeah, Michael, yeah."
Yeah. I'm just sharing what I'm seeing.
Yeah, no,
Off the market.
absolutely. So the only thing that I see in ES is a potential intraday play. Again, that's not the highest probability trade, but the only thing that could happen is that they go back to retest the initial balance low at 1590, which is also where we had the settlement from yesterday and the value low from yesterday, and then seeing a failure of that level and a continuation down. Is the only thing that I'm seeing here. Otherwise, for longs, this level would be very dangerous for me for longs because it's kind of broken through some pretty significant demand levels. So support is just not there. And then my average daily range low and average session range low are much, much lower at 50.55. And about 50.53 half. So that would be kind of like the target if we continue to jump off a cliff here. But as far as any good sort of like big probability levels, there's nothing here. So the only thing that we can extrapolate from what's already happened is to look for the intraday real-time level that was created throughout the session. And the only thing I see there is that initial balance low at 1590. So,
And whatever you do, don't jump off a cliff.
No, that's true. That's generally a bad
No.
idea.
Mm-hmm.
I just added $1.60 here, up 287 on the day. Doing a deuce, 2x2s, and chipping away here on my 50K Express.
Very nice. Very nice. Dow caught a bounce there off the lows. S&Ps as well. NASDAQ did too. So they're starting to finally move together and correlate positively there. Everyone's flat right now.
No, I'm still in my long, so
Very good. Okay.
sitting, waiting patiently, like a good little lizard.
House account, we're focusing on NASDAQ S&Ps?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what the email said. Yeah.
Let's take a look here.
Yeah,
we
so
got gold.
one thing that I found that I was doing recently is kind of trying to modify the way I'm trading,
Okay.
make it more exciting and more interesting, and I didn't like that. So I'm basically just back at doing my longer trades, couple of hours, sit and wait, find a level, don't freak out, and behave. Pause off the mouse.
Oh, behave.
Freak out is right. Hey, we got 5,500 viewers right now. Please hit like.
What?
Please hit subscribe. We are on the march to 100,000 subscribers. When we hit that 100, hopefully this by the summer. I'm sure we'll have something very, very large in store for everybody. But we're getting there. Surely but slowly, we start getting there. Slowly but surely. Not surely but slowly. Slowly but surely.
Don't call me Shirley.
Shirley know about this?
Sorry.
Don't call me Shirley.
Hey, there it is. There it is.
You guys ever had a Shirley? You guys ever had a Shirley Temple?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Do they have those
It's
over
like
there?
That's the first like cocktail drink. Yeah, that's the first cocktail drink that you kind of start as a kid. It feels like. When your
Otherwise
parents
known
are
as
all
the
ordering
kitty
drinks.
cocktail.
That's how they get you started.
Here's a
Kitty
question.
cocktail.
Here's a question. Michael,
Yeah.
when did you start drinking cocktails as a kid? I'm really interested to know.
This is a very good question.
That's a very good question.
It's
I don't
like,
know. I
what,
either had a
7
beer
Up,
in one. I had a beer
Grenadine?
and then beer and then like that minty whatever Rumplemintz
Rumplemintz.
or whatever it was. Yeah, I didn't have mixed drinks until college when I'm like, they're like, what would you like? And I'm like, Captain and Coke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chase
We don't
Myers
really. And then
back
you
there
learn how to
now.
order.
Yeah.
Then you learn how to order a cocktail.
Yes, you do.
Now,
Yeah, it's
Michael,
the
you were a
Shirley Temple
bartender.
that
How
we're
many,
doing.
how many Shirley Temple's kitty cocktails did you actually make?
Well, I don't recall making them. I think it's the Sprite and
Cherry Sprite, right?
Like 7 Up, Grenadine, and you throw a couple of cherries in there so the kids don't bitch.
There you go.
Zip it, kid. All right, so we saw reversal there.
I guess some P's.
Yeah, see if S&Ps wanted to target 5100s again. Like I said, big, huge magnet on that price right there. D is long crude. Caught a little bit of a pop. Or long gold. My apologies.
Yeah.
Crude trading sideways a little bit. NASDAQ.
Yeah.
A quick look at the 10-year. As Powell spoke yesterday, so I'll get to you real quick, Michael. I got to hear what's so funny. 10-year yield, 4.63, up about 30 basis points since last week. Powell finally admitted that inflation's a little bit stickier than they'd like. And rate cuts are going down to 1, maybe 1.5. Our man Michael Patakin here said they're going to hike rates by the end of the year. Him and Jamie Dimon. In the same boat there. That would not be
Jamie's
good
saying it.
He hinted at. Yes, he did. Yeah.
That's not. It's a freight
good
train.
for your
Still keeps
equities.
growing.
We're in trouble with equities.
It's good for T-bills and preferred debt.
That's true. Hey, shout out to Nick T, one of our best performing live traders. I need a lockout button in Motivate. I'm up 5K in live and need to not give back gains. We got to come over to Topstep X.
Come over to Topstep X, man.
That's where the party's at, Nick T. Come on. Nice trading, though. Nice trading. Good levels, too.
You know, if you look at the S&P overnight, we did tag that low, 50.75, 75. And then we made that nice little ladder, buying all the way up. Looks like we might see possibly a repeat here. Just a little while ago, we did almost hit that low here at 50.75, 75. But we got the buyers back again. And that's what I'm looking for.
Up
We
really
can start
nicely.
that trend again. Kick it back in.
Okay, it just was. Let's see if it shows back up. Eddie, that's a good one. Let's see if it shows back up. It was 80% long NASDAQ up here in the 860 area.
So I'm seeing a whole
market fell
bunch
out
of block orders in ES from like 50.97 all the way up to 51.00. So that could be a stopping point because I can see it on Bookmap.
I'm going to put my money where
See
my
whether
mouth
that
is.
gets filled or whether we fail at that point with some more downside.
Big pop. Popping gold, popping as Dow and S&Ps. Like Dee said, there is some liquidity to the upside here in the S&Ps. We do know that S&Ps like to gravitate towards the liquidity, as all markets do. They look to seek business, and business is where the liquidity is. So nice pop there in gold, D. What price do you happen to be long from?
You're mute?
She's mute. That's okay. We'll get back to her when that mic
21
comes in.
handle
sorry,
day. 21 handle
my
day.
dogs are being spicy cow
21
bombs today.
Yeah.
Yeah. So 2407.2 is my entry.
Okay. Very good. Michael, you were saying, you were laughing about something before that.
Oh, that was just some of the people thing. 21 handle Dave. I like TBM. So yeah, he records his payout. He's pretty straightforward, dude. I consider him a friend.
We did a night cruise with him here in the city over the summer. Good guy.
We did. We had a great time with him. Great time. And golf with him.
All right, I got stopped out there in our S&P. See what happens here. Look like I said,
Eddie
looking
dabbling.
at the dome here right now. It looked like stronger buyers, but we do have some resistance here around. You were talking about that 51 handle, Andre.
Yes. 51. It's just a magnet. It's didn't check March
Yeah.
for it.
I'm pulling back from that right
Where it
now.
fell out of, that's where it fell out of bed last time. Yeah.
Hey, shout out to Dude
Or
Working in the
against
chat. Combine pass. Let's go. You got it, Dude Working. Good
Oh, yeah.
job.
Nice working, dude. Perfect. They just got a bunch of money.
Yeah.
They're on. They're on.
You know who they are?
CNBC.
Right,
You know,
I'm out of the trade. That's a scratch because I don't like the
Wasn't
price action
going.
here. It's taken it long enough. So the trade duration that I had in mind for this is now expired. So it's done. We had a whole $1. So let's see if we can get another hypo going here.
Boy, Dow turn around. S&P's turn around. Downside. Whew. Tricky right now.
Yeah, this is what I was saying, that we might test into the initial balance and then fail at that liquidity that I was seeing around 1597. So we pull back from it.
So just a heads up, we got the 20-year auction at high noon Central Time. Beige book, 1 o'clock. Not a whole lot together, but as John says, that does mean 2 weeks from now is an FOMC meeting. Boy, they come quick, feels like. Faster and faster these days.
Whoa, yeah. What's up, Patrick? Patrick Whelan's here.
Oh, yo. What's up, buddy? Been a minute.
I guess what I was saying. What's up, buddy?
People must be watching.
Yes, they do.
Yes. Should bring him in.
Should bring in Patrick. If you're allowed to come on. I don't know, Patrick, if you're allowed to come on. You and exclusive with somebody else. Michael Patak and Topstep, we don't date around. I'm just joking, buddy.
They're saying it's not. Could be a fake.
No, it's not.
Clone.
Oh, God.
Yeah, you got us. You got
It's
us.
a pretty good bit. It's a pretty good
It was
bit.
a good bit.
Yeah, we tagged your IP and we've got your address. We're coming over to your house.
Yes. Yeah, well, there's our feelings towards Patrick. We like
him. Well, that could have gotten interesting. They got you, Michael. All right, 50-50 across the board and all the tilts. Levels, we're still in terms of price action here and all the equities. Kind of lower end of the range, just in the range indeed. So if we can see his breakout.
Oh, guys, and just so we're all clear, Andre, I gotta keep going. Just so we're all clear, I have no problem with people going to find better off. That's not. I'm just trying to give you guys clarity on it. And when I say clarity, and somebody goes, "Well, so and so influencer's up 12 grand today," I want you guys to also, again, I said this 2 months ago, 3 months ago, ask them how many times they've reset. We have influencers. One of the reasons why, kind of auditing last year or not, that kind of a partner program, we're like, all right, Apex, you guys take them and take them in a way, because like we can't compete with that. That's not the business that we're going to be in anyway. We're going to lead more of a real kind of show our trading. So that's why TopstepTV came around. But some of them, I mean, you're talking, you don't know how many times they're resetting, or how many combines or PAs or whatever that they've been through. There was 500 in a year. You know, influencers, we have hundreds in a year. And we're like, no. This is like, for one, you're showing good trading, so you have a $12,000 day. But what about the 18 different resets that you did this week to get to that one killer day? So that is my rant. That's always going to stay there. With, you got to know the behind the curtain of anybody that has a community and a following. And yes, there are great people that are out there. I'm not denying that at all. That's the rant. It's just about knowing who you're following and knowing if it's legit, and just don't always talking about their upside, because there's a downside here. There's a downside here. There's a downside here that it either gets hit and reset and hit and reset and hit and reset, that you just always need to be privy to. So TopstepTV is our goal, is to be transparent. So there's no bitching or complaining from me. It's just talking to you guys about what I'm hearing. You guys can talk about what you're hearing. We're having a conversation. And yes, SBM, Apex promotes gambling behavior. That's why I'm only frustrated with the 20 accounts. That's it in the industry. The multiple copy accounts. I just don't. It bugs me. That's it.
Yeah, but
It's a
Topstep has some
conversation
cool
we're
stuff
having.
too, Michael.
Yes, we do. What do we
Got Topstep X.
What is it?
Our trailing max drawdown is fantastic.
We got the lockout button. We got 100 prices above. 100
Look, we got a
prices below.
lockout button. Yeah, we got a lockout button that we say, hey, don't stop trading. Like, well, I want to buy more. Well, we also have, we'll reach out to you if you buy too much. That's another thing. You can read our terms and conditions. It's actually against the rules to buy too much. And that's what the compliance part is. We actually reach out because we want to help people on the right path. If my rant's getting annoying, I'm now annoyed with it. So there you
go. Incredible. MP is the best. Young says, I agree. MP is the best. That was a man. My man.
Just a dude out here playing the game of trading with you.
That's right, man. I love it. How we doing on trades? Michael's up. Okay, Michael's up. Deeyana, you're flat.
I'm actually trying to shorten gold.
Okay. Let's get that pop in.
I'm not sure it's going to pop because it's been a really range bound so far. So this is more a responsive activity trade, even though we're not quite above value area. So, so right now, since we've been stuck in this range and we're testing the selling area where significant sellers appeared from last time, I'm just using that to run a short from here. So we'll see how that works. Bringing it back into the middle.
This is moving.
We
last
ain't much in tilt. Like Deeyana said, like I said, we got to poke this market with a stick. Wake up, everybody! Wake up, markets! Come on,
exactly.
All right,
I mean, we're getting movement. We're getting moving. And I mean, it's moving.
So just hovering around 17,800 in the NASDAQ. We did have some levels take along here as a little bit of support, but we did break through. Stopping down at 763 in the S&P or NASDAQ. Scratch that 763 in the NAS, but we did pop above. We're hovering around 17,800. It's really popping elsewhere.
Well, S&P is soon approaching those lows, 50, 78, 75. We keep these sellers here. I tell you, holding these buyers down extremely well.
All right, so we have Topstep X coming out, the public launch.
Michael.
And yes, yeah, I know. Here's another rant.
Tell him.
And this lockout feature, and nobody else has this, and it's really cool because it helps me. And then now it's helping a ton of people. So if there's people in here that are using the lockout button, and it's helped you pass, get funded, or take a payout. It's like a variable. I know there's much more that's gotten you to those, but it's like a variable, and you added it to your trading plan. If I'm up, I'm going to lock myself out or whatever. Then let us know.
So not just that. I had somebody on my live stream yesterday who said that it made him into a completely different trader. He went from blowing something like 20 combines last year and never really passing. Well, I think he passed once and then blew out in 3 days. But yeah, he said this year he's managed to pass like 3 combines and he's slowly building up an XFA. So
hell yes,
there you go.
Yeah.
Deeyana, when I hit it, like when I'm done with the show and I hit it and I go into my put a new hat on, the CEO founder hat, and working with the team and joining meetings, I'll be in this Zoom right here looking this way, and then I'll look over here because all my stuff's over here to the right. If I don't have that locked out, then I get this like, oh, well, why don't I just put a 1 lot on?
I see something.
Why don't I just put a 2? I see something, even though I'm supposed to be paying attention to me.
Do you know what? I actually asked Mick to lock up my account for the morning because obviously I trade DAX in the morning and we don't have DAX yet. And what happens to me is like I get a really nice DAX trade and I'm like, let me see if I can just find something in like gold or so. And I was like, no, what am I doing? And then you find a trade, you think you find a trade, and you're just like, It's not going anywhere. Oh no. Oh,
Yep.
okay.
Once you lock it
Let me
out,
try it. Let me try it
once-
again. But when it's locked up, you don't have a choice. It's like it's done. You have to walk away. Go do something else.
Yep, and I'll show you. Here's how you do it real quick. I'm not going to do it because I got some day left. But you go to the very top of your screen. It's right here on the P&L, kind of DLL, unrealized, realized P&L header. Click it. Confirm trading lockout. By clicking this, you agree, blah, 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 that you're locked out this entire day on account C7682. That's my account. Same account I trade every day. In open position, any working orders, blah, 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 will automatically be canceled. Any copy trading following positions will be exited. Warning, this action is irreversible. So you can go, yes, lock me out. Once you do that, that's why some of the folks in here are they're like, once you lock yourself out, the refreshing feeling you feel to knowing that money is never going away and it will be in my account. My balance will be higher the next day. And my anxiety of wanting to trade has a barrier between me and the markets because it's going to not let me trade in that account. That's a good feeling. It kind of dilutes the power of FOMO because you're locking in a good day. Locking it up is really the whole point of it, is lock it up. Locking it down is like a daily loss limit that we have. Doesn't break a rule, but it's good to have a daily loss limit to kind of lock yourself out for the rest of the day because you're not seeing it. But when you're seeing it so well, ending on your high water mark, that's a good thing. Dollar bill, yes, sir, 100%.
All right, so it's a quick $200 on that trade, so I took it off early just to bank a bit of something on the day. So now I'm gonna breathe and chill for a while and see if we can get another setup somewhere. I might have a look at platinum in a minute because it's coming up to the time of day when it likes to reverse, which is usually New York lunchtime hour. So we'll see if that happens. Something to look for, even if we're not on here. But yeah, so managed to make a bit of money in this range today. So not bad.
Take a breather and chill.
Take a breather and chill.
Slow. And the other side wasn't really moving, so I just decided to take this off really quickly because I was like,
I like that.
Michael,
you ever you know what Netflix and chill is, Michael?
Yeah, my wife do it all the time.
All right. I agree, Michael. I agree. All right. I know Netflix and chill. It's what all the kids say. All right. All right. Let's go to JD with the top 10 real quick. I did not expect that to go there.
Do you know the real meaning behind it?
Oh, no. What's the real meaning, Deeyana? I don't know. We watch
Deeyana,
Netflix and chill all the time.
Yeah, Deeyana, tell us.
Thank you, Deeyana. Not watching Netflix.
Nice help.
Yeah, it's not watching Netflix. So just put it that way. It's putting Netflix in the background. And then,
yeah, leave it at that. Yes. Leave it at that. Thank you, Deeyana, for that explanation of Netflix and chill. Can we go to JD? I'm going to throw this dead fish in your lap now, JD. Do you know what Netflix and chill is? And after that, can you tell us what the top 10 is, please?
We'll talk offline if you really want a lesson, Andre. But Andre never got the talk growing up, huh?
No. It's not called the birds and the bees anymore, huh? It's called Netflix and chill. Let me tell you about Netflix and chill.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes.
I do feel the need to reiterate something. Usually Jack jumps on when we start talking about the lockout button. If you hit that lockout button and you lock your account, you're done for the day. If you decide you want to keep trading again, whatever you do, do not contact the Topstep support team. They cannot reactivate your account for the day after you lock yourself
we might
out.
even have to put
you know what they will say? Go ahead, Jack.
What will they say? I was going to say we might even put you on like a list of people that are on our S list, so to speak, if you call and ask to be unlocked. It's undoable.
Yes.
It's unreversible. Yeah. You're locked out.
Yeah. They will say, hey, great job being disciplined and calling it a day. We support you. That's it. I mean, because that's what we're behind you. Because you did it. You did a great thing. You locked yourself out. Yeah. So the point of that they're making right now is don't reach out because we're not going to change it. Actually, there's no way we can change it unless we talk to our tech team, and then we're not going to do that. And the point of the story is you're a product of free will, and you're a trader. You make your own decisions. You just made that. Nobody clicked on that. You made that decision. Live with it. That's a great decision. You've probably locked it up money. And then you can dilute the power of FOMO by paper trading or go into your practice. You can go into your practice account.
Yeah, if you still want to be involved in the markets for experience
Right.
purposes, practice account is there, you know.
Or Deeyana, just locking up a combine account, an XFA account, if you're doing, if you have two of those or whatever, and then you're done, and then you can go practice, or you're like, hey, I really like what I did in this strategy with this combine today or this XFA. I'm locking that up. And then if you have another account where you do a different strategy, that's the kind of, if you have different accounts, that's what I technically like.
Yeah, that's what you should be doing.
That's what you should be doing with other accounts is different strategies. But whatever, that's so boring. I mean, I've beat that horse right there. The locking an account out, and then you can jump to the account. Oh, I locked that one out. I locked that one out, and you see that they're up money, and you can't trade in them. That's a really good feeling. It's a really good feeling.
JD,
all right, what
ready
do you
when
say we
you
get
are.
back into it? Let's do it. All right. Let's take a look at yesterday's XFA PNLs. Again, nothing but huge numbers coming out of the XFAs.
Damn.
Let's start at the bottom. Brian took home 13 forward trading the ES and crude oil. Alexander copied trades across 3 accounts for a total of $42,327 yesterday. Not bad, Alexander. Samay took home more than 18 grand out of the NASDAQ. Jerry had a nice day. Jerry copied trades across 3 XFAs for a total of $85,923 in profits yesterday. And our leader for the day is Dylan. We've seen Dylan's name before, and we're going to see it again in just a minute. But Dylan pocketed close to 33 grand in a single XFA trading the NASDAQ yesterday. Pretty nice all around.
80 grand copy trading.
It's not real till you put it in your pocket, though, right?
100%. Mick says it all the time. I agree. All right, here we go.
I was asking when the micro conversion on TopstepX is coming, MP.
It's very, very soon. I was gonna say this Friday. They're testing it right now, and everything's tested out very, very good. So it's not my sign off to say soon. push it live. The team the QA team, we have a QA team, Deeyana, quality team that tests everything.
I know.
Yeah. So they're on.
I'm one of the people who reports bugs. So
Yeah, you are. Yes, I know. Deeyana says this one. Your bugs get prioritized, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, well, I was very early, wasn't I? So quite a few of those bugs smacked me right across my face. But here we are. This is why I'm taking everything really slow now. But I've got to say, I mean, the development team have done a great job to bring everything into like the proper way of working and stuff, like really, really quickly. Whenever I said something, within like a day, they would look into it. And already like the next day, that would be like, oh yeah, it's done. Can you test it? And I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Like already? So yeah, they're crazily fast. I was actually telling people yesterday on my live stream, because they're like, oh yeah, when's it coming? And can we get this? And can we get that? And can we copy ATM strategies from Ninja and blah? And I'm like, guys, like these kind of platforms usually take years to bring out.
Years.
Just by the fact that you guys have done this in what, like 9 months, and you're about to go like public with it, that's unheard of. So obviously we're going to have a few bugs, and this is why we need the community to help us to shape the platform in what we want it to be. It's like such a unique opportunity. I just couldn't pass up on that. So, and even though, there were issues in the beginning, I can see that there's very few issues now. I've been on TopstepX now for what, like a couple of weeks. I think I've only had like one bug that happened like a couple of days ago, but even that wasn't that bad. Like I think it was because they were updating the subscription to some of the products that I have on the live, and then it sort of reset my bracket. This bracket disappeared, and then the old bracket kind of appeared. So I was like, okay, so that's probably because they were doing something on the back end. But yeah, apart from that, I haven't noticed any problems with it. It's like and honestly, I've been in software development for a really long time, right? And I know how these things go and how long it actually takes for a bug to even get any sort of attention. So just be patient. Everything's coming. They got so many different features. It's one of the best platforms that I've seen out there. I'm slowly getting used to it. And, I'm not that young. I'm bloody 43 now. Will be 44 this year. So, my brain is probably not what it used to be before. So getting used to a new platform takes a little while. but I love it. It's so clean. You can find everything. You know what annoys me with other platforms? Because I actually tried Quantower for a couple of weeks, and I was like, you can't find anything. Everything is like in code. You have to like do a rain dance to actually find where things are. And I'm like, just why don't you just call it what it is? Like, what is wrong with you? And that's very clean in Topstep X. Whatever you want to find, everything's logical. You know, if you want settings, there's the cog. If you want copy trading, it says copy trading. It's not like some weird name for it. Yeah, so it's so straightforward. So I'm looking forward to it. I mean, you know, it's great. And obviously the micros to minis, that's one thing that everybody really wants. And I know that tick-based brackets, that's one thing that I'm looking forward to.
Yeah.
Very nice. Thank you, Deeyana.
JD,
We're gonna clip that. We're gonna clip that. We're putting that
that
social. We're clipping that, putting it social. JD,
Do it.
that was amazing. That was good
real
stuff.
real live review. I love that, Deeyana.
She helped build it. You're looking at one of the people that helped build it. So yes,
But she did. Yeah.
absolutely. Thank you so much for that. All right, let's get back to that top 10. And we still have about 30 minutes left in fast markets here. This is really good stuff today, guys. So I got 5,500 people watching us. Please hit like, subscribe, and enjoy Topstep X. JD, let's get back to those top 10 that everyone likes so much.
Yep, just to follow up on a few things that Deeyana was saying, if you have questions about new features coming out on Topstep X and you're on the Topstep X platform right now, you have access to the roadmap and you can see what's coming out, what's in the pipeline, and when it's coming out. You can even vote on what you want to come out next. Hit that question mark on the left-hand toolbar right on the side navigation on the platform, and you'll see everything right there. So keep up on what's coming out. New stuff's coming out every day, so keep your eyes open. All right, top 10 list. Here we go.
It is. All right.
Bottom half of the top 10 list. All right, Ferez fell from 7th. Yep, Ferez fell from 7th down to 10th after a $7,000 drawdown. Adam dropped from 6th to 9th after a $6,000 drawdown yesterday. Samay is back on the list. Samay moved up to 8th from 12th place after that nice $18,000 winner that we talked about a minute ago. Dylan, who we just mentioned, also is back on the list. Dylan was in 48th place yesterday and slid into 7th with that nice $33,000 gain yesterday. Dylan was at the top of our XFA P&L list just a minute ago. And rounding out the bottom of the top 10 is you. You dropped from 4th place despite a $1,500 winner yesterday. He was in 6th place or 4th place yesterday. Dropped from 4th down to 6th. All right, here we go.
Oh, wow.
We got something special today.
What?
Here are our top 5 traders. Our top 5 traders are now all in the 100K club.
Yeah.
There you go.
Hell yeah. 6 figures. Let's go.
The best of the best right here.
Yeah, baby.
Yep.
All
right,
watch
Jerry.
out, S&P Capital.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
right?
yeah. Mike Bellafiore.
Up.
Mike
Yeah.
Bellafiore. We're coming for you. I like Mike. Good guy.
Yeah, he's great.
Uh-huh.
All right, Jerry. Jerry had that big $86,000 day yesterday that we just mentioned. Jerry was in 113th place yesterday and is now sitting comfortably in 5th. Where are we at? Adam held on to 4th for another day, spreading 23 grand around 3 XFAs. Daniel P., he was our 100K trader from yesterday. You remember that? Put up $104,000.
Oh, yeah.
He was on the list yesterday. He made that on Friday. I'm sorry, on Monday.
Hey, we got new lows.
Drawdown yesterday.
JD, hey, new lows, guys. New lows.
I'm seeing it.
Coming in here on our lows, pressing on our lows. I just stayed right by our overnight lows. Right here, right now. Go ahead.
All right, then we've got, where'd we leave off? Ivana. Ivana moved up a notch after profiting $16,000 across a couple of XFAs. And our champion, the Slow King, Coach Dakota, more than 17 grand in the live account yesterday. He was our live funded P&L leader yesterday. Retained that top spot. He's pulling away a bit too. Sounded like he's hitting the links today. Very well-deserved time off for Dakota. Nice job, bud. All right, that is it for today.
Thanks, JD. Guys, right on our lows right now.
On the lows. Look at some levels here. We got some. We're starting to see some levels. Some trade ideas getting long down here in the 750s. 750 below. I mean, we're breaking through all these, boy. Yeah, all the long trade ideas in the Nasdaq, we've broken beneath those. ES, not as much.
Did we
We're
pause on
selling
them?
off your. Say again.
Did we pause on them?
We paused. We were paused on them when we were consolidating there for the last like 15, 20 minutes around the 17,810 level, 1770 level, 17 or 770 level, 760s. When we were pausing, consolidating, we had a lot of long trade ideas there as a level for support, if you will. Initiate longs from there. We did just fall out from there. As far as levels beneath this, I'm not seeing much right now, Michael, on the Nasdaq.
There's
I'll look at
not much.
S&Ps, but beneath these levels here in the Nasdaq, we don't have many levels. I'll take a look at.
I mean, we're below yesterday's low.
Yeah, we're below everything right now.
It's just pulling down here right now. Just trying to get an eye here on the dome here for the S&P and the Nasdaq, and I tell you, it's just it looks like a fair battle, but the sellers are in command here across the board. Gold, S&P, crude,
Yeah, everything's falling.
Nasdaq,
Yep.
all four. Seller day today,
JD
boys and girls.
JD, what was the level that you had? I think it was actually a 17,300 ish area coming off your pattern, because
The
this
measured
thing's
move?
continuing. Yeah, the measured move.
The measured move to the downside is 17,380. That's for both
Oh, yeah.
the diamond top formation and the double top
Yep.
pattern.
Nice recall, Michael.
Yes, and I'm going to need others, folks, here. If you guys are seeing any patterns, higher time frames, we don't want anything below like a 30-minute pattern, because anybody can come up with a 1 minute. Here's a pattern here, but if you see any pattern setups, share them in the higher time frames.
How about 15 seconds?
15 seconds. Yes, you're going to be. That's a bear flag. That's a head and shoulders. That's.
Dragon under the tree.
Mm-hmm.
You know, earlier on the tilt, we had the longs were looking very healthy as far as the long positions, but looking at tilt right now, we've sort of reversed on all these markets, and the shorts are much higher than the longs here in the S&P and the Nasdaq.
We do a delta check
Switch.
with John real quick. See how delta's looking. I'm assuming. Yeah, a lot of those levels, Michael, we have were getting long. The 17,780, 770 level, and we fell out from there. I'm not seeing any headlines or anything. Gold selling. Everything's selling right now. Interesting.
I think it's selling. Isn't it weird how this morning everybody was saying longs on our? So that's the herd mentality that sometimes you gotta. Well, you just always got to pay attention to when everybody gets collectively thinking one direction. I don't know. I mean, the market goes with it and it goes against it. But
I mean, to be fair, we were looking for a reversal for a continuation into like what was it, 50 something 20 on ES, and we were nowhere near that. So
Nowhere near.
we never got there. So that was a bearish signal, right? So we were actually looking for the market to close above 51.25. It never got there, so it never managed to crack Asian high, and then it just went into
20s. Yeah.
The trade never came to us on that, but the bearish flag, it was
okay.
right.
But that's okay.
Yeah.
Tell me about gold. Watch time says.
Yeah, Steph the trader. Y'all said long. LOL. Yeah, that's what. That's the information that's very, very valuable. We didn't take a house account trade on there because it didn't come up to the levels that Deeyana was just talking about. Yeah. So just because you say something isn't an LOL. I don't know if you're LOL and somebody else or whatever that like. But I just want to talk when we're talking trader here. You're expressing what you're seeing in perspective and how it's setting up. And a majority of these inputs that came in was that direction. Now are all those folks.
And let's talk about that really, because LOL, everybody went to go long. Yeah, but there is a thing of chasing away from your level, which is what presumably why you LOL'd. We didn't do that, right? We didn't chase. We never saw the level that we were looking for, and then we stayed out of the house account, correct?
Yeah.
So that's not an LOL. That's just like not being an idiot and just going, oh, it's going short. Let's go short. We didn't have a level there.
Yeah.
It's like,
yeah.
Come on, guys.
And the house account is a collective opinion and input from everybody. So this is not us My personal account, I'm up $40 now. I was up 800.
Yeah.
I was down 800.
Get it.
I'm back to like there, but I can switch over on my screen, which we're not on it, but it doesn't matter. I can switch over to the house account. The house account is where you all 5,000-6,000 of you here are able to give us your thoughts and opinions. Today, a lot of the ones that we collected overnight that we have a process put into place from our live fund traders, we're looking to the long side. And it's a pretty hard sell off all day. Try to firm up, but it just keeps selling off. So, yeah, welcome to the world of trading, I guess.
Yeah, this is like when we're trading at the prop shop, proprietary firm. I was talking trade ideas. They didn't come to fruition. Guess what? We didn't lose money on it. So, second best outcome.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I was doing a big picture here on the S&Ps, and we haven't seen this level since February 21st. The trend on the S&P, positive all the way until just a little while ago, and now we're trending to the downside. Now, the question is this a continuation? Is there going to be anywhere where we can call support, resistance, support? I'd like to know where the pivot line is, but I haven't seen this since February.
So, Michael, let me ask you about this. Let's talk about this. So, all the levels that we got provided to us kind of have been exhausted, right? How do we recalibrate? How do we pivot from here when all the levels have been essentially exhausted in terms of trade ideas and levels? Where do we go from here? I guess we can all talk about this, I suppose. Well, none of the levels came into play. The trade ideas didn't really come to fruition, and we got about 22 minutes here left in the session, in our fast markets for the time being, but 5 more hours left in the markets. How do we pivot from here? How do we reassess?
You look at the levels that it did pause on, and then we talked about retesting. John always mentions that, and today I was talking about when things retest. Right now, it just it melted through a few of them.
Yes, it did.
We'll go back and retest. Join us for Power Hour because that's the end of the day, and then you can get a full glimpse. I always, even if you don't trade, stay in tune with what the market's doing all day and how it responds, because the levels may not have held up now, but maybe they hold up if it comes back to retest it from underneath.
Isaac Rivera in here says, I like this. We reanalyze the charts after the close, then again pre-market, open tomorrow, and then determine new levels.
Yep.
Top-down approach, weekly chart, daily chart, 4-hour chart, hourly, 30-minute, 15-minute, and then just see whether you can find new levels. So this is where having a systematic approach can help you a lot rather than going, now what? Well, you repeat the same thing that we repeated today. So we start on the larger time frame, drill downwards, and we try to make sense of it, mark up levels of interest, whether it's supply and demand, low volume nodes, high volume nodes, profile conditions, value area, all of that now will be available to us the next day. And that's why it's so important to make that daily plan every single day. So I never come to trade and go, oh, now what? No, you always see me go, start on the daily chart. Okay, what's happening here? So I have a little note here on my chart that I said trend exhaustion, possibly. So while I will still take long opportunities, I will also bail if they're not actually pushing the trades higher with the trend, because obviously we've been in this range now for a number of days. Then you go down to a 4-hour chart, and you do the same thing. So what we've got supply up here, we've got some demand here in the middle, we've got a more significant demand down here, so that's a range. Like all of that is just a part of analysis that you can use the next day. It's just you're going to have an extra candle to work with, and you have to incorporate that new piece of information into your next day's plan.
Love it. Good stuff here, guys. Great stuff, as I say all the time. Hey, shout out to Trade Sauce here in the chat with this very valuable comment. If you learn from this, don't listen to the host. Trade your own trade.
Yes.
Shout out to Trade Sauce.
Yeah.
Shout out to Trade Sauce for that.
Trade your own plan, guys. No matter what. We're trying to formulate. We're trying to formulate collectively the house account thing. But I'm still trading my own personal, thoughts and opinions on the direction of the market, as we all should, because there's no way you can't. And there's no way to trade longevity wise if you can't figure that part out first of your own game.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, all right, as we did make new lows in the equities, we are seeing a bit of a bounce. This is a dead cat bounce. I know people don't like that, but maybe a little profit taking, if you will. We're gonna keep an eye on those levels. Jack, let's hit Mr. Series 3 with the Series
Yeah, you
3
couldn't
if we-
escape without one of these MP.
Yeah,
So
let's
if the
get 'em.
markets are
Oh,
moving,
man.
do it.
Yeah, I was reading on it last night. It's tough. I'm in the tough section. Unit 5
no.
is tough right now.
He's in the thick of it.
Basis and
Well, this one was an economics-based question from it.
Oh, you got to get this one, Michael.
So let's see what we got. Demand elasticity
I
exists
hate
when
elasticity.
price change. I think it should be prices. Might have been asked there. A, result in little or no change in consumption or production. B, creates an increase or decrease in consumption. C, creates an increase or decrease in production. Or D, none of the above.
Oh, I hate elasticity.
demand elasticity is supply and demand. Elasticity is the if a price change, does it change the demand of it? Like think gasoline. If a price change, it doesn't change the demand. It actually because you got to fill up and you got to eat. So I just read this one. So price change is if price change is not sensitive to the demand, it's inelastic. If price change is sensitive and changes demand,
Pressure's on.
it's
elastic.
elastic. Yes, but what out of all these creates an increase or decrease in consumption? It's supply and demand. So I'd say none of the.
So
I'd say none of the
it's
above.
demand elasticity. So when prices change, all right, elasticity exists. You're almost there, Mike.
Hold on, hold on really quickly. Jack, can we you guys do a poll? We got to help make the community have the poll going right now.
Chat is already kicking it in, and it looks like, if you want me to give it to you, B is the
Not yet. Just put a poll in here. I want to get to this. This is actually a tough one, Jack. Go ahead, Jack.
This is a hard one. I hated these in school.
I'm adding a poll for it. Okay, so yeah, walk you through the economics. So you're almost there. So demand elasticity, as you mentioned, exists when prices change. So like if prices changed and demand is elastic, what would happen?
If prices change and demand's elastic, then in economics you'd substitute, like if it's live cattle prices how about this? If it's corn prices increase and you're a farmer that needs to feed cattle, you'd switch to oats or soybeans or whatever to find a cheaper substitute to feed your cattle.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where. So this is the tough one. This is very good. This is a very good one.
Do the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire rules and just do the poll the audience. I look at the poll right now. We'll give you a strong indication.
Creates an increase or decrease in consumption. Demand elasticity exists when price change. So price change creates an increase or decrease in consumption.
You had it, Michael.
I think I'm still none of the above because some supply and demand is what. So I don't know. I'm none of the above. You can get a 70% on this.
Let's see the answer here. It is.
You're right. You're right.
You were dancing around the answer in every way, Michael. Basically, if demand elasticity exists, when prices change, that means the amount people are consuming will change. Like you said, with gasoline is inelastic, so changes in price don't really change how much people buy. But with something like, I don't know, expensive chocolates or something like that, or items that you can do without, right? So it is B, and that's how we series 3.
Okay, good question, guys. That was awesome. That's helpful.
That was good. Hey, you had the right thought process. Boy, I was so terrible at inelasticity in school. Oh, I could not stand that portion. But it's real. Michael described it perfectly, but just didn't recognize the way it was worded. Shooter TX said. 100% Shooter TX.
Yeah.
When you do take the test, we'll make sure that the chat is open.
Yeah, right. I know. Thank you, chat. What was it? B, 61%? Hell yeah, guys. 9% of us or D. I was in the D. Yeah, I know. It's wording. They even tell you in the book when you start studying, they're going to manipulate the words and try to mislead you.
Which is lame, but whatever.
It is
So I
lame.
talked to
Yeah,
my
I agree.
well,
And
Deeyana
these
and I-
tests are always about that. It's always
Wait,
about
are we
trick
testing the knowledge? Or are we
questions.
testing
It's
how
like,
you like?
yeah.
Yeah, are we testing how
well,
the
hold
question
on,
is written? Or are we
hold
testing the
on.
knowledge? That's
I
my
had
rant
that
for the day.
same
That's
beef. I had
Andre's
that
rant for the day.
Yep.
Thank you.
That's true. I had.
There we go.
I
Andre
shared
rant.
that rant.
Thank you.
I shared that same positioning, Andre, with Andrew, our corporate attorney. We have ones that do IP, and he's just kind of the corporate guy. And I went out to dinner with him. I'm like, this is bullshit. It says this stuff in here, and it says it's going to be. He's like, man, they're just preparing you so you can hear different things because it's how they like. He's passed the law. He's like in the bar, whatever. He's a lawyer, passed the bar. He's like, the bar does the same thing. It tries to minute, so then you are better prepared. So it's not just like, I don't know, textbook. So it's actually put into like real questions that somebody may ask or something. I'm like, oh, I forget what he used, but it just made more sense when he said it.
Somebody in chat is saying short life hacks said, I remember series 7 was all trick questions. It was BS, so I let the license expire. I had the same thing. I had an RDR qualification, which is kind of a similar thing over here in the UK. And I was just like, when am I going to use that as a prop trader? Like, never. It's not that useful for what we do. Because we're looking at technical levels. And yeah, sure, it opened my eyes to some, correlations that maybe I wouldn't have noticed before. But apart from that, and there was like a section about options. And that was it. So the rest of it is all like regulation, taxation, compliance, and then a whole bunch of questions that I will literally never use as somebody who works at a prop shop. And so I was just like, yeah, whatever, man. I don't need this.
Well said, D. I don't understand what purpose it serves. Well, hey, I mean, you are learning something here.
If you want to work for an asset management, if you want to work for an asset management firm, where you have to apply the portfolio theory, you have to report to investors and people who are not in the industry. Yeah, I can see the point, but for me personally, I'm just like whatever.
Yeah.
Hey, shout out to Command.
So that's
bit of a bad day today. Yeah. Wish you all wonderful for the rest of the day. Shout out to Command. Keep us on, man. Shout out to the yes, I agree, Deeyana.
So those that are tuning in for the first time, Series 3, what we do here is we provide these pop quiz. And you're like, why do you do them? We do them so you can have another layer of getting smarter and filling up the think tank in a different area. And then eventually, Top Step will be having like a little competition of sorts, combine, maybe Series 3 combine, of course. If you can complete this, we'll pay for your test. That's something that. But right now, Top Step people in-house are all practicing and getting familiar with things, but we're wanting to do it together with you guys. So there is a long tail to this that's going to be beneficial to everybody that's trading at Top Step to get that educational added to your LinkedIn or your resume that you're Series 3 passed. You already got the trading combine that you're managing risk. You can add that to your LinkedIn or your resume as far as getting risk management, understanding futures. So padding that resume.
Good stuff. Hey, new lows or not lows. Yeah. Just seeing a sell off in crude.
Everybody needs a good resume.
Everybody needs a good resume.
Is that what he just hit me with his resume? Yes, crude trading around $84. Did tick beneath there, $83.97. Hey, we got a huge hello. Hey, real quick, we got a huge update here from one of our live funded traders. Solomon A. Solomon A is up $46,000 in their live account today as we speak. Thank you, Mick. $46,000 in their live account as we speak right now. And we're only 2 hours in this trading session. Holy moly. Thank you for that update, Mick. Solomon A up $46,000 in their live account today.
Trading, that's one account
and keeps it.
Yeah, locks it up. I'd like to know what his position. I'd like to know what his position size is because that's one account putting up size, short, and that's really impressive.
Yeah. Holy moly, 46. That I don't know what the record is, but that's got to be up there, right? One day, one life, one account.
Yeah.
Somebody shooting size.
No,
there will be the time to just lock it up for the month. Take the profit and go have some time off.
What's our biggest in a day? Anybody have it offhand?
That's the biggest number I can recall offhand.
I feel like somebody made 60.
Like 75.
Oh, Kyle K. Kyle K was doing crazy numbers, wasn't he?
He was.
I still follow him. I follow him on Instagram. Dude travels all over. He's a wild dude.
He is. Danny trades 70K.
Danny trades that. Yeah, I think you're right.
Did he?
He was one of them.
All
He was
right,
up
there you go. Big numbers. Shout out to Solomon K. If you're in the chat, at least let us know you're watching so everyone can show you some love. Big time numbers. Thank you for that update, Mick. Holy moly. It's not like the market's been that volatile. New lows in crude here as we're trading $83.87. Just popped off the new lows, $83.83. Great year.
Someone poked it with a stick.
Someone poked it with a stick. Finally.
Hey, yeah.
Wake up. 83. Great year,
Welcome
Michael.
to the party, crude oil.
We got around 50. Sorry, so we're seeing another consolidation here in NASDAQ and S&P's down a little bit as well.
8 a.m. Holy bananas. Solomon was up 4,800 at 8 a.m.
Yeah, you seeing this?
And now up 44,000 at 10 a.m.
What the hell is that?
If you could extrapolate that hourly rate,
come close, he'll be up 200 grand. Yes, very impressive. Solomon, you caught Michael's attention here as he looked at the graphic, and he is now investigating deeper, as you can tell.
It's an NBA payroll sitting on the bench.
Yes, it is. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I would be happy with 2K a day. LOL. Internet Explorer. Where have you been all my life? I hung out with you in the 90s, bro.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah. I would be happy with 2K. I know, me too. 2K a day is nice. But folks, if you have never taken a payout ever before, if you've never been funded before, don't focus on these numbers. Focus on scratch trading.
Focus on the number of ticks and then trade small until you get there. So, you can extrapolate backwards. How many ticks on a particular contract size would it take you to actually make 2,000 on average? And then just go and try to do the same in micros to remove the stress and to see whether you can actually do it. And then it's just a matter of slowly scaling up, making sure when you get yourself into a hole, not to keep getting yourself in a hole, but slow down, which is the hardest part to do. And just keep going. It's all about the ticks in the end. If you don't focus on monetary values, you will get there. It's all the same trade. It's just a different size contract.
Mm-hmm. All right. Just chop around. I always say chop around. It's let's say chop around. Just kind of barcoding here, which happens as we saw earlier. We'll take another leg lower. I'm sure the longs are accumulating here, but taking a look. You think the longs 50-50, nothing super heavy. We did see that 80% earlier, and then we did fall out of bed. Oh, I got a Delta update from John about 18 minutes ago. ES minus 5,500, NQ minus 5,500. So that was congruent with market direction, price action, I should say.
So saying D lost me at extrapolate. Okay, I'll try not to use big words then, okay?
We do have about 3 minutes left here in fast markets. And all right, update on Delta. We'll keep tracking this throughout the day. Hopefully it plays out into power hour. Something we are tracking. But keep in mind, this is a bell-to-bell day. We have 2 more forums coming out for you. If you did miss the first one, any of them, we will have a chance for the tardy to the party, a little makeup, a mulligan, if you will. Tune into Slow Markets.
Breakfast ball.
A breakfast
What do you call
ball.
it? A breakfast?
There you go. Boy, well, you joined a country club. You learned all these terms, didn't you, Michael?
I'm really, really bad at golf.
Please tune into Slow Markets this evening from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. I will actually be joining Dakota this evening, trading the house account, trading some Nikkei, ES, NASDAQ. We'll see. We'll see what comes in, but I'm going to get a crash course in the Nikkei by one of the best traders here at TopStep, Mr. Dakota himself.
No, Andre. Best traders in the futures trading community. At this moment in time,
you heard it.
I'm calling it. And you're like, no, he's not. Tom put up more. If Dakota wanted to extrapolate his one account 20 times, he would be bigger than anybody in the industry. Period.
He said $2 million bucks. $2 million bucks.
Yeah, $2 million. Okay, like yeah. Okay, so yeah, you put the status symbol on their one account because the other ones is like how many accounts can you buy? You extrapolate it, and next thing you know, I'm a great trader. Doesn't make sense. So that goes back to my argument that you got to say your one account P&L and then be like, well, then I bought 20 accounts to add to it. So I'm done with this stuff, but you get the extrapolation. So
too many calls.
So Dakota's the best in the league. Best in the league.
real quick before we wrap this up. Deanna, thank you very much. Eddie, thank you very much. We're going to see more of them as the week and day progresses. New sellers here in crude, new lows. Looking back to this, we do have the group coaching form pinned to the top of the chat. Please get those questions in for group coaching in a little bit here today. We really appreciate that. We'll try to get to all of them, and we always do. We got about 1 minute left here. No house account trades today, Michael. We'll always keep those levels coming in. We're going to reassess daily. Looking to pull a trigger on these accounts because TopStep's going to be doing it bigger than everybody. We do real trades, real P&Ls, one account. That's how we do it. Michael, thank you for joining us. What are we up for? What's the final count today? $40. My man, you got lunch. That's a burger and Aspen right there.
Yes, it is.
That's a burger.
Yes, it is with no fries. Burger with no fries.
No fries.
Is that the going rate?
Yes.
It's up there.
Right there.
Right now,
It's
there's nobody here right now. You have the whole town to yourself. Nobody here.
Really?
It's the end of ski season. There's like 1 week left, but nobody comes. Nobody comes at April 17th to ski here. So
unless you're gonna hike it. All right. That was very, very enjoyable. Profitable. Yes, profitable as well. Great to see everybody. Stay tuned. It is a bell-to-bell day. We do have power players coming up. Get a load of this. This is on first. I have an Andre A joining us. So an Andre will be talking with an Andre who is joined by a Robert. So that's coming up on Power Players. I see Andre in the green room right now. Guys, that was exceptional. Michael, we're not going to see you for the rest of the day. Please leave us with some words of wisdom. Your rant count is up to 7 today. Can we make it 8?
I overstayed my welcome with rants. I'm exhausted. Everybody's annoyed. I'm even annoyed with my own stuff.
Well.
Even D got in
I
there.
didn't realize. Yeah, I didn't realize it was a rant though. I thought I was just like talking, and apparently some people took it as a rant.
That's what we're doing, Deanna. We're just talking.
Yeah.
All right, guys. We'll appreciate that.
Just talking.
Hey, stay tuned with us. Bell to Bell Day. A lot more coming today. Don't forget, we got the beige book. We got a 20-year auction. Beige book coming up. Power Players coming up with Andre A. We will be back right after this. Stay tuned. Let's get it. I must say this is a first in my life. Joining us right now, the power player himself, another Andre. This is Andre A. Andre, welcome to Power Players. He's joining us from Miami, Florida. He's been a Topstep trader with us for about 2 months. He has 4 years of trading experience. Previously worked at a hedge fund as well as a Goldman Sachs analyst. Ooh, Dolby, I hope you heard that. Currently focusing on growing Edgeful. He is the CEO and founder of Edgeful. Andre A., welcome to the show. How are you doing today? Tell us about yourself a little bit more. Introduce yourself to everybody here.
Perfect. Thank you guys for having me. I really appreciate it. Obviously, my name is Andre. This is the second one on the show right now. I'm actually from New Jersey originally. I moved down to Miami in late 2019, so before the crazy COVID inflow, and I've been here ever since. I have always been obsessed with the financial markets, with trading, so I've been realistically focused on it for many, many years. But then I joined a hedge fund. I was an analyst at a hedge fund in Boston called Weiss Asset Management. Did a lot of stuff there. Unfortunately, can't talk too much detail. They have extremely strict NDAs there. But then I was an analyst at Goldman Sachs for just around 2 years, and a wonderful experience working with some incredible people. Left Goldman, started to trade, and then when I started to trade, I obviously, with a very technical background, I wanted to see more data, and I personally trade options currently, but the people would talk about gap fills, but they would talk about them as if they fill all the time, which is obviously not the case. Nothing in trading happens all the time. And I downloaded a bunch of data and was able to see that myself. And I would start to this is how I started to develop my edge in trading, is to look at the data, which is kind of the founding story of Edgeful, because there isn't any platform that simplifies the data in the way that I was able to do it in Excel, and the way that I was no longer able to do it in Excel, actually, because it really becomes very clunky after a while. It's like Excel's not suited for this type of analysis. So that's the story of Edgeful, how it was founded, just to kind of simplify a bunch of data for traders and show them the probabilities.
Well, I like that. Robert, that speaks to you in a bit. I should say. Real quick, we are seeing some sellers coming in here in the S&Ps, NASDAQ, as well as the Dow. Crude oil selling off as well. So those are all four trading together. Robert, something piqued your interest there when you started saying data-driven. Robert, what do you got for Andre A. here?
Yeah, it's the same thing. Thank you, and welcome to the broadcast, Andre. Happy to have you on. I have heard your name before because I was on a segment with Anne-Marie Ban, and we were just having this discussion about data, how things are driven, and your name came up. So I don't know exactly how that whole back end thing happened with you being here, but we are glad you're here. I love talking stats. I love talking data. So I'm super excited to be on this section here, this segment. So let me ask you this. With your data for your oh,
look at him using the mute button. Hey, well done, Robert. Hey, shout out to I knew something was wrong. My partner was silent.
Sorry about that.
There you are. No, you're good, man. I appreciate
something.
you using that mute button. Hey, we're still seeing more sellers here in NASDAQ, new lows, S&Ps. I'm going to let Robert catch his breath real quick, take a sip of water while he resumes that question. I'm just filling time here like a good partner does. Robert, are we back to 100? No, Robert?
We're back. We're back. I'm watching.
All right, great. We're still seeing some sellers. Well. Robert, get back in there, my man. That's my partner right there. I got to cover for him.
All right, Trey. Appreciate that. Mute button. Your information, like you take all this info and you aggregate it between multiple sources, come up with some hypothesis and present information. How does that work with your Edgeful?
So the way that we do it, we have a bunch of different API providers. So we gather the data from a lot of different sources, but what we do is we filter the data through different reports. So we have a report for anything pretty much. And I'd love to hear from you guys too, what reports you'd want, because we build custom reports for free. So, for example, I know that Austin Silver was on here, I think last week, maybe 2 weeks ago.
Yesterday as well? Yep. Wow.
Yep. And he had brought up Edgeful, and he had brought up the previous day's range report. And that was actually a custom request by one of his friends, James. So we built that out for him. So he said for every time price breaks yesterday's low, how often do we close bearish? And for every time price breaks above yesterday's high, how often do we close bullish? So we built that out for him specifically, and this is like the type of thing that we do. So another example would be for gap fills, which I know are obviously not as prevalent in futures. So like the previous week's range, how often do we touch the previous week's high? How often do we touch previous week's low? And what are the probabilities around that? So what we do is we have all the data, and then we can repurpose it as many times as we want to accommodate any trading style realistically, even if it's not what we want. Like, for example, there's a lot of stuff in Edgeful that I personally don't use, but it doesn't matter to me. Like, if you trade based on the cycles of the moon and we can build a report for it, I don't care. We'll build it out for you.
Mm-hmm.
So people have, yeah. Well, not that specifically.
Sorry. We're going to be posting a lot of your links here, Andre. Keep going. We're going to be posting a lot of your links here as you keep going. Okay, so you're talking about custom indicators and all that. Please go on.
Yeah. So, well, here I have Edgeful right here. So what we have is we have stocks. Obviously, we have Forex and futures. I'm going to focus, obviously, for the sake of this, I'm going to focus on futures. We have 3 different report types. So we have price action reports, which is the largest library of reports. We have volume as well. And then we have indicator reports. So actually, this is a pretty decent one. And this week has been a little bit out of the ordinary, as I'm sure you guys can tell. Like Monday and yesterday have been a little bit out of the ordinary, specifically Monday. Here's a good example of a report. Quick high level for people who are watching that are not familiar with this platform. This report shows average volume and range by weekday. I personally very strongly believe that not every weekday is the same. They don't have the same personality. They don't trade the same way. You can see that because Mondays have the lowest average volume and the lowest average range of any weekday. Whereas you can clearly see volume and range increase throughout the week. So Mondays tend to have choppier price action, not as much continuation, a lot of fake outs, that barcode price action that you guys were talking about just a few minutes ago. Whereas later in the week, a lot higher volume, a lot bigger range, makes trading a lot easier. There's a lot more momentum and continuation. So in this case for ES, that this is like the case. It's very, very similar for SPY, very similar for QQQ and NQ. But then for like not everything is the same. So if we switch to Platinum, for example, a little more flat throughout the week. So now the way that I use this personally is to say, let's switch back to ES for a second. My targets are not going to be as far away on Mondays, and I'm not going to expect a larger move that Monday's not going to provide. Whereas on Thursday and Friday, later in the week, there's more opportunity there because there is more volume and range. So there's literally more meat on the bone later in the week. Does that make sense? Perfect.
Yeah, it makes. I followed it completely, and I'm used to seeing that chart there because that's the one that. And I want to keep you going on this, but not to sidebar. But that's the one that Anne-Marie was showing us. And the one thing that she found, and maybe you can pull it up because you know how to run that. Obviously, you made it. Where it was something to do, and I may screw this up, but it was something to do where Tuesdays, if it was a up gap fill. Yes. Like from the close of one day to open the next, it was 100% that it closed the gap. And then Thursdays was like 100% that if it was a gap down, it went up. I may have those wrong, so correct me on that. But pull up that chart. And that was an amazing stat for me to see. Like, wow, just hey, if it's a Tuesday and it's a gap up, you may as well just short it and hope for the best since it's 100% fill over the past, since January, I think it was.
Yeah. So you guys can see this chart, and I'm just going to switch to the MES quick, just so I can pull up a clean chart. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up this indicator here that highlights the different sessions. So I'll switch to the 1 hour quickly. And then, something just before I continue to explain the gap fills. Within Edgeful, when you're on futures, it's very, very important that you know what session you're looking at. So right now we're on the New York session. And what that means is we're considering the data within each New York session and not the sessions outside of that. So technically realistically, there are no gaps in futures because price is practically continuous besides the 1 hour where they close. But when you look at it from session to session, there can be gaps up and down. So in this case, I'll just show you here. So here you take the close of the previous period. So we're looking at this day here. So you take the close of the previous period, and actually I'll just use a different one as an example because this is a better example. So you take the close of this period to the open of the following period. So you can see there's a gap up here between these two lines. The gap filled right here when it touched the previous day's closing price. So we measure gaps day over day. So at a very, very simple example, Monday closes at $100, Tuesday gaps up to 105. Price has to come down to 100 on Tuesday to count as a gap fill. If price stays above on Tuesday and never touches 100, that is a gap not filled, and we don't measure gaps multiple days out. So the gaps in November, these I don't know how much you guys pay attention to NVIDIA or something, but it's for visual purposes, it's a great example. These huge daily gaps you'll see in November, those are all not filled. And if price ever, probably not, if price ever comes back down to those levels, that would still remain a not filled gap. So any questions on that just to clarify how we measure the gaps?
No questions. No questions.
Sounds like on and off. Yeah, and just watching the chat, it just sounds like on and off, right? If it doesn't fill, it doesn't fill. It's not it's going to calculate a percent of fill and say, well, this is a partial, whatever. You're just saying it is or it isn't. 1, 0, yes, no, black and white, right? That's awesome. That's awesome.
That's correct. Yeah. So very binary, very black and white. Something else that I want to talk about is that nothing in here is a matter of opinion. We don't have any opinions in here.
Love that.
It's all matter of fact. Yeah. So whether it's more suitable or more favorable for me, whether I'm showing this to someone, it doesn't matter. If something happens 80 or 100% of the time, obviously that's more beneficial, but it's not up to me. I have no control about what goes in here. This is all the market data, and it is what it is. So we don't have any signals. We don't have buy signals. We don't have sell signals. We don't have targets. We don't have any of that. So just to keep in mind.
No, that's great. It's just data. Do what you wish with it, right? Because everybody knows, hey, this is the closing price yesterday. This is the open price today. You do with what you want. This is the higher high. This is the lower low. You do with it what you want. So that's where as traders, we can take and look at the same information, and we do this a lot. We'll be on screen. I'll use Dre as an example. We'll both be looking at a chart. Hey, NQ. Hey, see that push? Look at the volume. Look at these levels. He goes, I'm long. I go, I'm short. It doesn't matter. It's what you're doing for yourself with the data. Because he may be taking that long for a long run, and I may be taking that short to buy that to sell that little pullback. So it's irrelevant. So I'm glad you really spelled out to say there's no opinions. It's just literally simply data. Do what you want. That's amazing.
Yeah, and I feel that as I go through this, so top to bottom, there's not much here. You can select, you can move around, look at different contracts, you can look at different sessions, you can look at different reports. We have one visual representation, a table, a quick explainer graph, and then text explainer, and then a video explainer to actually walk you through top to bottom how everything is laid out. But it's very simple, as you can see. There's no bells and whistles, there's no accessories, nothing else, because from what I've seen, a lot of the platforms that are available right now are incredible tools, but there's so much going on that people get a little bit distracted and don't know what to do with it. So what we want to do is really narrow the focus to what's important, which is the probabilities and the data behind what these moves are. So very simple, very simplified, like very bare bones. And that's the way that we want to keep it, just because realistically, like, data is its own language. Like, becoming an analyst is not something that everyone is particularly interested in doing. And understanding data and being able to like really parse through it and extract what's useful is very difficult, and it has a huge learning curve. So in this case, what we want to do is kind of make it easy on the eyes, make it intuitive, make it digestible, where people that may not have a lot of experience with data can actually benefit from this.
I like that. All right, Andre, I got a question for you.
Sure.
Have you ever ran a report or created a report, and the results, something came back, like an aha moment came back, or a light bulb went off, something unexpected came back from the report, and you're like, holy blank, I didn't expect to see this, but now it's completely illuminating, and now you view things in a completely different light because you ran a certain report?
I'm going to be honest. There's two of them. And these
Yeah.
were actually the first two that I built in that Excel file that I was talking
No
about
kidding.
before.
Tell us.
So the first report that I built in the Excel file was the gap fill report. And then if you look at it by weekday and you look at Mondays, gaps down on Mondays. So when Mondays open below Friday's close, 80% of the time in the last year, price will increase to touch Friday's closing price.
Say that again. Say that one more time.
You're good. Friday closes, Monday opens below Friday's close. 80% of the time in the last year, 80% of the time in the last year, price increases to touch Friday's closing price.
Huh.
So it doesn't always open below Friday's close, but for the times that it does, very bullish.
No kidding. So gap down on the
Doesn't
Monday
mean
reopen. It's a bullish. I mean, 80%. It's a 80% bullish play. Essentially, is what you're
Correct.
saying.
Yes.
Damn, Andre.
Now, Andre, sorry, I do need to interject this here. It doesn't mean it's going right there. It could go
Absolutely.
against you for a period of time. Then, okay, I want to be clear on that so the chat isn't like, wait a second, 80% of the time,
100%.
long, and I'm done. Okay, I just want to make sure that everybody
clarification,
understands that, 'cause
Robert.
this is just data.
Very good
Yeah, I want to make sure I get
clarification.
that in.
We actually have a report for that on how large is the pullback against you before it comes to fill.
My man.
Of course you do.
So,
My man. All right. Very nice.
So-
Okay, so you guys heard that. Okay, very cool. Very cool. Go on.
so right now, the one that we're talking about currently is the bi-weekday. So you can see, you can quickly toggle through each weekday and how things move. So gaps down on Fridays as well, 83% of the time, they will rise to touch Thursday's closing price. So when Friday opens below Thursday's close, 83% of the time in the last year will rise to touch that closing price. Then the buy spike variant is the one that I'm talking about, which is how far away will it move before coming down to fill the gap, which is right here. So this is on ES, and there is so on a gap up, for example, here, I'll actually show you this right here. So on a gap up, this is the explainer graph that we have. You're looking at you can expect almost a $7 move up before coming back down to fill the gap on average. So that's this area right here. So price opens above yesterday's close, and you can expect a $7 move up before coming down to touch the previous day's closing price. Does that make sense?
Robert,
Makes
this
total
one's a little bit
sense.
of outside of this one doesn't to me. Robert, you got this one?
I do, yeah. And I'm a techo geeky nerdy strategic math guy here. So and algo stuff. So I love this stuff, and it does make total sense. Like it's not going right there, and thank you for
Correct.
delving into the second half of the question there, because that was what I was going to ask next, but you already covered it. It's not just going to, hey, we just gap down and it goes right to it. It's going to go away from it. Well, how much does it go away? How far? What's the percentage before it goes to it? And you're listing out all the all the goodies there, throwing all the cookie crumbs out there for the way. Dre, you got another question? If not, I got something else for him.
No, hit him. I'm really I'm still wrapping my head around the 80% that gap close. Obviously not all the time, but yeah, that was super strong stuff. We pinned to the top here. We got the link to Edgeful. Let's do a quick market update, Robert, before we get back to you. We got the NASDAQ making new lows, ES making just popped off the lows. It's about $2 off the lows there. Crude continues to see a bit of a nosedive today, trading beneath 84. Wow, going down to $83. Man, we just beneath 84. Okay, crude is in a nosedive right now. A couple updates from earlier before. Solomon, our live funded trader, last time we told you he was up $46,000. Scratch that, up $52,000 now with no working orders. He appears to be flat on the day. Shout out to Brett. Good one for the update there. Up $52,000 on the day, getting close to one of our records. As well, we got two payout reports to report as well. We have Sean C. just requested a payout for $10,000, as well as Sarisha requested a payout for $7,500. All today on this Bell to Bell Wednesday on TopstepTV. Big numbers, one account, live trades, and super interesting guests like Andre A. right here. Robert, what do you have for Andre A? Let's go. This is good stuff.
Yeah, I want to make sure I'll be clear. I did sneak in a trade there while you were talking. It kind of fit my little pattern. I just jumped in, took a short out of it. We're up $34 on that micro. I had to do it. It was sitting right. I can trade when I'm on the air and you guys are talking, so I let it go.
Yeah.
That's my bad. I didn't want to call it out and interrupt him. Andre, did you have any other thoughts to finish on what you were explaining there? Because I have a slight tangent I want to ask you about. So the floor is yours until you're ready.
In this case, no. The one thing that I would say, that just to finish on the other Andre's question, very very high level. What were the two reports that I was talking about?
Yep.
Was the gap fill was one of them, which we just reviewed, and the other one was this one, the volume and range by weekday. And just to kind of reiterate what I was saying before, that personally, this is my personal opinion, I don't believe that every weekday behaves the same. They have different personalities, and you should trade them as such. I don't think that a Thursday or a Friday behaves like a Monday. And I think that you should adjust your strategies, your profit targets, your stop loss, your sizing based on that to accommodate the days, because obviously the market doesn't know our positions. It doesn't know our size. It doesn't care about our stop losses. And we need to accommodate and adjust and adapt to how the market is behaving overall and by weekday, in my opinion. But that's the other thing that I already touched on it, but just to close the loop on that question.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that I don't think that it's your opinion, that it is fact that the days are different. So
yeah,
so
I don't like to. I don't want to be too pushy, but yeah, I very very strongly believe that for sure.
Yeah, that's really good. Now I get a little pivot thing for you. I want to ask you about your time over at Goldman as the hedge fund. And my question isn't specifics for them. This is my question. During your time there, in your experience and knowledge, and what you've gained from exposure, and then what you see in like the options world, I know you do vertical chain here, vertical credit spreads, and now some option just buys and puts, and now with futures with Topstep as a Topstep trader. What do you see as the biggest differences between, hey, I am Andre and I am sitting here at Goldman Sachs and I'm doing vertical spreads here, and now I am Andre and I'm in the futures world making these awesome groovy charts and graphs and data analysis stuff. What is the biggest difference in there? Can you share that journey for us a little bit, please?
Yeah, of course. So my time at Goldman was actually an incredible learning experience and extremely brutal. Just to be completely transparent, the hours are 7 a.m. to 3 a.m. every single day. Jesus. And you get you're available 24/7 no matter what, and it's definitely not for the faint-hearted. So it's being there, you learn how to work like tirelessly, and you learn how to take on way more than what you think you can, because the way that they do it there is they give you an assignment that takes 3 or 4 days to do, and they make you do it in 2 days. And then on the second day, when you're halfway done with the first one, they give you another one. And then it just like kind of cascades. And then it's just like this never ending process. So being there really teaches you how, like, the work ethic piece, which I think in trading, everyone knows it requires a ton of work and it requires a ton of effort and resilience a lot, like for the most part, because you're going to have bad days, you're going to have good days, and you need to be able to like stick through it and have the confidence to continue. And so in terms of like more of like the psychological side of working at Goldman Sachs is very beneficial to be able to do that. And then also like the cultural piece. I know that I'm not touching on the trading, which I'm going to get to in a second, but the cultural piece is also very important. You're surrounded by you're surrounded by the best of the best, which in any industry, in anything that you want to do, you want to be surrounded by these high level people that can push you, which in trading is very important because trading is obviously a very lonely business. So what you guys are doing is obviously incredible. You guys have built an amazing community, and it's very important for other traders that might feel alone to be surrounded by this like amazing group of people. But in terms of the difference between working at Goldman, what I was doing there was more portfolio construction and like portfolio management and more long-term investing and building portfolios for clients, like based on their age, based on like how much money they were making or how much money they want to spend or what their concentration is in a certain stock, like if they were an insider or whatever. So pretty different from what I do now in terms of the trading options and the selling vertical spreads and longing options as a whole. It's a very, very different business. So that's the one of the biggest differences is investing, portfolio construction, considering estate tax, estate structures, like how are you going to pass your money along to your kids, et cetera. And understanding that like certain exposures to your portfolio, like do you have too much tech? Are you maybe you're getting a little bit older and you don't want that risk exposure for the longer term, or you think a certain sector is starting to rotate. So at Goldman, that's like primarily what I was doing there. And then now obviously I trade options for the most part. I've been dabbling in futures a little bit, but my focus is in options. And one of the reports that the volume and range report helped me understand when to sell the vertical spreads. So when you sell a vertical spread, you pretty much, ideally, you want no volatility. You just want everything to stay flat so the options that you collect can expire for everyone listening.
Yep.
Vertical spreads, you want price to stay flat, pretty much. It's a very, very short explanation of it. So when this, like with this report that I built, the volume and range by weekday, I realized that Mondays were perfectly suited for that. And if you go to SPY, actually, do you guys use ATR at all? Average true range?
Yeah. Yeah, some traders do in there, whether it be the daily just to get a direction, or whether it's some intraday stuff on certain 10 period, back 15, 20, whatever the traders want. But ATR is available, yes.
Yeah, perfect. So just very high level, and I'm just going to touch on this very quickly, and then I'll continue. But when you look at this report, what this measures is how often does price stay below or exceed the daily ATR. So for SPY, we don't have this for futures just yet, but for SPY, the ATR is just around $5.70 right now. So 64% of the time in the last year, price will stay below. The high to low of the day will be less than the current ATR.
Yep.
So how you use this is you say, okay, my expected range is below X number, below this 570, because 64% of the time, you're going to stay within that range. So just to get back to the options piece, when you look at this by weekday, again, I believe that weekdays have certain personalities. 83% of Mondays in the last year have stayed below the daily ATR at the time. So now, Mondays have low volume, they have low range, they respect this range an incredibly high amount. Now you have an incredibly high win rate on selling spreads because you are extremely confident in a certain range. So,
and the direction based on the gap as well, because most of the time that section fills. In this case, the example we showed was an upward gap, where if it gapped up, it's going to reach that. I forgot the percentage of it, but it's really, really high percentage. Even though if it came against you a little bit, it still shot up. Great.
Yes. And so in terms of like the options selling, so what I do now, just to kind of like go back to that, what I do now is when I have an expectation of low volatility, low volume, and low range, perfect days to be an options seller, because that barcode like price action is actually beneficial to me in that case. Whereas on the flip side, when you're buying options or you're buying futures or whatever, you're long just traditionally, you don't want to sit in barcode price action. It's more so like get to my target or get to my stop loss and let's get this over with.
Right.
But when you're selling options, that's what you want. But as we go throughout the week, what you'll notice is that Thursdays exceed that daily ATR 47% of the time. So these are the days, higher volume, higher range, and exceed that that ATR, so you can expect these longer moves, these bigger moves, where there's more meat on the bone, where there's more opportunity. So these are the days where I long options. And that's kind of, if that answers your question, that's kind of the difference in like looking at Goldman versus what I do now. Is it is pretty different, but obviously in the financial industry, they're like, we're looking at the same thing. We're looking at stocks. We're looking
parallels.
Chat's really love this, Andre. Again, thank you for joining us. Andre here joining us with Edgeful. We pinned the link to the top of the chat. Real quick update. We just saw gold fall at about $7 in the last 3 minutes. Crude continue to make new lows. It's going to catch a little bit of a bid here. It could be profit taking, maybe some bottom pickers. Who knows? But yes, while we were talking, all right, gold making another leg lower. We are down. Boy, gold is getting hammered right now. We just we're beneath 2,400. We're trading 23.89, and gold is just getting hammered right now. About $8 in the last 4 minutes. Nasdaq taking a little look lower here, about $3 off the lows there. So everything, the bears are in control as we speak right now. All right, Andre, got a question for you for Edgeful.
Sure.
How would you recommend like a futures trader, newbie, experienced here at TopStep on their TopStep journey? What application, what way could they apply Edgeful to their trading journey to either pass a combine, get funded, so on and so forth? How would you recommend it for the TopStep trader?
Yeah. So honestly, what I think is most important is to think in probabilities, is to think in the next 10 trades, in the next 50 trades, which is a lot of where your edge starts to play out. So in terms of Edgeful, to take the higher probability setups and only take those setups or the higher probability occurrences. So like, let's say the gap's down on Mondays or the gap's down on Fridays, focus on these instances. Some things are not as helpful. Some things are 50-50. Don't take those trades. Those trades are much harder. It's kind of more of a coin toss. And like, for example, gaps down on Tuesdays are kind of a coin toss. Not something that you want to focus on. Focus on if you want to pass a combine, you want to start to become like a little profitable. Focus on the things that have the highest probability setups, and just kind of go through the reports, watch the videos, and our support answers like within an hour. So if you ever have any questions on anything on here, like we answer it practically immediately. So if there's something that you don't understand, I also get on calls with every single one of our users whenever they ask.
Kidding.
So I'll walk you through exactly based on how you like to trade, how you can apply this report to your trading. So that's something that I obviously really like to do because I get to help a lot of people. But one thing, the biggest thing that I would say is sit on your hands. Be able to sit on your hands and don't take a trade for the sake of trading. Take a trade that has a high probability of working out based on what the data shows and not based on your emotions. Not based on this FOMO that you might have or this fear or like a red day you had yesterday. Don't revenge trade. Focus solely on high probability setups. And I mean, you're just bound to win over time. You have the data, you have the results. You're bound to win over time when you stick to the proper setups, which is obviously a very difficult thing. It's easier said than done, but it really is the most difficult, but the most beneficial part of trading, or the most like rewarding part of trading, is being able to sit on your hands, identifying the proper setups.
Well, Andre, you're saying all the same things, all the right things that we talk about here. Sitting on your hands. If you have a 50-50 shot at it, why don't you just wait? Why don't you just wait for? We always talk about getting the extend or getting the furthest out. Hey, we're at the top of the range over here. Let's just see what happens. We see some weakness, or if you see some buyers coming in at the bottom, we have odds. The odds are the same, 50-50 up or down, but the probabilities. Wait for that opportunity. Sit on your hands using tools such as this. I think this is lovely. Let me address that. Anne-Marie first brought this up maybe a week or even two ago, and she said, "Hey, take a look at this," and she showed us with this is amazing. So kudos to Tim in the background here for finding you and bringing you on and working out that whole deal, because this is really good. And knowledge is power, right? Knowledge is power. It doesn't mean you're going to be right, but the more information that you have, and then simplify it, because that's me. I'm the Occam's razor guy of all simplification. It doesn't mean one item. Doesn't mean say, oh, it's a gap. Do this. It's like get all of this information, aggregate it, condense it, consolidate it, and then bring it down and say, this is a pretty good opportunity, a pretty good probability to go at this direction at this time for this long. So this is super amazing. Is there anything else you wanted to add on there? I think Dre had a question for you too.
Go for it.
Well, I've got a question for you, kind of a little off topic. How often does being a hyper rational human being interfere with personal life, man? Everything's buying. Are you too rational in real life, Andre? I mean, I gotta ask. Because I love the logic. 2 + 2 always equals 4 in your book. Sometimes when it comes to relationships, when I have 2 + 2 doesn't always equal 4. How do you deal with that? Please give me some life advice on that.
You sound like my friends. My friends are like, "Are you insane?" I have such a strict routine about how I get up. Everything that I have, routine for me is huge. So my workout clothes are folded the night before I wake up.
Wow.
I get them, put them on, work out, and I have everything done the day before. So super rational, not very emotional. I find that it helps make things easier is to say, okay, what's the logical steps here? How does this work out? I try not to like rage in traffic. In Miami has the worst drivers probably in the country, I would say. And try not to rage in traffic, but like
keyword try keyword try.
Yeah, try.
Yeah.
No, but realistically, it's just the way that I'm wired. But I do let loose sometimes, and I get to kind of like hang out. Like this weekend, I got married, and it was very much like.
Congratulations, everyone in the chat! Congratulations, Andre A. Wow, congratulations!
Thank you.
God bless you.
That
Very
was the
awesome
biggest
stuff.
unplug. Yeah, the biggest unplug that I've had in multiple years was my wedding. Finally, like stepping away for a little bit. So that was kind of like the less rational things. And my now wife, kind of weird to say, but my now wife is a lot less rational. So she doesn't think in terms of like very black and white.
Good on her.
Balance.
Yeah, we balance each other out. For sure.
I've been there. Yeah, it's balanced. I get it.
Congratulations.
Yeah, we balance each other out for sure. But my friends are also very. It's a mix too. So I'm like the super psycho, like very like disciplined, very like. My friends call me. I'm Armenian, and they call me the Armenian psycho instead of the American psycho, like that from the movie. So I don't kill anyone, obviously, but.
Good stuff. Well, we got a couple minutes left here on Power Players. Andre A joining us from Edgeville. People in the chat love, and again, congratulations on your marriage. This has been super rad. Do not be a stranger around here. We're going to have you come back. We're starting to see some more sellers in NASDAQ, S&Ps as well. Dow still holding a bit of a bid, trading sideways. Robert, we can wrap this up here. We got 80% tilt here in crude. So markets are moving here. We got time. I shouldn't have said that. Robert, please carry us out here.
All right, Andre. I always make these funky backgrounds for all the segments that we're on here for our guests. So I made a nice funky one for you. I'm going to tie it into yours as well. And his little thing, I usually like move out of the way so we can all see my background. But for some reason, I didn't realize that I could just uncheck my picture and we can see the thing just well. So I knew there were two Andres, so I had the ChatGPT make a stage of performers here and it put two people on the stage, but unfortunately, I think the one on the left is female. But not unfortunately, it's female, but there's two Andres I was looking for. So anyway, there you go. And now here's my task for you, good sir. That picture on the wall behind you.
Yes.
You don't have to do this right away, but I will expect an answer. Start from the bottom left and go up and left to right. If the point that the picture starts is lower than where it ends, as in low to high, make it a 1. And if it's a high to low, subtract a 1. I'd like to hear what the number is at some point.
Sorry, you gotta give me 1 second to figure that out. Can you repeat that?
Sure. I'll just the picture behind you. There's a whole bunch of lines on it. Starting from the bottom and working up, starting from left and working right. If you go left to right and the low to high, if the first little line is low, and then as you go to the right, it's higher, as in a upward candle, make it a count of 1. For the next one, count 2. If the next one is down, subtract 1. So add 1 every time it goes higher, subtract 1 every time it goes lower. Give me a single number of what that picture represents. I'll know that in a week. Thank you.
Yes, I was going to say I'm going to have to get back to you on that one.
Absolutely. Great having you on, Andre. Dre, it's all yours, man. Andre, wonderful. Looking forward to seeing you again. And we'll chat some stuff offline for sure. Dre, take it away.
You got it. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Andre, for joining us. This has been super interesting. I know the chat really liked it. We got the Edgeville link pinned to the top here. We got your YouTube stuff. We'll keep doing that. Please don't be a stranger. Hang out in the chat. Drop some knowledge in the chat. I think I've seen you in the chat a couple of times, right?
Yep.
I've seen another Andre in there. It's got to be you.
Was on there, yep. When Anne-Marie was on there.
Great. Okay. Well, coming up next, we are watching these markets. Equities are in a bit of a sell-off mode. Gold is in free fall mode. We are down $15 in the last 10 minutes in gold. Markets are moving. Let's take it over to TopQuiz. Dow selling off right now. All right, let's wrap this up, guys, because markets are moving, and we're going to hand this over to TopQuiz with Jack and Alyssa. Andre, thank you again very much for joining us. But we got markets moving. Let's go to TopQuiz. Big today.
Hello, party people. Welcome to Top Quiz. I am Jack, joined by Alyssa for a very special quiz today, Alyssa.
So special, Jack. Happy to be here.
It's so special that if you are signing up right now, sign up quickly, because let's just say that maybe this pinned message is going to disappear shortly for an other sort of form. We're also about to max out Kahoot here if we get to 2,000 people. So we'll probably give out a few more resets than usual. Multiple choice is the top quiz. 4 questions. If you get 3 or 4 right, you're entered into a raffle for 50 resets right now, but I'm going to up it. I'll let you know. With that, it is 11:50. So, Eddie, what's up?
Here we go again. I demand more.
Yes, it is time.
I want it, I need it, and I'm gonna have
It is time for, yes, another bell to bell.
It is time for bell to bell. Now please understand, you do need to stay the whole day and sign all the forms we have to get the reset reward. Include your name and email address.
And speaking of email address, make sure it is the same email address on all 3 of the check-ins. So we're going to keep this form up for about 15 minutes. And remember, if you missed the first one, you got this one. We're going to let you have a mulligan tonight at 8 o'clock with Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. And of course, Andre is going to be with us here. So remember, if you missed the first one, don't fret. You got a chance tonight to get that third one. But you need 3. You need all 3. And let's have some fun with Jack and Alyssa. Back to you, Jack.
Yeah, quick thing in the chat. Just want to make sure. It says Form 1 people are saying, Alyssa. Is that an issue?
Have them refresh the page. It says 2 for me. So just hit reload.
Okay, here we go. All right, with all that, Alyssa, what a time to be quizzing. We're about to hit our
What a
cap here.
time.
Yes, exactly. Freddie A says his said too. Behind the scene, Alyssa is one of our developers here and was releasing that form right before we got on. So yeah, lots of fun going on here. We'll get through it. Okay, with that, Alyssa, are you ready for some quizzing while we answer the form here?
I'm ready, Jack. Let's do it.
All right, let's do it. Starting off today. Now it says Form 2, they say. Perfect. I got to tell you the story about the now. Okay,
You do.
20 people are in a room. 10 of them buy 1 ES from the other 10. How much has open interest increased? So 10 buyers bought from 10 sellers in the room. There they are, or at least half of them. Is it 5, 10, 15, or 20?
Jack, is it 10?
It is 10. Well played, Alyssa. There's a few on here that you will get for sure. The quiz
Thank
has
you.
started, so we had to end that link. Okay. Kaiser Soze lost all money. Pinch and Poos is back. Win again. Monaga is in first place. All right, let's go on to the second question, which is, if you're only able to fill out 2 of 3 bell-to-bell forms today, when can you get one more chance at the reset? Is it at 6 p.m. by calling Hoag during dinner, at 8 p.m. during Slow Markets with Dakota on YouTube, 10 p.m. by sending MP new leg pills, or 1 a.m. by running into Andre at Tao? I think you probably have an idea here, Alyssa.
Yeah, it's obviously green. No, it's
Yeah. It is B, but if you ever run into Andre at Tao, you have my permission to ask him for a free reset. I'm sure he will appreciate it. Reset and a lot of exclamation points. Jerome Powell is it here now. All right. As a reminder, that B2B form will be pinned up there for 15 minutes total. So a little bit after noon will be when that's down. All right. Question number 3. If the price of an inelastic good increases, then demand for that good will remain about the same, increase significantly, decrease significantly, or none of the above. We dissected economics professor MP earlier. Any ideas?
I'm just going to go none of the above because I love that answer on multiple choice.
Oh, it was A in that case. Remember, inelastic good. The price increases will be greater than the demand increases. Things like gasoline, for instance. You buy about the same. The prices change. There we go. Who's my econ, folks? Ivan Ooze, a Black Swan knew it. Nasty Yee Roblesh, Alpha King Win. Did I mispronounce something?
Oh no, it's great to hear you read some of these out.
Yeah. Oh, we had Daniel Inskeep on the yesterday. All right. And he mentioned the fact that his wife was the person that had that name for a long time in the quiz that I refused to say.
No way.
Yes, she is the legendary Yo Blank So Soft. All right. Final question. Still got a chance to go for it. Here we go. Question number 4 is, from the news earlier, what sports star recently saved a woman from a coyote attack in San Francisco? Was it Lionel Messi, Tom Brady, Brock Purdy, or Caitlin Clark?
I was tuning in earlier and I heard you say one of these names, so I think I know that it is, and I'm going to pause for a second. I think that I know that it is Brock Purdy.
It is Brock So Purdy. There you go. Yes, indeed. All right. I like some of the chat. WTF is this? I don't know. I'm here doing it. Okay. Let's see our winners today. Mikey 000. They've been up there. Black Swan. Oh, that's a murderer's row of people. And number 1 today is Ivan Ooze. And 4th and 5th, Inside Trader, and Wednesday, something that I can't see. We'll get you the winners during Power Hour today. But stay pat. Remember to fill out that form if you haven't already. That's form 2 of 3. You get your mulligan at 8 p.m. tonight on YouTube. That's Central Time. So stick around, though, because we get the shoulder tap coming up next. You won't want to miss that. See you in just a few minutes.
What up, Robert?
How you doing? How you doing? Haven't been on this segment with you in a while. I'm looking forward to it. Got some good cards, good traders to talk about.
I'm excited for it myself. Yes, it's been a little while, and I like the background you have. You said this is your shoulder tap background. We got the military guy. Can you slide over so every? Oh, there you go. Just
yeah, that's what the AI came up with. I just put a couple keywords in there and just run with what they have, and there you have it.
And based off the chart and him pointing at him, it seems like he's scolding somebody for selling into a market that's rallying or something like that.
Great eye for detail.
Yeah. Well, actually, that kind of kicks it off. Selling into a market that's rallying. I mentioned the other day. I'm going to talk about Dakota, who's been killing it in his live account. I think he's top of the leaderboard. He got his account balance up to $140,000 yesterday when he made. What was it? A little over 17,661. That was a great day yesterday. It was following up a $9,000 daily loss limit that he hit when he was cannonballing back on Monday. And it's funny, we message each other throughout the day because I like him. And we talk about his trading and stuff like that. He's got a good sense of humor. He sent me a meme of I don't know the actor's name, the catcher from The Sandlot, the red-haired kid. I don't even remember the movie The Sandlot. I don't even remember his name in the movie. It wasn't Smalls or whatever. But anyways, he's got a good sense of humor, doesn't take himself too seriously. So after his cannonballing on Monday when he lost that 9,000 selling into a rallying market, he came back and got payback and a lot more payback, making almost $18,000 yesterday. He's down again today. I'm not too worried about it though. We had a loss. He had his daily loss limit after making new account balance highs. So we always cheer on the new account balance highs. I know something that we wanted to talk about a little bit was payouts, or actually Danielle, who runs the production here for us, wanted me to talk about payouts and see where I can pepper it in, because we at TopStep, we want people taking money out of the markets and lining their pockets with it. So in line with that topic, Dakota, he's been trading in his live account for 40 something days now. And Dakota, I know you're watching. Take a payout. Doesn't have to be huge. Doesn't have to be 50% of that $131,000 account balance you've got right now after hitting your equity highs yesterday. But do take a payout. Pay yourself, even if it's $1,000. I always like payouts for traders, and partially because it's like a personal experience I had. I know I talked about it either earlier this week or last week, but I think taking payouts on a regular basis, whether they're small or large, you don't want to make them too large and hurt your account balance maintenance level. You always got to be able to weather a drawdown or a losing streak, but paying yourself regularly, whether it's 2 weeks, once a month, it's a really, really good thing. It helped me with my money management, believe it or not, because where it helped me mostly was because it helped bridge the gap between that number, the P&L, the account balance on a computer screen, and actually making it, tangible or real. I started to treat my account better and wouldn't be so abusive on those losing days or losing streaks when it came down to, hey, I'm not going to take a shot at the market today or after trading during the day. It helped my decision-making process where I was less likely to take shots or lower grade setups because I knew I wanted to get that payout or pay myself of, X amount or whatever, or just in general, take the payout. So I feel like I'm going a little long-winded there. Sorry about that, viewers. Let's get back on track. So shout out to Nicholas T, someone we're all very familiar with too. He's up $5,600 today, but the spotlight, Dakota, I'm sorry, the spotlight does not belong to you today, even after that almost $18,000 winning day. The spotlight goes to Solomon, and we've got a trading card for Solomon, but the spotlight goes to him because He is up over $51,000 in his live account today trading the NASDAQ. This isn't an XFA or XFAs that are trade copying. This is someone who came in, was trading size. They got on the right side of the NASDAQ, and they're up over $51,000. $51,684 to be exact. And it was kind of fun. We share these updates in our messaging channel, keeping everybody on TV aware of what the live traders are doing, who our influencers are out there, who's having big P&Ls. I'm hearing a little interference
What is that?
right now. Oh, it's gone. Okay. Anyway, so we provide updates for the whole production team to share what P&Ls are. And today I got on there and I'm hearing it again.
Yeah. Hold on.
For what it's worth, I do not hear it.
Okay. All right. I don't know where that's coming from, but I hear it again.
Let me
All
see
right,
if
so
I can explore.
I'll try and power through it. Thanks for looking at it, Jack. Give me a chance to clear my throat. All right, so back to Salman, up $51,000, almost $52,000 today in his live account. Was having a really fun time sharing what he was doing because I got in there. I'm sharing. He's up 40,000. Now he's up 44,000. He's up 46, 48,000. I reached out to Brett because I was in meetings this morning. I'm like, Brett, get that guy on the phone. Tell him to lock it in. He didn't answer when Brett called him, but it seems as though he's locked in this $51,000 winning day. What a staggering winning day. And you know what? He's a big swinger. He needs it. Let's pull up his trading card so we can take a little bit of a look at why it's not only just awesome that he had this day, but actually that his account may need an injection like this. Because the metrics, like many of our metrics for large swingers who are trading big size, assuming large losses, but having big winning days, the metrics aren't too great here. I'm wondering, is that $117? Average daily P&L, we're missing a digit here. It's minus $1,117. Robert, you could probably see that on the trade report. Whether that was a typo on my end or not, I'm not sure. But his average daily P&L over his live account, and he's only spent 11 short days in this live account. So today on day 12 is the day that he almost made $52,000. His average daily P&L is not too good. He's got low winning trading days. There's only been a few of them. Obviously, today is going to help influence all these metrics. But, I mean, this isn't a great trade report up until, today's trading. We've seen, some pretty exciting days. He's had a $6,000 winning day. He's had an $11,000 winning day. But every other day, with the exception of today, has been a daily loss limit hit. So 18% winning days, excluding today, there have only been 2 of those winning days. So 9 days of $3,000 or more of the daily loss limit. I really don't like seeing that, Robert. I know you don't like seeing it either. But I will say, to give him some credit, obviously there's a lot of credit to give today with this big day. But I do like that his average winning day, even though there's fewer average winning days is pretty large. It's bigger than his biggest losing day. So, Robert, daily loss limit here, definitely helping him out. Whether or not he wants to expand his daily loss limit like Dakota has, I'm not so sure about that because there are a lot of losses. But we'll see what he wants to do. I think for right now, we keep him at 10 contracts. On a per contract basis, his risk reward's good. He's taken out, twice as much per contract on his winning trades as his losing trades there. You can see $2,800 a contract on the winners, only risking $1,400, $1,500 on the losers. So I like that too. If you look at the trade report, Robert, you see his average trades is only like 3 a day. It's less than 3 trades per day. Part of that tells me he's selective. The other part is that there might be that few of trades here because during those losing days, he hits that daily loss limit pretty quickly. And it's because he's going in with 10 or 15 contracts, mostly 10 contracts. But Robert, take a quick look at the average holding durations on those losing trades for some of those days. There was that. Look at that second day that they were in the live account, Robert. They spent 20 seconds in the market before they hit their daily loss limit. That's not good. You don't want to bench yourself after 20 seconds.
And really quick, Robert, the alien sounding feedback is coming from your end. I have you muted at the moment. Is there anything going on there that you think might be causing it? It's a feedback loop where like the noise is coming through from like Mick talking.
Hear me? Check.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hear
No,
you.
I have the microphone is outside of me and the sound is in my headset. There's no external speakers. Let me mute my mic and just see if it goes away real quick.
You don't have
no, it's good.
YouTube up in the background or anything, do you? Where you might be hearing
nothing whatsoever. I'll keep the mic muted until I talk on something.
All right, let's do that.
You're good. I'll jump in if it comes back, Robert. We'll fix it later. Okay.
All right, awesome. We got a game plan, traders. Let's keep moving on. So, like we were talking about, Robert, there's a couple days here where they haven't spent much time in the market. There was that not the second day in the live account. Earlier in the third day in the live account, they only spent 20 seconds in the markets before they hit their daily loss limit. Traders, that ain't good. You don't want to do that. You're number one, you should give yourself a couple swings at the plate on any given trading day. But if you're hitting your daily loss limit in 20 seconds, you're trading way too much size. There's other days where, not as extreme as 20 seconds, but there's a 4-minute day, there's a 2-minute day, 4 minutes before you hit your daily loss limit, 2 minutes before you hit your daily loss limit. That tells me one thing and one thing only. They're trading too big. Actually, it tells me two things. They're trading too big. And I've been really kind of preaching this a lot lately for these people that are trading big. Solomon should think about scaling in to his trades. The nice thing about scaling into the trades is instead of going all in with 10 contracts or 15 contracts and hitting my daily loss limit in 20 seconds, if I'm scaling in, it means if the market goes against me upon my initial entry, I'm only going to have small size on, which means I can watch the market go a little bit further against me and not get smoked out, by a daily loss limit and large losses with that size. The other thing it does is it gives me an opportunity to have validation and confirmation from the market as it's going in my direction. I can start putting the pedal down and hammering and adding to that position. So, Solomon, hell of a day today. Very exciting. You kind of had me standing up at my desk here for a little bit, cheering you on. But do think about scaling into those sizes. You can still get your 10 or 15 contracts on, but we'll remove these. We'll probably see fewer daily loss limit days hit. And then again, it's not good as a trader to sideline yourself after 20 seconds or even, 6 minutes for that matter. We need to be able to live. We always talk about live to trade another day. Hoag says, don't risk thy whole wad. Don't risk your whole wad on one trade for that day. Because there's a lot of opportunities in these markets, especially for someone trading the NASDAQ like he is. So I tip my hat to you, Solomon, today, and let's keep it up. You're going to be eligible for a payout pretty quickly here, and I would just encourage you to, maintain a nice, healthy account balance to, be able to, if we're going to keep hitting, 6-day losing streaks of 3,000 or more, we're really going to need to maintain an account balance. So you're still around and in this live account to take, days like you did today where you almost made 52 grand in the live account. So, Robert, do you have anything to add here?
I'm just add real quick so we don't get the buzz out of everybody's head here, and we got to get going on the other two cards. I'm going to just echo those things. The one thing that stood out to me, and you hit the nail right on the head, it was the day 3 in April 4th. 20 seconds, daily loss limit. And that was my one comment. They're only trading a couple trades a day, and they're either doing well or hitting the daily loss limit. So what that means to me is that I see some thing in the chat. Well, he's just a gambler. I don't believe that to be true. I believe he sees his setup. He's waiting for his setup. He gets into his trades. Yes, he might be a little heavy, but he's got the 150K account going in at 10-15, and it goes his way, and he gets out of his trades. He's holding on to these things for 41 minutes and 40 minutes, 35 minutes, 23 minutes. So there's no problem there. It's just that when he gets into them and they go against him relatively soon, he's just hitting his daily loss limit. one that's what it's there for. So I do not qualify, and I disagree that this trader is just gambling. He has a plan. He's been through the process of the combine. He's been through the XFAs, and he's been funded, and he's in a live account taking money out. That is not a gambler. That is just someone who has a setup, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But Mick, I'll do the same thing as you. I would suggest just scaling it down a little bit until you see it going your way. Moving on.
Yeah, I'm happy you mentioned that. And Robert, I'm going to have your back here on the gambling side. I mean, I always get a little concerned with the big swingers, people that trade size and probably, especially those where, they might not be scaling in, because I think there's a better way to do it. As far as this trader being a gambler, I kind of side with you there. Look, this trader is taking down big winning days when they do have the winning days. They don't have that many winning days. Their win percentage on a daily basis is small. Their win percentage on a trade basis is small, but the risk reward is 2-1, and they're capping their losses at $3,000. They're letting their winners ride. It takes some brass to hang on to a 10 lot and, sit in that for, like you said, 40 minutes or more. I actually didn't, I don't know what the duration was today, but I would imagine it's a higher duration. There's a ton of people out there, retail traders, that treat this business as gambling. And there's a lot of people that, continue to fail in taking that approach. We don't want to be gamblers. We want to manage our money. On the gambling side of things, something kind of interesting, and people might be a little alarmed or surprised to hear me say this, but honestly, if you come at the markets with a money management focus, you could flip a coin. Heads I go long, tails I go short. And if you're managing your money properly, you could even be profitable doing that. And that's gambling. I don't recommend anybody do that. I don't want to hear from anybody that I heard Mick say, flip a coin, go long if it's heads, go short if it's tails. Don't do that. But I don't take back the idea, because if you are managing your money in that scenario with the flipping of the coin and your risk rewards there, I mean, you only have to be right half the time. So you play the math there, and you literally could gamble and be profitable trading. But I know Robert and
we don't want to see that.
Yeah, absolutely. I know the trader in the chat wasn't talking about that kind of gambling, but I'm just saying. Anyways.
That's okay. We got 2 more to go, Mick. We got 5 minutes on each card. We got to get on to group coaching. I know Hoag is in the wings.
All right, we'll be quick. Let's pull up Abuzar. Abuzar is a trader that we transferred from a XFA to a live account, coming out of the Netherlands. There's not a ton to share here, other than we liked this guy. He spent 52 days in the XFA before we called him up. Average daily P&L on the lower side. People that spend a long time in the XFA with the average P&Ls, it's kind of, something that we see. So we didn't call him up for a while, but everything's good here. 63% winning days, 53% winning trades. The risk reward could be better. It's roughly 1-1, but they're right most of the time, and they're keeping the the risk reward is not 1-1. The risk reward is almost 2-1. The 244. I was looking at the average winning day and average losing trades. So I like this. They're right half the time. They're keeping the math on their sides with that risk reward of almost 2-1, and it's working for them over a long period of time. So they got called up to live. We think if they could do this for 52 days in their XFA, they can continue doing it in the live account. And, we want to find we want to be calling up traders that are going to last in the live accounts. That's why I talk about not taking too big of payouts. If you're in a live account, that's why I talk about not taking too big of payouts when you get that XFA to live transfer, because we've seen people take big payouts, then have big losses early on in the account because they start too quickly, too much leverage, and it always ticks me off when someone loses a live account because they set themselves up to fail. There are some people that have done that, so I don't think that's going to be the case here. He's going to be starting in his live account with a nice, healthy balance. Some things I'd like to see. Oh, speaking of the payout topic, Robert, do you see how well he's done with taking the payouts over these 52 days? Very, very good at taking payouts. And what I love is most of these payouts, with the exception of a couple for like 2,000 and 3,000, most of these payouts are like right around his average daily P&L. Small payouts. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 payouts he's taken during his XFA trading. So I really like this. He does a good job managing the money. He does a good job taking payouts, and hopefully he keeps doing that in the live account once he gets started in there in the coming days. Probably this week, as a
100%.
matter of fact, because we move quickly.
Yeah, 100%. Mick, you're right on there. I saw that down the bottom of the chart as well, the bottom of the report as well, with the taking payouts. Nice and consistent. It just shows a consistent trader. Two things I like about this trader. Number one is that they passed over on my birthday, April 15th. Haha, love that. Netherlands is on my bucket list. I want to get over there, but they also switched over to micros sometimes. The micro contracts are in there. The product trade is NQ, but there are a few micro ES and few micro NQs in there. And I didn't do a real deep dive into this, but you can see where they all were. If he starts getting back down a little bit, he jumps into the micros and tries to recover some of that red just blowing right out. So I really like this trader's risk management. Abuza, super job. Back to you.
I'm happy you brought that up too, because that's unique, Robert, in my opinion. Traders, when they're down money, switching over to micros to continue to stay in tune with the markets. Typically, what we see is you're down money, and this isn't everybody by any means. You're down money. Your number one goal is to get that money back, and you need to trade the minis or trade more leverage to get that back. Or if you go from trading, ones and twos, you might be down and say, oh, if I just put a 3 lot on, I need to make, or a 4 lot, I only need to make X amount more ticks to get back to break even. That's the wrong approach. It always digs you in a deeper hole, except maybe for 10% of the time. It's what it always did to me. It's what I see it happening with all our other traders. So I'm glad you brought that up. I like that a lot. It's a maturity thing. Like, you still want to stay in tune with the markets, but you're down, call a losing day. But micros are a nice way to stay in tune. So thanks for bringing that up. Nice catch there on the trade report. All right, let's end it with a trader that I think everybody should aspire to trade like, and that's going to be Mahdi. So look at this, Robert. Mahdi trading in an XFA out of Morocco, 26 days under their belt, average daily P&L of about $180, and they're at 96% winning days, and they're at 90% winning trades. These are the metrics that Andre and I always talk about hitting. You want to strive to have 100% winning trades. You want to strive to have 100% winning days. Maybe you can, have that be the case for a short period of time, but you're over a period of time, you're not going to have 100% winning trades. But if you are striving, if you set your goals high, you're going to come that much closer to them. That goes for trading, anything else in life. If you set high goals for yourself, you might not always achieve them, but you're going to come damn close to them. So I really like everything I see here. They're only looking for little bites out of the market. I don't know if Michael's watching right now, but Michael, this is your guy. Jab, jab, jab. They're risking $40 to make $40. So they're trading NASDAQ on a very, very short time frame. They're only looking for 2 points or 8 ticks out of that market. And for someone who's looking at such a short time frame and risking so little on their trades, I'm really impressed that they're only averaging 5 trades per day, Robert, because I know you know this. The shorter the time frame you look at, the more gyrations you see, the more noise you see, and you can you'll find more trade opportunities, I guess, or you'll fabricate more trade opportunities because you see all that noise. So whatever strategy this guy's implementing, I want to know what it is because they're doing really well. So this small, consistent profitability is something that they could scale. they're not trading big size, but if they were ever to up their position sizing, we'll just see probably the same metrics, and that average daily P&L is going to, be double or triple. So I like that. From a business perspective, finding something that works this well over that long of a period of time, it's scalable. You can take more money out of the markets. And I will say he's a little too good at paying himself for these little winning days that he's jabbing with. He's taken some big payouts. So he's not maintaining a super high account balance, which is, part of the reason why we have not called him up to live. Despite this card being so good, I don't want to call him up to live only to have him, have his first bad trading day and then get off the account. So of these, 96% winning days over 26 days, he's only had one losing day. His average losing day is the same as his worst trading day, and he lost $12 in the market that day.
That's amazing.
Hey, Mick. Sorry to interrupt, Mick. I just want to throw a cherry on top there. Marty has been on our hot streaks list for about the last week now. Currently on a 21-day heater worth more than $4,000. 21 consecutive winning days.
Nice. Yeah. Why aren't you feeding me people to put on these trading cards, JD? Maybe I should keep TopstepTV up in the background more when I'm working on other stuff. But yeah, that's a hell of a winning streak. He's taken, of that 21-day winning streak for about $4,000, he's taken almost 3,000 out in payouts. So as of end of day yesterday, I've got him with a $1,200, $1,300 account balance. Now, we haven't seen any big blow up days in this account so far. I hope I'm not jinxing him either. But I did go back, and the risk team went back, and we looked at some of his other trading activity. He hasn't been in the program for, too long a time, almost coming on a year here, but I had seen some other trading combines where they were 50Ks and daily loss limits were hit. So I'm at, kind of a crossroads here where do I call him up to a live account and then have that, one of those early days in the live account be the day where he hits his daily loss limit? I don't want that. He's paying himself. We want our traders paying themselves. I'm going to keep him in the XFA for a little while longer and just hope he continues on trading well. So with that, I know we're on.
Yep, I was gonna say, Mick has some great advice. We get the red flag in the background or the white flag and the thing rolling in the background. Always super great advice. Did you want to finish that last two words you finished right there?
I was just going to say, Robert, I know we're on time. It was nice getting on with you, and I know we've got some other cool content to get to. So with that, I think we can end this segment.
So I think we are on the way out. Appreciate it, Mick, as always. And I learned things from these as well as group coaching, which, by the way, is up next. We have JD in the background. He is feeling a little bit better now. But we have Hoag. We have Master Hoag jumping into group coaching today. Stick around. It is sure to be a good one. See you soon.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to group coaching. You're staring at John, the Hoag, the Goat, Hoagland. JD here behind the curtain. Eddie's not on mute. What's up, Eddie? Now he's on mute. All right. How we doing, Hoag? What's going on today?
Not too much. How are you? You sound better.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, feeling better. A little better every day.
Good.
Thought it was allergies. Turned out to be a full-on blasting cold. Brutal. But all is well, right?
As you know, I've been kind of fighting that. It seems like for 6-8 weeks now.
Yeah, it just lingers there. I know how you feel.
It does, man. It just hangs. But I'm glad you're feeling better, JD. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the group coaching. One of my favorite times of the day. If you don't know me, maybe some of you don't. Been around the block a few. Got 31 years as an active trader or something like that, and now with Topstep for the last almost 13 years now, and I really relish the opportunity to sit down and answer any question that I can. Nobody knows everything, and I certainly don't. And it's just I think a wonderful opportunity that I have, and I'm grateful for it. And I'm grateful for all you happy little deadheads out there hanging out with me today. So, JD, I'm going to put the charts up here, and we can dive in.
For sure. Looks like we found a temporary bottom in the equities. Looks like ES and NQ are making a little bit of a run back to VWAP right now. Crude and gold still hovering around the lows for the time being. Let's dive into those questions. We're about 5 minutes in already, so let's just hit it.
I left this daily chart up in the S&Ps because this trend line is off a megaphone pattern that we broke out of back in January. The first time it went down below it, it was rejected. Look where it traded down to today. As a matter of fact, the dead low for the session was at one time right on that trend line, right there. And one more thing. This is the regular trading hour range for June S&Ps. It's not a back adjusted chart. This is the June S&Ps. Where did you see this gap here? We traded down and closed this gap. These are some of the weaknesses in structure that price attracts to when there is a change in the market state, and it basically traded right down to it. What's the low here? 50.47. The high here, 57.5. So 10 bucks through it, but it has found buyers down at that level. I just wanted to point that out. I always find these things fascinating and interesting, and it's really hard to anticipate these things, but they just seem to happen over and over again. Go ahead, JD.
What was that moving average you had down below there on the CTS chart you just pulled up?
Well, this is a 50 and this is 100.
100. Okay. Just
yes.
checking.
Now, remember, this is regular trading hour session only. It does not include the extended trading hours.
Noted. Thanks, Hoag. That's good info. Hope you guys are paying attention to that. All right, let's go. First question from James B. James B wants to know, what is your favorite indicator besides the TPOs? What else are you looking at? We just looked at. We just saw the moving averages. We're looking at technical patterns on your chart right now.
Yep.
You know what your bread and butter is.
Other than that, I mean, my favorite time frame is probably the 30-minute chart because it lines up so nicely with the TPO charts. This has changed through the years. There were I don't use a lot of indicators. I used to have ADX on the charts. From time to time, I'll just look to see if there's a divergence in either the stochastics or the RSI. Of course, moving averages are always involved. VWAP is always involved in many of the decisions that I make in trading. And so, James, my favorite indicator, my favorite tool types, my favorite time frames, anything like that. Everybody has their way of seeing things. James, I don't know about your experience in trading or anything like that, glad to have you here. You're in the right place. And you just gotta kind of play around and figure out what indicators speak to you. When it comes to like a stochastic or an RSI, I'm looking for divergences. Like market puts in a higher high, but the stochastic puts in a lower high. Those are the kind of divergences that I look for on those. But it's everybody's opportunity to take a look at different things, figure out what speaks to them, and work with those tools. Great question. Appreciate it.
Yep, we have a quick follow-up to that. The very next question from Tiara wants to know what time frame are you looking at to focus on for entries? You just mentioned that you love the 30-minute chart. Do you use the 30-minute chart for entries, or do you scale it down a little bit?
I'm
Lower
most of the
time
time
frame.
it's a great question. Thanks, JD. So what number was that? I'm sorry.
I'm looking at line 85. Very next question.
85. Got it. Okay. Just want to kind of reread it here. And so, when I'm actively trading, I'm really keeping track of information from the market profile or TPO charts. If I'm looking at a level off of a longer time frame, I feel like I give myself a little bit stronger of a probability, perhaps, off the longer time frame charts. So, to look at a time frame for entry, anything lower than a 5-minute chart gives me heart palpitations. But I've started looking at like a 1,000 tick chart or a 500 tick chart, especially when managing trades. I find that if you're in a long and you see the market, kind of putting in higher highs and higher highs and higher lows and higher lows, I find that this is pretty useful to stay in a trade. Still kind of looking at it for some sort of trade entries, but it's the time frame is if you're going to be taking, let's say for example, this move off of that trend line that we were looking at on the daily chart, if you're going to be taking a trade on a longer time frame level like this one, we close that gap, you're probably going to have to be looking at a little bit more risk. So if that's the case, then if I'm looking at this and I'm saying, okay, we did look down below that, we have kind of recovered back above that trend line. That's what happened the last time it was at this trend line, so many days and weeks ago. That's when I may take a look and say, okay, what does the 500 tick chart look like? So we've got, price moving lower, lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows. We put in a V bottom. We start putting in a higher low here, a higher low, a higher low, a higher low, a higher low. That's something that I will look to try and take advantage of. And then it also kind of gives you good levels to trail a stop if you're going to get a meaningful move. If let's say you got in on this low here and you put in this low and it continues to move higher, you move your stop up below that low. Then it comes to this low and moves higher. You put your stop below that low. It comes up here. And it puts in this low so you can move your stop up below this low, because if you're going to see the stair stepping on this like this, that's something that you can really take advantage of. And trading on TopstepTV, I'm a longer time frame trader than is exciting and fun. So I'm trying to change things up a little bit, and this is one of the charts that I've been kind of adding to some of the trade decisions that I'm making. Great question, Tiara. Thank you very much for being here.
Awesome. Next from Rachel. Rachel's just got a nice comment. Rachel says, "I love you guys." Thanks, Rachel. Appreciate it. Thanks for sticking around.
I made sure and
all right,
highlight that one.
we love
you
the phrase.
Too, Rachel. We love you too, Rachel.
All right, so I'm going to butcher this next guy's name. I'm going to say Dudon. We're just going to leave it at that. Dudon wants to know.
Pretty close.
If you're listening, sorry about that. All right. Dudon wants to know, is it possible to learn trading and then trade if you only have a little time each day? It's actually kind of the way you should do it. If you got a day job and you're just learning to trade, we do not recommend giving up your day job just quite yet. But Hoag, what's your opinion on having a second source or a primary source of income while you're learning how to trade?
Sure. I think it is possible to learn trading and then trade if you only have a little time each day. If you can kind of show historical opportunities in real time, or even faster time, if you can kind of go back and watch the market, maybe you can record it. If you have a platform that will let you go back and kind of relive trading days, I think that's a good way to learn about trading, and something that you can do in the time that you have available. My caution, Dudon, is if you have a little time to trade each day, you're probably going to feel a lot of pressure to trade during that period of time. What I think you need to focus on is, if you have a strategy and you have a couple of setups that you prefer, don't just trade to trade. If during that little time that you have to trade each day, some of those opportunities arise, then you take the trade. Don't feel as though you have to trade. I've got 1 hour to trade today. I am going to trade it up, and then nothing comes to you. It's okay. I think a lot of traders that don't trade a lot kind of get this feeling like, well, if I'm not trading, I'm not doing my job. If I'm not trading, I can't make money. Well, you can't lose money either. So, if you have an hour to trade each day, Dudon, trade that hour, but only if a legitimate high probability setup comes to you. Don't go looking, because you're going to find lots of them. But when your setups come to you, those tend to be the better opportunities. And and again, don't feel as though because you have an hour to trade that you have to trade. Make it strategy contingent. Okay, if you have a strategy and that strategy gives you an opportunity during that time, you take the trade. But if nothing comes to you, if nothing aligns with the strategy or the hypothesis that you have, you might get lucky. You might get lucky, but I don't want to depend on luck. I want to depend on probabilities. So don't feel as though you have to trade because that's your only time you have available that day to trade. Make sure it's got to be strategy contingent. I'm going to take a trade in this hour if a setup arises, not just because I have to. I want the setup to arise. Great question.
Yeah, and we've got a follow-up to that. The very next question from Allison really ties into this one, really ties into the answer you just gave quite a bit. Inversely, Allison says, I'm trading in a 50K combine trying to have a daily loss limit of $200 to $250 a day. Should I aim for just a single trade per day, or distribute the 200, 250 risk across multiple trades? So limiting yourself when you have the time versus not having the time and only taking solid setups. What's the major difference or confluence there? What would you say?
All right,
spreading $250 of risk.
Right. Which is pretty tight. I mean, in the S&Ps, $250 is 5 points on a lot. So you want to distribute that risk on multiple trades. Allison, without really knowing your time frames and your experience and everything, if let's say you take a trade, your first trade of the day, it's a 1-lot mini, and you make $250 on it. Well, that gives you a little bit more leeway. So I think it's, with this little risk, if you can build up a little bit of a cushion, you're going to be better off, but nobody can guarantee that. Right. So, Allison, for the amount of risk that you're trying to maintain, you might be better off just trading micros and build the account trading micros and continue to build the account trading micros. I know you're in a trading combine now. It's going to take longer to get through a trading combine, trading the micros. But with the amount of risk you're trying to manage, it's going to be much easier to be able to trade through the day. If, you don't have a good morning or something like that, you're still going to have the opportunity to continue to trade until you get to that personal daily loss limit, which I hugely respect. I hugely, wildly respect a good risk management, and that to me is good risk management. So I think you're going to do yourself some real good, Allison, by going down to the micros. Stay more involved for a longer period of time during the day as you continue to hopefully improve as a trader. And you get to the through the trading combine, you get to the live account, keep doing what you were doing. You get to the XFA, keep doing what you were doing, build the account, and then at some point you're going to probably be able to size up and trade into the minis, and hopefully continue to trade successfully. But the one thing about being in the trading combine a little longer using micros is you're probably going to be a better trader for it. It's going to take you longer. It's going to take more winning days, more winning trades, good risk management to complete the trading combine. And again, I think it would make you a better trader to do so. One and done on the day is a pretty tough way to get through it. If you lose 250 on your first trade, you're done for the day. You can practice, of course, but it's pretty tough. We've had funded traders that had like $300 daily loss limits, and they actually ended up doing very well. So it's all about you, Allison, and who do you want to be? You want to be the trader that takes the one and done and doesn't get to participate for the rest of the day. Micros would give you the opportunity to participate for the rest of the day. That's really, I think, the advice that I would give you, Allison. And again, thank you very much for the question.
Awesome. Yes, thank you, Allison, and thank you for the answer, Hoag. All right, next up we have Isam. Isam wants to know, what's the optimal strategy to set a good stop loss? I keep entering 1-on-1 trades that I would like to avoid. They make up about 40% of my trading right now. Isam goes on to say, love Topstep. Thank you for the call it a day button. It's all I asked for at the first trial. Well, if that was your idea, Isam, good job. I promise I'll be funded. Thanks, Hoag, for the lessons. So, yeah.
Hey, it's not just me, man. There are so many great coaches and great traders here. It's a team effort. We got JD here. We got all the great coaches. We got everybody on Topstep TV that are looking forward to your success. As far as your question, the optimal strategy to set a good stop loss is, to me, if you're using a static stop loss, like I only want to risk 5 points on every trade, you're missing part of the picture. The strategy for a good stop loss, and a good stop loss to me is one that doesn't get hit, is you put those stop losses at logical levels. I think according to your charts, whatever tools you're looking at, keep in mind that if you're looking at an obvious level to take a trade, there's probably others that are thinking the same thing. And quite often the market will come and take out all those stops. So, the strategy is this an obvious area to enter a trade? If it is, demand really good trade location for it so that you might be able to avoid that stop run when everybody else that got into that trade gets their stops taken out and you can stay in it. But to set a good stop loss it's got to be based on market generated information. If price advertises down to this level, it's not looking good for this trade, and I'm going to get out. And again, there's a lot of games in these markets, and there are a lot of stop hunters, and it's if you're really good at looking at trades from the risk side only. When I'm looking at a trade, I say, okay, where does price have to go to prove this trade wrong? And I'll put my stop there sometimes even before I'll put the trade on. And then I will try and squeeze out the best trade location as close to that point of invalidation as I can. And just looking at things from the risk side like that and demanding good trade location could also help you improve that 1-to-1 and start being able to, through better trade location, be able to look at some 1 and 1.5 to 1s or or 2-to-1 rewards over risk. I think stops are such an enigma. Setting stops, trailing stops, it's all an art form as much as it is a science. And I look forward to hopefully seeing greater success for you, Isham. We all do. We all do here.
Yeah, Hoag, you really took the words right out of my mouth. For this, based on your strategy, you should really have a good idea where your trade will be invalidated before you get in, if that makes sense to you. And then from there, you just look for optimal entry levels.
Yes.
After that, it's all trade management, right? Your risk
Yes.
is defined, and then you use market generated information in real time to determine where you're going to exit that trade. And
Yes.
that's how you go from those 1-to-1s to 1.5s, 1.5s to 1-to-2s, Slow and steady wins the race. Great question. Thanks, Isam. Appreciate it. All right. Joseph, another timeless classic question. I'm up 800 one day, then back to 0 the next. I have a 100K account, and I'm trying to use proper risk management. My strategy works, but when I lose big. What is an effective risk management strategy? Well, we kind of just
Okay.
went over that a little bit, but yeah,
Yeah.
if you care to elaborate, let's do it.
A little bit, yeah. So, I mean, it sounds a little like boom and bust, right? You do really well for a while and then you give it all back. You do really well for a while and you give it all back. You're up 800 and you give it back the next day. I mean, who hasn't done that? You're not alone, Joseph. But if you made 800 one day and you lost 800 the next day, I mean, that's a reasonable loss, right? Yeah, I wouldn't say that that's losing big. If you make, if your average winning trade is $500 and on your losing days, you hit the max, the daily loss limit on that account, that is losing and losing big. An effective risk management strategy. Oh God, this is a hard question to answer because there's so many different ways to answer it. There's the school of thought: if you're up 800 one day, you risk 400 the next day. But if you lose that 400 and your optimal trade setup happens and you miss out on a great trade, is it really worthwhile for you to do that? If Joseph, you're having $800 winning days and hitting a $3,000 daily loss limit, that's something that you really want to try and work on that. But effective risk management strategy is always manage the risk and pre-think about the risk. How many days have I been up 800 and I end up giving it all away, or worse? It's devastating, I think, it's devastating to the mental capital, not only the real capital. There are a lot of people that are going to say that would say, well, just tough it out and dig your way back and take every trade setup that you see, and because you never know when the good one's going to be there. But there's also the idea that, Joseph, I mean, it's got to be triggering to you. I mean, you're probably getting a little off center when these things are happening. Try and feel when you are starting to get off center, like your flip's getting switched, your cheese has slipped off its cracker, you're getting angry, you're getting emotional. That's when I'm gonna probably say, okay, if this is the mindset I'm in, I know what happens when I get in this mindset, and I'm gonna stop. So, Joseph, I hope good luck for you. I hope that something I said there helps you and makes a big difference to you. And, I will look forward to hopefully seeing your continued success.
Thank you, Hoag. One last quick one before we go. One that we haven't seen too much of. Danny has a question all the way down at the bottom. I'm looking at line 116, Hoag. Danny has a question about settlements. T+1 settlement periods will soon come into effect. How will this affect futures trading, if at all? Well, futures do not settle the same way as stocks do. Futures settle via what is called daily valuation mark to market. So each day, the gains and the losses on a futures contract are calculated based on the difference between contract's price at the end of the trading day and its price at the previous day's close. So after marking to market, gains or losses are adjusted in margin accounts for traders daily. If a trader's made a profit, it's added to their margin account at the end of the trading day, while if they incur a loss, it's deducted from their margin account at the end of the day. And that happens every single day. Unlike stocks, where if you place an order, you're not actually, your T+2 is trading day +1 +2. So you're not actually getting the fill based on that day's price action. Does that make sense?
Yes. And, margin is something that is calculated for everybody in every account for them every day. But this Series 3, we're going and trying to figure out, with different positions and different prices, trying to mathematically work out what the deficiency is. If there's a deficiency in margin, how much the trader is going to have to put into their accounts. It's already out there, but these Series 3 things, we gotta figure them out. So that's always going to be fun.
Yep. With that, Hoag, we are out of time. We got to make room for Patience with
do.
KV, Andre,
Yes, we
and
do.
Hoag. Hoag's on for another hour. You got 2 full hours of
want to
Hoag
say,
today.
just want to mention to a couple of people here, if I can, JD, Lisa, Grace, thank you very much for your questions. I'm going to try and bookmark these, so when I get a chance, on another group coaching session, to be able to answer those for you. Thank you all. Thank you very much for sending them in. And we're trying to get to everybody, but sometimes we just can't do that. But I appreciate you sending in the questions, and we'll try and get to them. I think I'm back on Friday for group coaching. Maybe we'll try and start on those. But have a great day. I got a little bit of dad wisdom for everybody here. Let's see if we can't bring this up. And Dad was a trader for 40 years, and he always was he's always a fighter. And when it comes to trading, fighting for what you want is good, but you really have to know when to walk away. Some of the people that we talked to today, dealing with risk and dealing with stops and everything, I think men tend to push back and fight on these things. Sometimes it's better just to walk away and be ready to trade for tomorrow. And that's something we say here a lot, is trade for tomorrow. Thank you, everybody. JD, I love you, brother. Glad you're feeling better. Thank you all. Love you all. And we will see you shortly here again for Patience with KV.
And welcome back to our weekly segment with Patience with KV. KV, how are you doing today?
All right, guys. Good. Feeling good. Wednesday.
Very good. Very good. Really quick before we get into this segment, we got the Beige Book that just came out. I want to read a couple headlines that come from there. Fed's Beige Book, manufacturers in a few districts perceived upside risk to near-term inflation. On balance, contacts suspended with that inflation would hold steady at a slow pace moving forward. The economic outlook among contacts was cautiously optimistic. Thanks for nothing there. Employment rose at a slight pace overall. Overall economic activity expanded slightly on balance since late February. John, we never take much from Beige Book, but what does Beige Book tell us? What's coming out?
Well, the Beige Book is basically saying what the talking feds are saying. It's conflicting, it's confusing, and it's like listening to one of the talking feds. They don't know what they're doing. They don't know what's going to happen. All they're doing is just moving the levers around so that we can get this inflation under control, which I don't think we're doing a very good job of. What it means is the talking feds are going to be looking at this Beige Book, going over all of this information, parsing it out, and bringing all this information to the next Fed meeting, which is always 2 weeks, right? 2 weeks after the Beige Book comes out. So I think a lot of traders and investors are reading through this information, thinking not just about what they're thinking about it, but okay, what are the talking feds going to be thinking about this? How are they going to respond to this? It's very, it's just a difficult thing to try and cipher through and to try and make any good trade opportunities. We're going to see those before we're going to be able to respond to anything that we're reading in the Beige Book. Yeah, that's to me, that's it. I mean, the economy expanded slightly in February. We're still in inflation.
Yes.
Just see
Like
now,
you said-
10 out of 12 Fed districts reported slight or modest growth.
I haven't paid attention to the Beige Book in a while. It doesn't.
No.
It doesn't. It doesn't do what.
Most important thing is kind of just gives you a 2-week warning, 2-week heads up that FOMC
That's right.
is approaching. And I think that's the most important thing we could take from this. All right, KV, let's get back into these markets. Since we spoke to you last Wednesday, we've seen a big uptick, maybe even a spike, some would say, maybe I'm understanding that, in geopolitical risk coming out of the Middle East. How do you navigate markets like this? It's a common question we've been asking our guests. How do you navigate markets like this when we are subject to a headline coming out and completely derailing a trade, reversing the markets at any moment's notice, even though your process could be good, your thoughts, your foundation, your logic can be very sound into getting these trades, and geopolitical headline can completely wipe out the trade? How do you navigate these type of markets?
Before we get into that, I just wanted to thank someone in the chat. Probably one of the best comments I've got in a while. Does this guy look 18? Since I got the comments for the haircut, this is the best one so far. So I wish I was 18 again.
Respect.
But yeah, back to the markets. 2 words, honestly, to that question: size down. That is the only way you can manage the risk in this environment, because volatility has shot through the roof. It's doesn't matter if it's the morning session, if it's the afternoon session, if it's slow markets, the volatility has shot through the roof. I mean, you're seeing volatility during, after hours be similar with how it used to be during when the market was open during New York session. That's how crazy it has been lately. So unless you size down, there's really no way you can, manage risk and be prepared for this market. And just adjust as well when it comes to the movements, right? So, maybe before you were happy with a 5-point, 10-point move in the NASDAQ, if you're scalping, I mean, obviously if you're holding for hours and hours, that's not enough. But if you were scalping before, 5 to 10 points was enough for NASDAQ to, make a first trim or at least take some profits out. That's not the case anymore. If you're taking trims right now before 15 points, it's not enough, because your losses are going to be much wider as well. So just adjust, again, position sizing, and adjust as well your targets and stop losses, because the markets have widened out a little bit more So you got to adjust to it. I mean, right now, 5 points get hit in NASDAQ with a blink. You blink once, it's 5 point up. If you blink twice, you just got stopped. So unless you're, managing it that way, there's really no way, in my opinion, that you can actually make this work.
John, I see you nodding your head over there when he said about sizing down in these markets. You agree, I take it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you think about it, what KV was, talking about, there's expanded risk. There's also expanded, profit potential. So,
Yep.
you can still put up a really good day when there's volatility with a small amount of contracts
100%.
or one or micros,
Micros, yeah.
Makes perfect sense to me. I mean, when there's volatility like during COVID,
yeah,
I slow down. I just become very demanding of good trade locations, looking for cheap trades only, and size down. You gotta size down, because if you catch a good one, you can make a lot of money in one or two contracts, and even in micros, you can make a lot of money when there's big ranges.
And this volatility, 100%, 100%. Like micros, I've been recommending micros all week since last week, actually, to everyone who has, especially if you're on a 50K account, there is no reason for you to be trading on the minis, because one, it benefits you a lot more as well, because you can, take advantage of having multiple contracts and scale out, rather than just having one mini contract and be like, oh my God, do I sell now? Do I sell now? Do I hold? Right? You have multiple, now you can scale out. There's a question in the chat that, how do you lock yourself out when you're in profits? If you're on Topstep X, guys, the guys there have made it so easy. You can lock yourself manually, and you can also put a profit target that locks you out automatically as well. So, if you want to have a goal of $500 a day, put the goal there in the settings, it will lock you out automatically, which I think 70% of the people watching us should probably do, because a lot of them are giving back losses as the day progresses. So big feature. I'm not sure if the tech team might bring the numbers, but the way I see it, it has increased performance on a lot of the traders that I know. So definitely use it. Just, it's 2 seconds. Like, literally put the number that you want, lock yourself out, and unless you go and open another account, you will not be trading for the day.
Yeah, good advice.
All right, John, we were talking here in the green room. We saw that big kind of a bounce, I guess, a V-shaped recovery here in equities, talking S&Ps, NASDAQ, and really saw a turnaround, boy, right around 11:45, high noon Central Time, if you will, 1 o'clock Eastern. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about these levels. I'm seeing here in the S&Ps, 50-50 with a low of 50-47, but nice round number, 50-50 seemed to be the pivot there. What did you make of this? I know you're putting something in the chat there, so let's review that.
Yeah, I was putting in the chat that, as the market was continuing to push lower, I kind of felt like it was targeting this trend line off this megaphone that we had back in December.
Yep.
We broke out of the megaphone. The last time we tested back down to it, it was rejected. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 points of contact, rejection below it once, and it came across, within about 10 points of where we found our reversal here today. And it was a pretty stiff reversal. Looking at this 30-minute chart, I would call that a V bottom, right?
Yeah.
There's that trend line. I was looking at it coming in at around 50, 57 approximately. Where do we get down to? We got down to 50.47. So 10 points through it. Not exorbitant risk, especially considering the amount of volatility that we experienced on the way down. And one other thing, the folks that were here for group coaching saw this already, but this is a chart that I keep up just to kind of keep track of gaps, right?
Yep.
So this is regular trading hour session only. This is the 21st of February. This is the 22nd of February. We've got a big gap that was left. And when we talk about weakness in structure below or above price, this is what we're talking about. This gap down here was left, and it kind of, I call them eyesores, right? If there was going to be a smooth market, we were going to see, overlapping bars, overlapping bars, overlapping bars. Now, again, this is only regular trading hour session. So we get to see the regular trading hour ranges and the fact that this gap existed. Well, where did we come down to? Where does it close this gap? 50, 57, half. Basically, very close to where that trend line came in. And there we go, right there. So a little bit of confluence there, and look what happens. Boom. We get a nice V bottom here. I don't know. We don't know what's going to happen now. I mean, this thing could turn around and barrel back to the downside. If something happens, that might be the case. But, for right now on this 30-minute chart, we've got a nice little V bottom here. And we'll see how the rest of the day plays out. But I just wanted to point those out. And when, unrelated levels line up like that, those can be some of your biggest opportunities.
Yep, and there was even more confluence right there, Hoag. Like literally on that same zone, you also had the yearly view up on the S&P. So if you anchor at the beginning of the, it was literally like, if I open, okay, so my screen is showing there. If I go on the daily here, you can see the blue line right there. That's the yearly view up, and that was literally, I think that was the bottom of the day, if I'm not mistaken. If I zoom in, that's the blue line right there, guys. So a lot of confluence on that day low there. Obviously, the markets were extended and all of that, but there was a lot more confluence that happened at that point. And, just playing view ups, honestly. Yearly view up to daily view up here. Very interesting move in the ES. Very interesting. Yeah.
Huh.
Let's see how it plays out now, though. But, I mean, that was very, very high probability setup. I mean, especially if you're someone that tries to catch, bounces or rejection plays. Very, very nice. Right now, we are rejecting that view up break, coming a little bit lower, which I think it's necessary after this uptrending move right there, which wasn't small whatsoever. I mean, we recovered almost half of the morning drop, almost.
Yeah, we did.
Right.
So it wasn't small. The pullback here definitely necessary. Yeah, Nasdaq as well pulling back. Let's see.
Hey, KV. I remember a couple patients with KV segments ago. You pulled up the sector indicators. We have tech and healthcare and financial, and how that moves and pushes and pulls S&Ps and such. Are you still using that? Are you still finding it to be effective?
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, even right now with the bounce that we saw, we saw that.
Would you mind pulling that up and sharing?
Yep.
Thank you. I want everyone to see this again. John, you remember this from a couple of weeks ago.
I still got them. I've got them.
Still got them. Man, we are, dude. TopstepTV, man. The value is so great. We're learning here. There it is. All right, KV, give us a quick. You got a lot of colors up there. The slopes of the charts are relatively the same, so there is some correlation there. But please explain what these colors are and how you use them to trade and make your trading decisions.
Yep. So on the one, we have the S&P 500. We have the tech sector here in red, healthcare in blue, and then financials on orange here. These are the big holdings of the S&P 500 if you think about the three top sectors. So a lot of people get things confused. Oh my God, the market is moving, something's going to move. It's the opposite, right? It's the stocks and it's the sectors that move the S&P 500, right? Because it's an ETF basically. So understanding what these other markets are doing kind of gives you a little bit of a opportunity to understand where the market could go. And we saw this happen right now with the bounce as well. When we had the bounce on the S&P, we had already seen the healthcare sector and the financials move a little bit earlier. So that's why the move, if you look at the move comparing the NASDAQ with the S&P, NASDAQ a little bit lagging, didn't even touch the view up while we saw the S&P touch view up. So it was a little bit more forward because of the strength that we had on these other sectors. Compared to the NASDAQ there, which was lagging a little bit. And they're still holding. I mean, just look at the pullbacks. We had the pullback here in financials, got bought up, small pullback. Compare that with the tech sector, much, much weaker. So if you're trying to catch some moves to the upside right now, I'd rather you guys be on the S&P because it is showing a little bit more strength on these two other sectors compared to the NASDAQ, which it's alone right now, and it's a little bit more flat. S&P getting bought up, and we have made, look, higher low on financials, higher low on healthcare, and same thing happened on the S&P, but NASDAQ, again, tech sector is lagging a little bit right now. What this shows us right now looking forward is if we actually do see a base forming on the NASDAQ, that kind of has a domino effect and makes the S&P go up much, much faster, because these two other sectors are already up there. Now we just need the tech sector that is lagging a little bit right now to see that buyer pressure. So if we're waiting, if you guys are trading the S&P 500, you just got to wait to what NASDAQ does in the next few minutes. If you see that buyer pressure come in, you can easily see that VWAP break on the S&P as well.
Good
Let's
stuff.
see.
Yes.
How would you use this information in a future? Usually if the sectors are already moving in one direction, you've missed the best location.
Yes, so you are trying to look for divergences, right? Similar to what we're looking for right now. We are seeing a little bit of a divergence when it comes to the tech sector, where it is doing its own thing right now. We have healthcare and financials trying to hold up there. Buyers are there, but tech is not moving incongruent. If they were moving all the same, there's not much that this tells you, right? Because it's all one direction. But we are getting that divergence right now. So it all depends when NASDAQ breaks and also which way, right? Because right now it looks like a rectangle right there, just up and down and zigzags. Which way that the NASDAQ breaks, we're going to see. If the NASDAQ breaks to the downside, guys, but these two other sectors are still holding, you might have a probability of the S&P just holding a range. It doesn't even drop depending on how aggressive the sell-off is. But the most high probability trade right now would be for buyers to come in here on the NASDAQ, for us to see a very nice follow through to the upside, since we already have the strength here. That would make like all the sectors move in one direction, and we get some nice movements to the upside. It's a lot of selling pressure today, so I'm not sure if that's going to happen, but that would be like a very nice clean move to the upside on the afternoon session here.
So any upside continuation kind of leans on the tech sector now.
Yes, 100%. That's all we're waiting for right now. Questions in the chat. How do you get this chart? If you have TradingView, guys, it is completely simple. I mean, just open the S&P 500, SPY, SPY on the ETF side, and then you have this little plus icon at the top left. You can guys see my screen, and then add the other sectors here as well. You have all the sectors listed here, but I just have the top big three because that's what's going to move the market the most. You can put a lot more there, but real estate isn't going to do much. Utilities are not going to do much because they don't have a big percentage of the S&P 500 holdings. So you're just putting a bunch of lines for no reason. So XLK, that's technology. It's similar with the NASDAQ. XLV, healthcare, and XLF, financials. And you should be good to go.
Great stuff.
All right, KV, we always talk to you on a Wednesday, so we've had a couple of trading days under our belt coming into this segment, which we're very appreciative of. So thank you always for your time, being generous with it. How many trades? The title of this segment is Patience with KV. I don't know the answer to this. How many trades have you taken this week? I will say under 5 trades altogether up until today. How many trades?
Under 5 trades for sure. So I didn't take any trades on Monday, but then it was three trades yesterday, and I was asking I was asking the team as well. What do you guys think? Is this good or bad? And everyone was like, bad. And it's right, and it wasn't one of my best days either. It was 2 out of 3, so 2 winners, 1 loser, but still,
I'll take that.
Not one of the best days where, it's usually 1 trade, 2 trades maximum. So today, 0 trades in the morning. I missed the sell-off on the opening sell-off. So I was like, okay, I missed the sell-off. I'm just going to let it go. Didn't expect this crazy aggressive move today. So I just considered the move lost on my end and went by my day. Waited for this session with you guys. But yeah, just 3 trades yesterday so far.
Typically 3 trades for, as you see. And what do you think the average amount of trades per week? I know obviously it changes based on market state and what's happening all around this global stuff like that. But how many trades in a week would you say that, like we said, the title of this segment is Patience, spelled P-A-Y, because it pays to be patient. You are the example of that. That's why you come on first. How many trades in a week will you take, a successful trader like yourself? Would you guess?
5 to 10. 5 to 10. Not more. You don't need I know people who literally take like 2 trades a week as well, So it's, I don't know. It's, 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 patience. And again, there's even more people out there that are more patient than me. Like, for example, there's people who have their own personal accounts and swing trade, and maybe they just take one trade the whole month, but they held it for 2 weeks, right? So that requires even more patience. Personally, I like to sleep well at night, so I like my positions to be closed. But if you are the type of person that are like, okay, the volatility intraday stresses me out, I'm more of a person that wants to capture bigger trends that go on for days and weeks. That's what you need to do, right? Because this day trading and scalping is not for everyone. It's just not. You gotta find what I call your trading personality as well. I'm not sure if you guys did one of those, personality traits back when you were in corporate or during college or whatever. Like we did a lot.
Yeah, we did.
When I was in corporate as well. And you find your personality trait. Same thing has to be with trading as well. You got to find what trading style fits you. Like there's a lot of good people here on TopstepTV as well with a lot of different strategies. Even here you might find, okay, that's what I like. Like that's how I want to be, right? You got to find what fits you. Just because you see someone making money on TopstepTV doesn't mean you can replicate the same thing, because you might get his whole system or her whole system, right? And then you try to implement it and you're panicking, you're selling early, you're double thinking your entries, so you miss the entries, and you're like, oh my God, what's happening? The system's working, it's just you're failing to execute because your emotions are not adapting to that system. And it's not possible. You can't force yourself to be someone who you're not. So try and find, okay, what works for you. Do you want to hold positions for 2 seconds or 2 hours or 2 days? Or, do you want to trade something as volatile as the NASDAQ? Or do you want to do something like, I'm not going to say gold, because gold this week and last week has been the same as NASDAQ. Okay? So I'm not going to
What's
say
going
gold
on in
right
gold?
now.
Talk to us about gold really quick. What's going on over there?
Let's say something like micros and NASDAQ, right? Trade that for less volatility. Gold is crazy. I don't trade gold as much as people do, but I was just looking at the volatility, I think yesterday or 2 days ago, and the volatility was the same as the NASDAQ. And what I mean by that is just how much you're risking per dollar per contract, right? The same amount. I was like, what the hell is going on? Huge swings on gold right now, affected by the geopolitical risks as well, but huge swings on gold. If gold was like, okay, this pretty little futures contract, it's not. It's the same beast as the NASDAQ right now. So that's what I mean. You gotta adjust, guys. If gold was good, gold is a beast right now. Gotta trade something like, I don't know, corn or sugar contracts, something like that.
Sure.
Maybe
There's no fun in that, though, KB. No fun. We can be patient, but we still need to have fun. We still need to have fun with our patience. Yes,
What are you trading today? What are you trading today? Corn futures. Imagine.
We're actually talking about taking delivery on corn one of these days. Some bullshit, right, John? We're actually talking about taking delivery. We don't know how we're going to do it, but we're trying to figure out how we're going to take delivery on an expiring corn contract. Stay tuned for that. It's maybe the summer. We'll actually
they want to dump 5,000 bushels of corn in my backyard.
Let's do it. That would be hilarious. I'm sure the wife would just love that.
Oh, yeah. So my dog.
Dog would go crazy. Dog would go crazy. All right, we did see a bit of a sell-off here. We're down about 40 cents in crude here. In this 5-minute candles I'm looking. Selling has begun there. Bit of a pop, catching a bit of a bid here in S&Ps and NASDAQ. Dow as well. And gold not doing a whole lot. Oil continues to sell off, down 40 cents, 45 cents. Last minute or so. We'll keep an eye on that. KV, I want to touch on something you said earlier. In these type of markets, did I hear you right when you said you're trying to expand or you increase your profit targets due to volatility in these markets?
Yes, you have to, right? Because I can't put a 10-point stop loss anymore. So because I can't do that, I gotta increase my profit targets. If not, my risk and return ratio is just going to be crushed. So you gotta adjust to that as much as possible. If you don't, your risk, like literally your risk and return. I'm not sure if we have a lot of people watching right now. If your risk and return has been hit, guys, this past week, right? So from last Wednesday to now, it is just because you haven't adjusted to the market volatility. So you're putting different stop losses because the moves are bigger, but then you're taking profits, on a similar way, which is not going to work. So your losses have increased and then your profits have stayed the same. So it's not going to work out. And the volatility is just nuts. I mean, just look at this right now. We had a what there from 02 to like you had the 30-point move in like 2 1-minute candles, and then it just dumped 25 points again. So like how's a 10-point stop loss going to help you there? Like if I opened a long position right now, which I'm not because it's completely sideways, but let's say I open a position right now, it's at 14. My stop loss should be around this zone right here, right below these two bottoms, right? Where we bounced, because that's the demand zone. It's probably going to be even below this low here in the morning. So somewhere around here. What's that? That's going to be from 75 all the way to 14, 25, 15. What's that? 40 points.
60.
Right?
Man.
So
that's an adjustment, KV. That's a major adjustment for these traders. They're going to have to really start accepting that type of risk, right, John? I mean, you're typically taking 20, you're accepting 20 points. Now we're asking traders to adjust. We're not saying comfortably, but they're going to have to adjust to now accepting 60 points of risk.
Or
that's a good adjustment.
Or there's two things you could do. Either you just don't open the position as well, right? You don't have, like, just because the market is open doesn't mean you have to trade, right? You can just understand and be comfortable with these market fluctuations. But either you don't open a position, either you size down so you're comfortable with that. Because, for example, let's say usually you open 6 contracts and usually your risk is 10 points. Now, if the risk has moved to 20 points, you just half the number of contracts. So it's 3 contracts that you're using because you just doubled the amount of the stop loss, and you're still losing the same amount of dollar on those contracts, right? So you're making that adjustment. Or the third thing you could do is try to get better entry points, because sometimes a wider stop loss also means that you're not entering at the right time. You've missed the entry point, so your stop loss is too wide. It's only one of those 3 things. There's literally nothing else in between. List those down. Ask yourself, okay, is it this? Is it this? Is it this? What do I do next to kind of make a trade happen here, or not? You know?
Yeah, I mean, you're doing what I was talking about earlier. Is you're kind of reverse engineering the trade. Where does this trade fail? Where do I have to put my stops? And if I want good trade location, I'm going to have to be patient, KV. Patient.
Yeah.
Right?
It's there's a comment on the chat from Jeff. I bet you couldn't make any money with 2 micros on a 50K account. With 2 micros, guys, on this market, you'll make any amount of money you want, honestly. Look at the moves. You're having 100-point moves, like up and down for days now. Like how, like 2 contracts times 2, that's 40, times 100 points, that's $400. Why do you need more than $400 on a 50K combine, for example, right? Even $100, even $200. I mean, 2 micros, guys, and this volatility. I understand 2 micros on a different market is pretty low. I know. I've tried it. On this market, it is not. It's not 2 micros, and there's people who and look, Freddie, I only trade 2 micros on my personal. I average 200 to 300 a day. It's possible. It's possible. There's a lot of you guys have that idea in your mind that it's not, but with this market volatility, it is 100% possible. And I think the most success right now are the people who are trading micros as well, because they are able to hold the pullbacks, right? Because the volatility is not crazy. And it also helps with your psychology, because if you have the right plan, and if you open a size that you're not comfortable with in this market, you get stopped, and then next thing you know, the trade went in your direction. You're like, oh my God, what happened? Right? You just didn't adjust to the market volatility. You had the plan. The plan was great. Your system works. Like, don't blame the system, blame yourself. Right? So you gotta adjust it. It's not realistic right now if you're not adjusting.
I like that, KV. Always good stuff coming from KV and John. Here we are. Let's take a quick look at the markets. We are consolidating here in S&P, trading 50.75. NASDAQ, a little barcoding going on. It's trading right around 17,700, a couple ticks above that. Well, there is a little bit of a holding pattern. Keep in mind here, after the bell, we do have some couple Fed speakers. We got Mester speaking. We got Bowman speaking this evening. Markets will be open for Bowman. on the reopen, the Asia session, but nothing. The slate seems to be clear for the rest of the day. Dow chopped around sideways, about 50 points above that 38,000 level. A lot of stuff is just kind of stuck right now, which is okay. Consolidating, like Dolby always says, we can't be stuck in this range forever, and we most certainly won't as we kind of head into power hour in about 25 minutes. The fireworks may start going there. KV, I want to get your thoughts on what Powell said yesterday. He kind of conceded that inflation is much stickier, if you want to use that word, or is being much more stubborn than once anticipated about, 4 or 5 months ago. Where do you think the Fed's head is right now? And moving forward, it looks like we're pricing in 1.5 rate cuts. Maybe that trend is certainly to the downside. We started with 6, now we were down to 2, now we're down to 1.5. Thoughts on where the Fed is and Powell? Some of the Powell comments that came out from yesterday.
Why every time I'm here there has to be a Powell comment either on the day or the day?
It's not my fault, man. I didn't make the calendar, KV. I didn't make the calendar.
God, man. Come on. It's almost every week now. He somehow just happens to be on the calendar every week. Fed week, FOMC minutes, another conference. Oh my God, it's crazy. But I mean, not much. And I didn't expect him to say much either, just because the next Fed meeting is close, so he's probably waiting for that. Plus, it's before earnings season, which I mentioned last week as well, is going to be huge. And I don't know, the sell-off today, I might blame it on the earnings as well coming next week, because next week we start with the big tech companies. Okay, guys, so people might be taking some profits before that. You never know how those earnings come out next week. And I said this last week as well. This kind of market direction right now will be determined a lot by these earnings, because that's where we actually see how the market is, right? If these companies are actually performing, if not performing, that's where you'll actually look at the value and what's going on. And then people adjust with the market and then adjust their targets and adjust everything. So not much I can say about Powell yesterday, honestly. To me, it just looked like another day. The markets didn't even do much. I mean, they didn't even move as far as I remember yesterday. 1 p.m. and then 2 p.m. I think we just stayed in the full range. Yeah, we stayed in the full range yesterday in the afternoon. Nothing happened. So I'm with the market. The market was neutral. I'm neutral as well. Nothing for me to gain from Powell's conference yesterday, the Q&A.
You seem to be tired of our Fed chairman there, KV, and I don't blame you, because that does seem to dominate a lot of our conversations. John, you and I were talking about last time KV was out here. Believe it or not, KV, even after you get off of this, we still think about some of the things you say. We even act on some of the trade suggestions you do. You do, absolutely. We're not here just to you're not here just to speak. We actually listened. And John and I were talking about, you said something about earnings being much more important than inflation numbers. And that's why the the big earnings companies coming out next week is something you're going to be hyper focused on. Please, I know you just kind of touched on it. Please explain, as to why you look at that as opposed to inflation, where the Fed keeps pointing to inflation. That's kind of how they're going to base their decisions off of. But you are more keen and hyper focused on the earnings. What particular companies will you be really focused on next week? If you haven't taken a peek at the calendar, just what are your general thoughts on earnings versus inflation numbers?
Inflation is backwards looking, right? So you're except for again, CPI. I'm talking about CPI. CPI is a little bit lagging. I think we mentioned that as well when it came out. It is a little bit lagging, so it's not showing us anything now. When we get CPI, no analyst from the investment banks is adjusting targets for any company, all right? Because there's no direct correlation. But when we start getting these reports, then you get dozens and dozens of earnings, target upgrades and target downgrades and so on. And that ultimately affects the market. How? So back when I was working in sales and trading, basically what we did is earnings popped up during the night. We hopped on an equity sales call in the morning. They told us, what's being upgraded was being downgraded from, the bank that I was working on. And then our job as people on the sales floor was basically just to call clients, hedge funds, mutual funds, and pitch them on why they should either invest more here or, whatever the case might be, right? So that's how it starts, and then eventually it all leads down to the markets, right? Because again, the S&P 500, it's an ETF from 500 companies. It's not a made up name, right? It is an ETF from the 500 companies. Now, if more money starts to flow on the big holdings, obviously we're going to see an impact on the market as well. And it makes it a little bit more forward looking as well, because that money is not in the markets right now, or could be in other sectors, and they kind of start shuffling things around. At least that's the way I look at it. I saw it firsthand, so I just love earnings season just because of the volatility that comes in. And I don't know how it's going to react with this volatility, because we already have volatility. I'm not sure how much we have to adjust next week and the week to come, which correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's the two biggest weeks that we have the most earnings being reported in one earnings week. So that's how I look at it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. All right, John, I'm taking a look at here the Dow chart, the 5-minute S&P chart as well. The 5-minute kind of looks like coming up to the upper end of this range around 30, and the Dow, that is 38,092. Are there any plays? I know we're moving slowly here, but we're coming into power hour. Also, what do we pull that up? I also want to get a delta check from you as well, but I want you to take a look at this chart and see, okay, we just kind of popped to the upside of this range. Maybe we're going to break out. How do we know that a breakout has been confirmed? Obviously, that's the $1 million question, but it does look like the Dow is trying to make a breakout right now.
Yeah, it's come all the way back to the opening range right now.
Opening range, thank you.
Yeah, and initially I think the opening range was left at the low of the session in the Dow, which is the opposite of the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ, the opening range, remains the dead-ass high of the day. Just perfectly in line with what KV was saying, that the tech sector is the weakest of all, and that's why the NASDAQ has been struggling more. If we take a look at the profile here in the Dow,
yes,
it's a little bit of a long profile. I can squeeze this down a little bit here. Okay, so we took out yesterday's low. We took out the previous day's low. We've rejected down below there now. Do I think this thing is going to whip and head to the upside? I don't think so, but I've been wrong before. And if we do take out the high of the initial balance, I think it falls more into range bound than any big continuation to the upside. We're seeing positive delta 1700 in the Dow right now.
Popping.
Yep, it's popping.
Yep. I mean, just looking at the sectors as well, guys, which we were talking earlier.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yep. XLF right now at day high, right? And that's, again, looking at the Dow as well, like XLF, big holding there. And look at where the bottom of the XLF was, right? It started much earlier. Healthcare as well, much earlier. And then now look at energy moving, and then you had the S&P just pop like crazy. We broke view up. We're breaking a lot of zones just because we are having this one directional movement now, right? And they were holding all along. Again, higher lows. It's not stopping. Look at the way the financials are moving there. So that's it in real time.
Yeah, it was.
The NASDAQ really held the range, found buyers, found the base, and held with this S&P push that we just got right now as well.
Yeah, S&P just blew through VWAP. NASDAQ's still cruising for it.
It's almost like something happened.
I'm looking. But yes.
No news, honestly.
No news, no.
The volume is
like the volume. Nick T says sellers continue to fail to finish the job on trend day down. Yeah, there's something to that. Sellers get exhausted much quicker. Sellers always get exhausted much quicker than the buyers will, as we've talked about. There is infinite bid to these markets. There's a natural bid, I should say. There's not infinite bid. There's a natural bid to the equities markets, and we maybe see something like that. We are getting some reports here. Biden has talked. Biden is speaking. Guard.
Yeah, Biden doesn't move the market like Trump did back in the day.
He doesn't. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what he's talking about. Maybe I don't know if he's talking about the Middle East or what have you. But Trump certainly did move the markets before that. Yeah, I'm not seeing much. We'll keep an eye out for that.
No, back in the day, like literally, I remember whenever Trump had a conference or had a tweet or something, everyone would be watching because the market reacted like crazy. All right, so I don't know, this push, unless Trump posted something on Twitter right now that we're not seeing, maybe that caused it. But yeah, I think
Could be.
it's technical, guys. It's technical. We found the
could be.
base on the Nasdaq, and then we had already seen strength on the other sectors. So unless we get some delayed news here, George is saying Iran must have apologized. I don't know.
Come on. That's not funny, George. Come on. This serious stuff is not funny, George. Hey, real quick check.
Nick is saying tariff talks going well. He says the S&P rips 2% in power hour. That'd be good for our 401ks.
Take the pop. Yeah. Real quick, taking a look at some of the tilt here. We got 77% long bias in the YM, so hopefully they're capturing some of those profits. 72% long in the NQ. It's jumping around on me. 68% long in the ES. So on the whole, we are long. John, we did real quick. We got that before this pop happened. What was that Delta update we got? We're going to take another like higher here, guys. What was that Delta update?
It was 18,000. It's now 26,000 in the S&Ps.
26,000?
26,000 positive Delta in the S&Ps now.
Holy moly! Wow, that jumped.
And
okay.
The Nasdaq, get this, still negative 1,900.
Interesting.
Nasdaq is the lagger, big time.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of.
Interesting to see that today. Yeah.
Yep, 26,000, 27,000 now positive Delta in the S&Ps, right at the value high. We start taking out these single TPOs up there. This thing could rip to the upside. That would be just amazing.
Yeah. Will the S&Ps return? Uh-oh. What was that? Oh, snap. Oh, snap. KV, what'd you do?
Fire alert.
KV hit the tripper. What's up, Eddie?
Fire alert, guys. Stay tuned.
Yes. It is time for bell to bell.
Thank you, Morgan.
We are so glad you stayed with us.
Thank you, Morgan.
That we will be sending you.
Thank you, Morgan.
Set next week.
Oh,
remember too.
Yes, sir.
The same email.
Okay.
And name as you did before.
I will. There you go. Same email. Remember, keep the same email. Morgan is letting you know that if you got the 3, you're cool. If you have not, if you only made 2 out of the 3, which is okay, during the day you're gonna have an opportunity. Actually, during the night, slow markets today at 8 p.m. Central Time. We're gonna give those that only got 2 out of 3 the option to get that third one. We want to make sure that you do have that option. So do that. That's for sure. And by the way, if you are eligible, you do get those 3 check-ins forms done today. Expect the code in your mailbox, in your inbox by Friday, end of the day. Now, that's going to be in your email inbox. It's not going to be under your pillow when you wake up. It's going to be in your email inbox. So there you have it. And you got 15 minutes here. Get her done. Back to you, Andre.
There we go. All right, they're looking for a link. No, they're pinned to the top of the chat.
Yeah,
stay patient, man. It's like piranhas in the water circling for that meat.
I got piranhas banging on my front door already.
They're hungry.
The link. I can hear them from here.
That third form. But like Eddie said, if you did not get all 3 forms, we will have a mulligan, a breakfast ball. In slow markets. I will graciously be joining Coach Dakota in slow markets this evening, 8 p.m. Central. Be sure to tune in for that. If you did miss one of the forms, we'll be able to fill out that 4th form or that replacement form then. All right, so we did see that pop, fellas, and kind of see a reverse from it. We bounced right off VWAP in the NASDAQ. Nice little short there if you're able to tag that. S&P's kind of returned to VWAP. So when you see a breakout like that, KV, does that kind of lead you to believe that that was a technical, just a simple technical play there? Because just the way we reacted?
Personally, yes. I mean, again, there was no significant news that we got right now. So just by looking at what we were talking about earlier, right, looking at the sectors, we had strength on the Dow. We had strength on financials, healthcare. We just needed that buyer pressure to come in on the NASDAQ, which we did see. We came literally at the bottom of that kind of range we had there, and just buyers scooped it in. To me, it looks completely technical. So, and right, I mean, look, that's the view up retest. As soon as we tested the view up on the NASDAQ, look at the selling pressure that's coming in right now as well. So, right. it needed. I mean, we've talked about view up a lot, but that's what basically VWAP does, guys. And a lot of people place orders at VWAP. When I mean people, it's big institutions, big institutional investors as well, placing orders around that VWAP line, and that's what it basically does. A lot of people probably waited all day for this VWAP retest, because we didn't retest this on the Nasdaq since 9:48 New York time, so like 18 minutes after the open. It's the first time ever. So a lot of orders being executed here, hence the increased volume as well that just came in there.
Oh, nice call on that move. That was kind of building that base, found the buyers that you were talking about, and sure enough, we did. Boy, crude has come to a screeching halt. So my chart, I might be having the wrong charts up here. I'm not sure.
For all intents and purposes, it's closed.
All intents and purposes, closed. Yes, it is. Although after these after-hours trades, we've seen a lot of volatility there. Gold especially. We'll obviously keep an eye on that. Party has definitely been over in gold.
Andre,
precious
take a look
metal
at
has.
this.
Yeah, let's take a look.
This is crude oil 30-minute chart. Market tanks right through weekly kickoff low, $83. Twice went 10 ticks above it, and it's really been resistant to below that level. So, I mean, I don't think there's a trade here, but when it barrels through one of those levels and comes back to it, it offers the opportunity for an execution and good risk management. And if you risked 15, 20 ticks against that weekly kickoff level, you had a pretty decent opportunity for 40, 50 tick trade. Weekly kickoff.
Pay attention to those levels, guys. We keep saying, keep those levels. Find some real estate on your screen for those levels that we post. We're trying to gather more levels as we try to execute house account trades. But that's just not for house account trades. For real personal trades, whether you're in a combine practice account, XFA, live funded, we're all here to help each other trade. Make that money, get paid, and enjoy the coolest gig on the planet. That's what we're here to do. We're doing a family style because we're all here to see each other succeed.
Yes. Nothing makes us happier than to see traders succeeding.
Man. Seriously. All right, KV. So we got about 6 minutes left here. And Patience with KV are one of our favorite weekly segments. We do learn a lot. The chat loves it. Oh, weird. We dropped our viewer numbers dropped off after that last form release. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's funny how that works.
Be expected.
KV, what are you looking for? What are you looking for going into the close here on Power Hour? We're about to trade Power Hour. What should I be looking for? I mean, you did call it. We're building that base, and the buyers did come in, and we're trying to push it up higher. And we did, but what am I looking for going into Power Hour?
Yep. Personally, can we see my chart? Can we bring my chart up, guys, if we can? Yep, awesome. So personally, what I'm looking for is going to be this demand zone that we have right now. If this demand zone, which I just drew on the chart right now, it does not hold.
What are the prices, KV?
720 all the way to 740, 20-point range there. If that does not hold, if I'm going to be biased, I think we'll retest the lows once again this afternoon. Especially since we didn't hold the VWAP area right there. And if you read guys a lot on the VWAP, it tends to do this, and it tends to do this just to get in, fill in those orders there, and that's it for the day. So again, if I'm being biased, I don't like to be biased, but since you guys asked the question, if I'm being biased, I think we see a bearish afternoon here if we can't hold 720 here.
Gotta put you on the spot, KV. It wouldn't be fun if we didn't put you on the spot around here. Well, thank you for joining us, John. All right, we're starting to see that. We are selling off right now, John. Yep, John.
Yeah.
I said you see some more room to the downside as well. I know that 50-50 level in the S&Ps was a level that we had. I don't know what it. See if we can break beneath 17,700.
That was off that megaphone. And the gap close. So, that was a weakness in structure that is a technical move, right? If KV is going to be right on this whole thing being technical, then that really lines up very well with a technical move. And the fact that he's got that yearly VWAP that came across there too. I mean, there's three confluences that occurred at the low in the S&Ps today. And, that's more indicative of technical than news-driven markets. So, I mean, if we can't hold that level, there's a lot of space down below, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, just look at it.
We just erased that entire move.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
nothing's holding, and this usually technical moves is literally what's happening right now. Because if there was a news event, and if it was like a proper news event, it's probably holding the gains, but the gains are not holding. Probably just algorithms selling off a view up there, which again they were expecting that point the whole day. We didn't retest that for hours and hours today. If we're just focusing on the technicals now, that's the way I see it.
We can take a look here at profile if it gets caught a little bit frozen for some reason. But the high we just put into the S&Ps up here, I'm having some issues here. But that high 50 to 97 on this bar here is dead even with daily value area high, traded right up to it and fell right off of it. We got to remember, I mean, everybody's so used to buying dips and having, big up days. The market's in a different state now.
100%, John.
It takes time to kind of wrap your head around that. I know, but
100%.
It is a different state.
I had to learn the hard way. I was content losing money to being long. And then you lose money being long enough, and you're like, uh-oh, something changed. Something changed. Just like John said, the market state has changed. What that catalyst was about 3-4 weeks ago. We were up in the 5340s-ish in the S&Ps. And we not only do we roll over, we're starting to sell off now. Geopolitical stuff really got that cranking. Sticky inflation got that cranking as well. And now, like KV said, we're going to see what earnings has in store for us, because earnings could turn this all around. If we get some healthy earnings, KV, we got more room to the upside.
I 100% believe so.
Oh, yeah. It's only a matter of time, Andre. These markets will recover. They will continue their grind to the upside. Just depends on how bad things are for how long.
Yes. How bad for how long, but news events come, they go. Even as serious as they are in the Middle East, news comes and goes. That's just the fact of the matter. Earnings come every quarter. Gentlemen, we got about 30 seconds left here of patience, KV. KV, thank you so much. We really appreciate that. Bronson, I'm missing form number 1. Bronson, you got tuned to 8 p.m. Central on TopstepTV and the YouTube channel Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. You'll get that form, and we got your back. But you got to wait a little bit. You missed it, so now you got to wait. We still got you. You know we're good here. KV, thank you for joining us. John, always appreciative. Great session today, boys. KV, give us some words of wisdom on the way out here.
Wisdom, take the risk. If you win, you'll be happy. If you lose, you will be wise.
Wow. Wow. On that, drop the mic. We are out. See you guys in Power Hour. Yes, there he is. Look at that $1 million smile. The man in the middle, backed by popular demand. You may have seen him a couple weeks ago. Justin Werlein joining us from Sardinia right now. It's a little late there. I'm guessing it's around 9:05 p.m. A little birdie told me. So thank you so much
It's
for your
around
time.
9:05.
He's so gracious. Just
Like
we got the
Andre
stunner shades.
like Andre knows what time it is in
No
Sardinia
idea.
right now.
No idea.
1000%
No, he
know
got
exactly.
that. He did not ask. Give him his glory right now, okay?
Oh shit! And then I got my partner right there, man. It's so bright. He needs shades on. Nick, Dolby time. Dolby. Let's get this, boys. As we jump in right now, markets are selling off pretty damn hard. That technical spike we saw back with PAYtience with KV turned out to be just exactly that. NASDAQ tagged VWAP and turned right around. We are breaking here, fellas. Justin, have you taken any trades today? And if so, tell us about them. I know you're very picky and choosy, very disciplined with your trades. Tell us about your trading day so far.
Honestly, it's been pretty boring. I took one like super small trade earlier in the morning with very low size. I've been trading pretty low size, honestly, the last couple weeks, just because I haven't really gotten the opportunity I wanted, or at least had the confidence to use full size. So I traded like 2 contracts short, or I think it was earlier long in the morning. Got stopped out. I think it was like a $300 loss or something. So pretty much kind of break even, but low loss on the day. From there, I really stepped away because I didn't really see kind of what I wanted to see in the morning, at least for my specific edge. So normally when that happens, I'm just stepping away.
I like that. I like that.
I don't blame you with that, to be honest, that approach. I think a lot of people think the markets are feeling a little bit wonky, if you will. It's
a little wonky for sure. Absolutely.
We were talking about yesterday, too. It's like whether you're long or short, everything kind of feels like a coin flip, and it's not a great kind of place to be in. You want to have at least like 70-30, but coin flip, it's like, I'd rather just pass.
Yeah, and also, I think the main thing for me, at least, is more of just recognizing the efficiency in price action is not as efficient as what I would want it to see.
What do you mean by that?
Market drawing. Yeah, so basically, what I mean by efficiency is efficiency in which the market is drawing towards an area like a key level or some sort of liquidity area, right? If I'm looking at buy side or sell side, or I'm looking for the market to rebalance to some sort of level, it's not as efficient as what I would want to see to do it. It's like, okay, we'll have a little move, and then we'll fake out to the downside. Oh, and then we'll go rebalance later. Oh, and then that rebalance actually, we ended up running right through it and then going somewhere else. It's the efficiency and price action to hunt some sort of liquidity level in which we haven't really had the efficiency in the last, I would say, honestly, month as what we've had previously. And that's why I kind of feel like we've just been a little bit wonky. Another thing to keep in mind, too, in which I believe we're a little bit wonky, is because we're now in a sort of accumulative, rebalance phase on a bigger time frame. So since we've been at all-time highs on NQ, we're now starting to dip back into the range, right? We're now on the bigger time frame. Everyone's like, oh my God, the market's dumping. This was inevitable. And honestly, I've been expecting this for a really long time now. We needed to have some sort of break to the downside. But now it's like, okay, we can expect that now that this move has happened in the last week where we've actually gotten some pretty decent move to the downside, we can then expect to say, okay, we might honestly want to rebalance on the bigger time frame more, and we can expect to see more downside. It really all depends if price action either continues to have this sort of wonkiness or we actually start to clean up.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to try to find some trades in the YM to take. Unfortunately, we're starting off power hour dead middle of what I would consider the daily range. So I'm a range-bound trader. I look for big ranges and try to play the extremes. And we're pretty much right in the middle on a daily range. So that is 50-50 territory, which is not enjoyable. I draw this handy-dandy box. I mean, we're only about 70 points away from dead center. So if I had to take a trade, I would probably lean towards shorts to see if we get back down to the bottom of range, since we most recently tested top of range. So that's probably going to be the theory that I'm going to take. But to be honest, there's like not a ton of range-bound stuff going on smaller time frames. 15-minute has no range. 30-minute is broken down. 1 hour is broken down. So you really have to go to higher time frames to even try to get a big range. So it kind of makes me feel a little bit awkward here, but I think we can try to work a short. That's going to be a continuation short to the downside. So that's the plan that we have. So little range inside a big range.
All right, let's take a quick look here at tilt while Dolby hunts that down. Yeah, we got 50-50 pretty much across the board here. We just see a complete reversal of that technical pop that we saw back there in the previous segment. We were selling off. Last we had a Delta update about 15 minutes ago. It was plus 26,000 the ES. That has grown significantly over the course of the day. Around 11 a.m. Central, we were at negative 3,400. 3 hours later, we're at plus 26,000 with not that much movement in the ES. So the longs are loading up, taking a little bit of heat now on that pullback in the equities. But Justin, I want to touch on something you said. I think this pullback that you said from the all-time highs and the S&Ps, I think this is healthy. You see more room to the downside with this. I think with earnings coming up, inevitably we know how the guidance is created and estimates are created, and more often than not, these earnings they beat estimates and whatnot. Just kind of how the system is. I think this could give us a shot to the upside based on what we have these big earnings, earnings season coming out. Obviously, everything's TBD. We'll see how that plays out. But I think we are in a precarious situation as far as if we're going to go higher or lower, aren't we always, I guess you could say. But we're looking for a catalyst to move us higher, and I think earnings could be just that. What do you think?
Absolutely. No, I agree. I think we're at right now a point in time where I think the next week will really give us an idea of where we want to do, because we're at a point in time in which is, okay, we can say we've sold off enough, right? On ES, we've taken the recent lows in which I was looking to see get taken. This model most of the time is going to be complete, but now we're at an area in which we need to care more about the reaction at this point, and that's what I'm looking for at least for my bias, because we could absolutely hold this area, displace back to the upside, and I could expect us to go right back to new highs. But if we continue to displace through all of these lows that are to the left of us on ES and NQ, then I can expect a bigger time frame model to play out, which means if we continue to sell off in the next week and we say we drop another, let's say 150 points on ES, I'm going to look at that as a break to the downside, and I'm going to zoom out on the weekly and say, hey, if we rebalance back higher, that's mostly going to be a rebalance before going back lower, and we're going to shift a market, and we're going to see more lower if we get that displacement. But if we sit where we're at right now and we put a low in the next couple of days, then I would expect us to most likely go back to the highs.
You're spot on. Yeah, we are starting to see some sellers, more sellers here in the Dow. Well beneath that 38,000 level, about 50 points beneath that, trading 37,950. More sellers here in the NASDAQ, about 50 points off the lows, trading 17,660 for that. Trading 5061s here in the ES. We have turned around nicely. Gold taking a little bit of a dive here, trading 23.85. Markets are moving here on this power house. This is very good stuff. Justin, what will it take for you to enter a trade at this time of day? It is the power hour. We are seeing some movement, so we can't say there's nothing happening. But what would it take for you to enter the markets?
Yeah. So for what I would need to see right now is, first of all, the number one thing I'm focusing on is, okay, where are we drawing towards on the bigger time frame? So if we actually zoom out on NQ, we actually just took that 4-hour low to the left of us. Okay. And also the thing that I want to notice is the morning high that we put in at 9 o'clock was considered to be low resistance liquidity, because if we zoom out as well on the daily, we have an imbalance that we did not tap into in the morning. So another reason why I didn't really trade in the morning is because for me to have a bearish bias, we would need to retrace back there first before looking to take some sort of short. So now going into the PM, I'm kind of leaning maybe that we're going to maybe put in a low here soon and then reverse back to those highs, just because we left those highs and there's a lot of resting liquidity there until we can go back lower. And the reason I say we can also do that now is because NQ just recently took that low on the 4-hour. But we have not had the internal structure, or at least what I would want to see. Like right now, we just put in a high on the 15-minute, right? We just put a high in, we rebalanced, now we're starting to sell back off. If that high gets ran through, I immediately think we're going to run all the way back to London, the previous London session high. Or not the London session, but the previous session high from yesterday on Tuesday.
Good stuff. Hey, real quick in the chat, Justin. Slithery says, Justin, best trader in the world for real. What say you?
Much love. Wait, what was the question?
Yeah, it wasn't a question. It's simply a statement. Best trader, you are the best trader in the world. I want to get your thoughts and comments on you being the best trader in the world. How does it feel?
I don't think I'm the best trader in the world at all. I think I'm just a guy who loves fucking trading now. So
there's number one.
We have what?
There's one right there.
We have Pelosi, Buffett.
Yeah. Wait. Yeah.
Justin Werlein.
Pelosi, you're comparing me to Pelosi right now. That is.
I think you're somewhere.
Come on, Slithery.
Compare the two.
somewhere
That's
around there.
crazy.
No, Pelosi.
Oh man.
Pelosi is levels above.
Yeah, number
Levels.
one by far. By far.
Pelosi straight up killing the game. Shout out
I know.
Nancy.
Yeah.
Very, very
Still seeing some
talented
selling
trader.
action here in the gold. More sellers coming in. Gold. Wow. Just great volatility. Great follow through there. Bit of a bounce here on that sell off in the Dow, S&Ps, and NASDAQ. Justin, be very patient. Dolby, what were you working there when we went over there to Justin?
We're still working them. So we're going to work 38,000 for a short as well as 38,014 for the second contract. We'll risk about $300 on this trade in the YM. This is a continuation shorts. So we have a very kind of tight range that we've been in. I have not really traded at all today other than some, playful stuff in crude oil in the practice account. But we're stuck in the middle of the range. And I do think that we will extend from top to bottom. So we're about in the middle. So I want to take a continuation short in the YM. If it bounces, it bounces. Whatever. I can't do anything about that. But I do think we will end up testing lows again today, since we did test the top very recently. We almost got filled by about a tick. So we're going to keep these orders in here and accept this risk. I do think we will continue to the downside. This is very much so a day trade, if you will, just pure structure. That is it. On the 50K trading combine, that's what we're trying to pass right now. Live, every trade taken live on air.
Love it.
Justin,
last time you were on, I promised that we were going to get you over that 100,000 follower mark in Instagram, and it appears that we did do it. So you're welcome for that. You're welcome for that.
Thank you. No, actually, bless you, man.
Yep. Pelosi can't beat you on that one.
No, she can't.
Yeah, Pelosi gone. I mean, she probably, what does she have, like probably a couple million?
she got a lot more than Instagram followers, I'll tell you that. We are seeing, okay, here's a pop. We got a pop.
No,
pop
I'm
here
getting beat by I'm getting beat by Nancy and everything at this point.
Yeah, join the club. We all are there, Justin. We're just little minnows in this game. She's a big shark, for better or worse. We are seeing a pop here in the S&Ps.
Yeah, a little bit. I got filled on one, so we're short one, 38,000 right now. We'll probably get filled on the second one at 38,014. Our first target for downside is going to be 37,846, and we'll just let this play out. So risking 300 to make 770.
Great risk.
Just like that. So far, good price action on the initial fill. So it's good. I like it. Justin, do you like it when you get into a position and you're already up like 10 ticks? That's a pretty nice feeling, right?
Oh, like zero? Yes, absolutely. If I can enter in and I can get as little drawdown as possible, it affirms my bias and it affirms like my entry. I just feel a little bit better. Like yesterday, I'll share with you guys. Yesterday, I took my full size, which I haven't really taken in a long time. Or actually, yeah, this was yesterday or Monday. I can't remember. But I shorted at the high, and I had conviction with the setup. And that's kind of also something I want to share with you guys as well, which is why habits are so important. But I was up $11,000 on the trade, did not scale anything, didn't take anything, because the trade in which I had conviction with. And normally with my specific strategy, it wasn't even in an area in which I would normally take profits anyway. So I should not be affected by my P&L and that be a decision making. If I think the market is going somewhere, I'm going to hold it. And if that was going to play out, it would have been like 25K day. But the opportunity was not there. I simply apply risk. If the market tells me, hey, you should do this, you should take something off, I should do it. I shouldn't look at that trade and look at hindsight and say, oh, I should have scaled something, when in reality, that would have been breaking my rules, right? Because guess what? If that would have actually gone to my price target and I did scale there, I'm going to say, Justin, why the hell did I scale there when I knew I had conviction with the market going here? So you have to play devil's advocate and realize what was the actual habits and the good habits you're building, and not be focused on the actual money return, because you can be making money and doing something absolutely wrong, and that money is going to be easily taken back, or you can be doing something right and still possibly losing money. It's a part of the game. It's recognizing, are you actually doing something you should be doing versus something you should not be doing?
Yeah, that's very, very well said. I think that's such a hard thing for new traders, is when they, I'm just going to casually break my rules and they get paid for it. It's like you just set yourself back
exactly.
months.
Yeah, and it's
because you break your rules.
Absolutely, exactly. And I think a lot of the time too, it's like you get so focused on. I think one of the biggest problems. I actually just recorded a video about this. One of the biggest problems I think with a lot of young traders, and I had this problem as well. I will be very vulnerable. I cared so much more. We're in a position right now with trading where it's very easily accessible to, go on Twitter, go on social media, look at what other traders are doing, see them making 10K. I was, a kid in high school, I would wake up, trade, be like $1,000 red on the day, $500 red, and I would go on Twitter and be like, oh my God, look at all these people winning. And I was like, what is wrong with me? What am I doing wrong? And it was a terrible mindset to be in. And what ends up happening is I ended up caring more about being perceived as profitable than actually being profitable. And I think that is a very modern trading problem where people will go on social media and they care more about going to their friends and getting the acceptance from other people when they can't get it from the people in their life right now. Because when I first started trading, I was going to my parents and saying, hey, I want to do this. They're like, nah, you shouldn't do that. Going to my friends, hey, I want to do this. What are you stupid? So I never got the validation from those people around me. So I cared more about being perceived as profitable on social media just so I can get that validation that I didn't get before. And that took me probably a year in my journey for me to recognize that that was a specific problem for me. And at that point in time, I had to say, okay, push the ego to the side. What are the problems I'm actually doing? Because some of you guys are making the same problems you always make, but you're swishing on the rug. You're like, it's another loss, whatever, I'll get it back. Or like you guys are treating it like you're waking up and you're playing Fortnite with your friends. Like, it's not a video game. You need to be focused on the actual decisions you are making. And people don't have that level of self-accountability, honestly. A lot of people don't. Right. And you really need it to be able to be successful.
Hey, Justin, I'll just give you a little tip, word from the wise here. I don't think you're ready for it. You're never going to get that validation from those that don't actually do the trading. They look at us as weird, don't understand us. The second we start talking markets and trading, people tune out, drown out. They say we're talking mumble jumble, and no one's going to love it. Just the people here in this group, this community, TopstepTV, other traders alike. But personal life, I don't talk about it that much. And when in the company of people that aren't in trading, I tend to not talk about it because they just get bored, roll their eyes, and say,
It's impossible. Yeah. It's impossible.
It is impossible. But that's what we got us for.
It's impossible.
It is.
Yeah.
Parents,
only
wives,
traders understand traders.
Yes, 100%. That's it. We're a little weird cult here, trying to make some good money in the greatest gig on the planet.
That's right.
Taking a look at tilt here. We got 75% long tilt, I should say, in crude. Everything else is 50-50 for the time being. Last Delta update about 11 minutes ago, plus 21,000 in the ES. So we'll see how that unfolds as we approach the last half hour. I do believe we have quiz results coming out in a little bit. Trader wins coming out in a little bit. So stay tuned for that. Hashtag Power Hour, Dolby. Let's talk about hashtag Power Hour.
Oh, chat. We are trying to get you involved. So please hit us up on Twitter. Hit us up on Instagram using hashtag Power Hour. Make sure you tag us, though, so we can really see it. So if you are in chat, and if you had a win today, like a nice trade, maybe you just got funded, got moved to a live funded account, and you're on social media, please hit us up. Use hashtag Power Hour. If you like what we see, we will definitely feature your screenshot on Power Hour, on the show. Really trying to bring the community to life here. I do have some stuff that we can show later, but they aren't Power Hour people. They're just people who are a part of Topstep. I would prefer to see some stuff from the Power Hour community. So please tag us. Use hashtag Power Hour. There's no one using that hashtag. We can absolutely take it over.
We swipe
turn
that shit.
Turn it into a trader thing, and it should be a trader thing, in my opinion. Hashtag Power Hour. We're still in this YM trade 38,000 short. We're gonna add contracts if we catch a bid here. So we are still short. We do need this 37,970 area. I would love to see that roll over. I don't like adding as we go down. I like adding as I go up if I'm short. So I want to take less risk on adding in. I don't want to change my my average in area.
I like that.
Art, I'm glad that you got to see me sexy in these glasses. We're here for you, buddy. We're here for you, buddy.
Daddy. Some people are saying they're going to call you Daddy. I think I heard.
I think they're calling him Justin. They're calling Justin Daddy. Justin Daddy.
Hey. All right, I got a question for you. Since you're overseas, how do you like the time adjustment for the trading hours? Do you like it more or like it less? I know you're out in the West Coast in the mountains here in the States, but now you're over in Europe.
That's a great question.
Yeah, what do you think? Because I've never. Yeah, what do you think?
I like them a little bit both, but for different reasons. Like, I like being here because I actually have the opportunity to trade London, which I normally don't. So I can wake up at London opens at 9:30 in the morning here. So I can wake up, go on a run, come back, trade London. And then trade New York in the PM, which is cool. So you get both opportunities. But I also like US because I like waking up in the morning, trading, and then being able to like do whatever I want the rest of the day and just kind of having that freedom. I like just getting work done early in the morning. I don't know, me personally. But I honestly like both for different reasons.
Okay, very good. Great non-answer there, Justin. Really appreciate that one. Very political. I don't know. You running for office, or I'm just messing with you. You made good points on both sides. 100%. You get your shit done in the morning on the West Coast. You have the whole rest of the day to yourself. European trade. You can sleep in a little bit more and get some of that London action. But no, definitely. I'm just busting your chops, man. It makes perfect sense. I'm glad you got to experience that. We are seeing a little bit of liquidity here to the downside in the S&Ps, 50, 65, half, 330 lot. It's been very thin in the S&Ps ever since the geopolitical risks have heightened over in the Middle East. Justin, how do you trade in this type of environment? I've been asking every guest that has been on with us, and thank you again for being so generous with your time. How do you navigate this type of market when you know that we're one headline away from the market just completely reversing on you? You've got good trade location. You see where the liquidity is. And then everything's good. And then a headline hits from the Middle East, and everything just, the trade reverses on you. How do you navigate this type of market state?
Are you talking about like a black swan event specifically, or?
I'm talking about when Iran starts lobbing 300 bombs into Israel, and Israel inevitably will, retaliate, so to speak. We're just one headline away from something, changing the entire market for that next 15, 20 minutes. How do you navigate this type of market?
So you're talking about market is open. This is not in the overnight session.
Correct.
Okay. So first of all, make the decision whether it's worth trading. Well, again, this is what I'll say. Depending on where the market is in the first place is going to have a big effect on what the news is going to be. Because I'm sure you realize there's going to be times when literally the tiniest news will have the biggest effect, and then the biggest news will have the tiniest effect. Because news, most of the time, is not the actual primary factor of why price is moving. It's moving because news is funneling volatility into the market, and we're already going to be drawing towards some existing liquidity pool. So if there is an already existing liquidity pool in which I expect the market to go there, news is going to be a volatility factor that can actually give an opportunity. Now, absolutely, I should not be trading full size with it because it's just putting on unnecessary risk in an environment that's just not worth it. But if there is a bias that aligns with the news, then that can be an actual conviction adder to whatever that setup is, at least for me, because I believe news is just simply a volatility. News is pushing to the already existing drawn liquidity. It really does not do much. You will see the most bullish news and be like, why is the market dumping? Or the most bearish news, why is the market pumping? Guess what? News has zero correlation most 99% of the time. And again, unless it's like a World War III, then it's like, okay, some sort of black swan event is what I would consider it, and then we'd actually get some sort of news, right, and some sort of effect in the market.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I really like that perspective. Good stuff there.
Feeling real
Dolby.
good right now, guys.
Dolby, you got your fill?
Feeling real good. We didn't get the second one. We missed it by about like 3 or 4 ticks, but we are testing that level I mentioned earlier that I need to have break through, which is 37,970. So we had a 1-minute consolidation, and then it kind of turned into support, but it was resistance. So we need to snap back through that. I'm talking about this little nub right here, this little 1-minute consolidation. So consolidation, there's support down here. There was resistance at 37,970, and then it broke up, re-ranged, and now that 970 is acting as support. So we want this to snap off and just head lower, but we're still in a good spot because we've been sitting in the green in this trade for pretty much the entire time. I'm currently short 138,000 in the E-mini YM.
Oh, very nice. Very nice.
This is a continuation range trade. So I know some people in chat were like, why would you take a short right here? Because let me erase all this garbage. Right. So
let them know.
Really big range. Yep. Really big range. Right. This is a 1-hour chart. We're in a huge range. So we just tested the 1-hour range high. So my theory is that we're going to go and test the 1-hour range low. And we're in the middle. So this is a continuation of this momentum to the downside. So that's the theory of the trade. We've done this a couple times, and we've done it with success, actually. I think so. We're 2 for 2 for this continuation trade within the range. So we'll see if we can go 3 for 3. See what happens.
I like it. Justin, question for you. How do you deal with haters in the chat when they're coming at us inevitably? How do you deal with the haters?
Hater blockers, Andre. That's what the classes are for.
It depends if it's like a valid like hate thing. If it's like a actual problem, like I'm glad to listen to it if you
Sure.
any advice or something. But if you're just hating to hate, like you got better things to do in life, bro. Like I'm sorry to say, why are you wasting your time? It's kind of sad to be honest. And that's like, no, hey, I would love to hear some constructive criticism always. I'm always trying to help and improve, but if it's just hate, like it doesn't affect. I've gotten to the point where it really doesn't affect me.
I mean, listen, if you're not getting hate on the internet, then you're not doing something.
You're
right.
not
doing anything right. Exactly.
You're not doing anything right. You have to have haters on the internet. It's like one of the rules of being successsul. No one's hating you on the internet. You're not making enough splash. No one cares about you, and that's not good.
I love it.
Not good.
Real.
All right, guys. Well, if we got these, we do have some housekeeping to take care of here. James, if you want to do, we can do trader wins here shortly, and then also quiz results. Jack, just let me know when we're ready for those. Let's get those because we are in the final half hour of the session. 29 minutes left. Thank you, Justin Werlein, for joining us again from Sardinia.
Oh, of course.
Island of Italy. Must be
International
gorgeous out there.
man of mystery. Yep.
Yes,
All right, we are now
cool.
short
Man of
two. We're
mystery.
short two.
Many times.
38,007.
Smells good.
What's
going on? Get some of that Italian cologne. What's that smell like? Describe it to me.
I don't know. But the old ladies here smell fantastic.
Oh,
do you know? You'll go out. And you'll
know.
There's nothing better than a feeling of an old lady's just calling you like sweetheart or something or honey.
The
And you're just
food.
like, oh, thank you. And it's even better when it's in Italian. You just feel like the greatest, the person ever in existence.
We all need an Italian grandma, I think.
You know the food's going to be delicious.
Always.
Be cooked with love. The wine will be delicious.
Fresh pasta. Oh
yeah,
so good.
I am just
the food here is
transporting
insane.
myself. Yeah, I'm sure it is. All
All
right.
right. Well, we got a bit of a lull. Dolby, you're short two times here in the Dow.
Oh, yeah, we are.
We'll see how that plays out. It looks like the Nasdaq's taking a peek to the downside. Gold catching a bit of a bid here. While we see this play out, let the gentleman here grab a sip of water. Let's throw it over to James for trader wins, and we can do quiz results as well. James, what's up, man?
Yeah, let's do it. All right, so I got these sent to us. Dolby picked them out. You said they're from the Discord, right? Here we go.
I think most of them are from Discord. Yep. Yep. So, cool. This is a cool one. This was from Tai2O. Taito, maybe? Up 2%. Really, really nice trade here. As a range trader, I thoroughly enjoyed it. Things like my YM trade is about to melt my face off. That's unfortunate. But short at the top and covered at the bottom. That's beautiful.
Hang tough.
We got traders taking payouts.
We do, which is fantastic. I know we talk a lot about some of the bigger numbers, but let's appreciate some of the smaller people here. So we get nice 7,500, 10 grand, 1,300. Those are all really, really solid payout numbers.
Love it.
And
love it.
I mean, who doesn't like that? And then what else do we got? Ooh, easy money price action indicator. Apparently someone's trading a little bit of trading view right here. Caught a massive runner in gold. What did you get? 3,400 and popped off to like 2410. Insane trade. Very, very impressive stuff from some of our traders out there. So if you want to be featured on Power Hour, please use hashtag Power Hour, and we will get to you and make sure that we throw your stuff up here on screen. We're taking some heat. Oh boy, it's getting hot in here. So we can.
And then we hear you, Gus. We hear you, Gus the Cat. You want quiz winners? Well, here they are.
Yeah,
Gus, you shall receive. What do we got here? Everything looks pretty PG. Justin, you see anything that could be questionable?
What was the quiz on?
Just some trivia.
These
are the usernames. These are usernames for people that have.
We're
all over.
Sometimes trading questions, sometimes general. They hate pop culture.
Okay.
I learned that the hard way.
Oh,
but yeah, these are the winners.
Everything looks pretty good. The tilted
nice and tame.
I mean, I think pop culture would be pretty fun, to be honest.
Yeah, you would think, right? Change it up a little bit. Get away from the markets.
You gotta realize by now these people are. One thing I'll say is, the more that you guys, the people that are trading from like in their like first 1 to 3 years, that's like it's like the first 3 months of like when you're in like the honeymoon phase. That's like the honeymoon phase of trading. You're just obsessed with trading. Just every single day you're on the charts like nonstop, dreaming about candlesticks. You're seeing goddamn trend lines in the sky. That is like the honeymoon phase of trading. After 3 years, you like, stop really getting to that point, and that's why it's like I'm down to do trivia on something other than trading because I do this every single day.
Yep. And eventually, just turn into Dakota, and you just feel nothing when it comes to trading. It's just numbers on a screen.
And that's the point you should get in, exactly.
Yeah.
Where there is no connection. It's just to that point where it is repetitive, and that is where you get consistency because it's nothing special. It's the same thing every day.
Yep. Turn into a human algo.
Yeah, hey,
Literally.
be care less, but don't be careless. Get into that. Get into that
Obi.
flow.
Absolutely.
It's another fortune cookie.
Wow, another
you guys,
fortune cookie.
A lot of fortune cookie wisdom getting tossed around here.
Think about that one.
What else are you going to get here on Topstep TV? We still got 3,300 people, 3,400 people watching us in this best hour of the day, Power Hour. Please click like. Please click subscribe. Love the comments in the chat. You guys are the best. All the bell-to-bellers. For those that may have missed a form, the bell-to-bell, we got you. You have to wait a little bit. Join us in Slow Markets this evening, 8 p.m. Central. I will be joining Dakota as a special guest. Might be slinging around some house account size, so we'll tune in for that. So give me a bit of a crash course in the Nikkei. Of course, I might trade some ES as well, but be sure to tune in for that. We got your back if you missed it. Yeah, we're not going to give it to you right away. You got to wait a little bit, but tune in. We'll make you whole. So 8 p.m. Central, Slow Markets. Justin will be...
Slow Markets, honestly, this is sleeper price action is what I would like to say.
It is pretty boring. I am really hoping that we rip lower here. So I moved my stop down to 38,027. Obviously, no until the Goldman interns, even though we did have a Goldman guy on today.
Dobie, my bad on that one. My bad.
You had one job.
My bad.
It was to ask him to stay away from my sim trades.
Dude, I had it queued up. The Goldman analyst, I had it queued up. I was going to ask him, but it was a little too serious. I was going to ask him, is there a back room in those offices where there's interns wearing the Patagonia zip up that are hunting for sim stops? I was going to ask him if there's
khakis,
where's the room
khakis on and
yes
every time.
I was going to ask them. Hey, we got some block liquidity
trades.
All got gobbled up there. Block liquidity on the bids, 67 quarters and above. I traded about 300, 400, 500 times there on the bid in the S&Ps. No problem. But yes, Dolby, it was there on T for me, and I swung and missed on that. But yes, that's on me.
It's okay. We are getting a series of higher lows on the 1 minute in the YM, which is kind of stressing me out. I'm going to open up my stop a little bit and see if we can short one more at 38,000. Oh my God. I just hear my cat destroying picture frames. I have to go.
I'm hearing that now.
Give me just a moment.
How many stray cats are out there, Justin? You see stray cats walking around in the alleys and stuff?
I don't know.
So many.
YM is
I know.
Like, it's actually surprising. There's so many stray cats. And it's like, it's a little beauty, I'll wake up in the morning and I'll be like reading a book outside in the sun. And you just see a stray cat walk by. Like, what more could you want in life? That's like the little cherry on top,
You know what
it's
stray
about
cats
the little
mean?
things in life.
Yeah. No rats, no mice with stray cats. So I'm good with it.
Oh, I thought it was like good luck or something.
Oh, that too.
Oh,
hey, turn it into whatever you want. It's there you go. Dolby took care of that. Get out of here, Kitty said. Daddy's got a trade on, short a couple in the Dow. We did turn around the Dow, trading beneath 38,000.
Dow did roll. We did get below 37,970. Damn, dude, it just didn't go lower. All right, we're going to hold it. It did break that 1 minute structure. We're still going to accept risk. I'm not going to break even. That's bad juju.
Yeah.
So we're going to let this one play out. I think we can get it, though. I don't think it's that hard. I mean, what are we, 980? Well, we can shed, 80 points into close?
Oh, easily, Dolby. Hey, just quick update. We got
I don't know.
You're trading down.
We can easily go to new lows.
That's what I'm thinking. Range to range, right? Range to range.
Davey was saying that as well.
I mean, I wouldn't be looking for much more than the recent lows, but because also where YM is too. I would say once those equal lows get taken on YM at 3785, whatever that is, we could easily revert back, and that'll just be we'll just sweep those lows and then easily just pump back because we left all of those highs. We left all of those highs on YM as well and on NQNES. So.
Nice. Yeah, I agree. I think we're gonna hold this one. I think the risk reward is way too juicy because we're only risking 210 for the opportunity to make. I don't know if we hold all two to the bottom, 1,600. So our R to R in this is just absolutely bonkers. So we're gonna hold it and let the gods take care of it. It's out of our hands. Goldman, take the wheel. Take the wheel.
Take the wheel.
Nothing we can do right now. So we're just gonna hang out here. Now that we can trade in peace and quiet.
All right, here we go. 20 minutes left in the session, fellas. Justin, seems like you're content just sitting on the hands for the time being, which is completely understandable. I know you're very patient, very disciplined
Honestly,
in your trade.
there's really no reason for me to touch the market right now.
All good, man. We'll see.
Chat's
if
trying
we
to get
can
me to go to
some-
break even. No way, chat. I'm not going to break even.
No, we're not doing break even. That never works.
Never works. Break even's terrible.
Quick
How's your
Delta
opinion on
update.
going? Let's get Justin's opinion here. What's your opinion on break even?
I mean, yeah, I was about to say. So, I go break even very often, but only when the only point that I will go break even is when I see something in which I have conviction with. I don't want to see the market. Meaning, if I'm right, the market should not go back to this place. Meaning, I can already assess that risk early. So if I have conviction saying, okay, now that we've sold off, or like, let's say, again, if I'm looking at your trade right now and I'm saying, okay, I'm in profit, I have confidence now that we've sold off of this rebalance, we should not go back to this. If we do go back to this, most likely invalidates the setup in which I'm in this for the first place. So I'm going to move my stop to break even, because if we get up there in the first place, I shouldn't really be in this. It's going to invalidate it. So why risk the potential of extra money when I know if we even get up in the first place, we're probably going to go higher. So I'll move my stop to break even from either my first price target gets hit, or there's no reason in which I would want to see the market go back to that level.
Yeah. Right. Yep, that's valid. That is very valid. It's not what I'm doing, but that is a valid point. It is a very
That's
valid
just for
point.
me.
No, I know.
You trust yourself. I have trust
to.
in you trusting yourself.
That's what Danny Trades told me to do, is to trust yourself. And ever since then, I've just been crushing it. So you just
wise words from Danny Trades. Hey, Justin, you know Danny Trades, right?
Yes, I know Danny. Yes, me and Danny are friends.
Yes, love to see you guys off camera. See how that goes. That sounds like it could be a lot of fun.
Oh, it's a great time.
Very cool. Very cool.
I actually
All
want to
right.
add more above my entry too, because we're not. I don't know if we're going to get above this 38,026. So we're kind of going pulled pork here, chat. It's not like a full pulled pork situation, but we're playing this pretty aggressively. So let's see what happens here. We got some runway anyways in this account. We're up 800. So let's let it play. Let's let it play.
Like if I was looking at your position right now, but I don't want to say this to scare you, right? Because I don't want to like ruin your own conviction. But if I was in your position, seeing price start to slow down, also seeing that ES just made in a higher high, I would expect us to probably start to move higher now, because ES did not take the recent low, and we also have an SMT. So the high on NQ at 17701 is probably going to get pushed to right now because we had this SMT and we're continuing to lack strength at downside.
Short 4. Okay, I'm adding to the short side. I think you're right though. I think you are right that we are starting to get some pretty bullish price action. But I think the shorts are really cheap, and we've had a really hard time getting over. Oh, never mind. We got stopped out. So minus 391. So, it's unfortunate.
Part of the game.
Part of the game. Gotta let it play. We might even get stop run and have it like turn over completely.
Another day. I think NQ is going to go take this internal high.
Oh man, I think we're doing a stop run and we're just going to roll over again. I think you're coming after my stops again. What did we get stopped out at? 38,033. And we got stopped. Oh boy. Let's see how this plays out. I'm blaming my cat. Got me out of the zone.
Honestly.
Oh.
It's the cat's fault. Always.
What'd you say ES was doing? I only watch one market at a time. See, ES is even still. It's still in a range. It didn't break out of its range. Like if you go to like a.
I'm not worried about the range. I'm worried about. Okay, so basically the way that I go about it is, I zoom out and say, okay, if I want price to go to new lows here, and I'm expecting it, okay, I have to find, okay, when are we going to go to new lows? Because a bias doesn't mean anything until I find out, okay, when is that exactly going to happen, so I can actually take a trade. Right now, I don't believe that everything has happened for that to for us to just go straight to those lows. Because what I'd rather see happen is now that NQ and ES are back into a bigger time frame imbalance on the 5-minute, we're back to OTE, some other fib stuff, whatever. ICT people would know. We also have an SMT on ES and NQ at these lows, meaning at 340, NQ made a recent low compared to 312, and ES made a higher low. So it's a divergence between the two correlating indices, meaning there's a lack of strength to the downside. We're most likely going to move back higher to go hunt whatever the internal liquidity pool is. And that's why I want to see that 701 high get taken. But also looking at what happened right now, ES just took that internal high as well. So now we have there. And that's why it's a no touch for me, because if price is efficient, we shouldn't just be going back and forth from both sides. We should take the high, continue towards the external draw, take the low, whatever, rebalance. But I would expect to see NQ rebalance higher here.
Rebalance higher. Okay.
Makes sense. We got about 13 and a half minutes left in the session here in Power Hour. Shout out to all our bell to bellers today. It's been a great day, jam-packed. Dakota's in there. I saw Dakota floating around. I think he took the day off. Had a tough trading day today, but coming off massive wins yesterday. Hey, today we had one of our live funded traders make $52,000. One account, real trades, real P&L. That's right, $52,000. Another trader take out a $75,000 payout. It was yesterday here at TopStep. So we're seeing people put up big numbers, taking out big time payments. It's really cool to see. Market's not easy, but the market's volatile, providing opportunity. So get in there, trade it up. Make sure to tune into TopStep TV throughout. Justin Werlein, do you tune into TopStep TV and be honest? Nope.
I do sometimes, yeah.
Okay,
Not often, because I'll probably be like trading during when you guys are on. But like if I'm off trading, then or like I'm done trading for the day, like I'll come check in for sure.
Cool, man. Appreciate it. Either way. Yeah, respect that. We are seeing a bit of an uptick in the Dow and the S&Ps. All right, here we go. NASDAQ
Short
moving
two.
first. Yep, here we go. Dolby, talk to us. I know you're short. Starting to take.
We're going to try another one. We're still at the top of the 5-minute range, so I think we can try to get like half of this back, but it might just like rally to the upside. But personal daily loss limit is in at 500, so I feel comfortable taking the risk here. But I do want to see how this middle of range trade plays, because we've tried it twice before. I just want to see how it plays out.
Okay,
But we're
very
still in
good.
good shape. I know chat's like, oh my God, losing trades, but we're still up. We've kept this account alive for like almost 2 weeks. It's a lot of like plus
Remember, chat.
500, minus 400. So it's like, we're keeping it
Remember,
alive.
chat, anytime you're mean to Dolby, this is who you're being mean to. So keep that in mind, all right?
You don't want
Look at
this
that picture.
smoke, man.
You don't want that.
No, you don't. No, you don't want that.
that.
Oh, shit. All right, we're seeing a bit of a pop here. All right, we got 73% long bias in the tilt here on the ES. Jumping around on me a little bit. 74% long in gold. Oh, where are you, NQ? There you are, 74% long in the NQ.
We got switched out.
Plus
All good.
18,000 delta in the ES with about 11 minutes to go. We got Eddie scanning the wire for MOC balance. We'll be sure to turn that around to you guys as soon as we get that. Yeah, we're catching a little bit of a bid here.
Break even trade one. Damn. Break even would have been the right choice.
I know, of course we say that shit.
Would it have been the right choice every single time?
I
You'd be right on break even a whole lot. Gotta be a whole lot.
I don't want to say I told you so, but
It's like
I'm just gonna sit here.
Everybody tells you I told you so. Everybody does it. It's so easy to do.
Hey, question for Justin here from DC Lifestyle. What's up, DC? It's been a minute. What is SMT that Justin is talking about? Justin, what's SMT?
It is a divergence between correlating indices. So NQ and ES are correlating assets, right? You have SP 500, NASDAQ. When you look at both of the two, they should be correlating in which I would like to call like a sister pair, meaning a divergence between the two shows you when they're not correlating, and you can easily expect some sort of reaction from that. So you do this by looking and recognizing highs and lows. So if you look, for example, the reason why I was like, okay, I expect NQ most likely to rebalance higher here and go take the internal high is because if you look at your chart right now and you look at the 1 minute and you look at NQ and you look at ES, at the point in which we put in a low before we rebalance is at 341. NQ creates a recent low or a new low on whatever that recent price leg is. On ES, at that same time at 338 or 340, we did not take that previous low. So it is a divergence, meaning NQ took the recent low, ES made a higher low. So NQ lower low, ES higher low. That creates a divergence in which we can expect to see a bounce.
Okay, I'm taking a short
Ask and
again,
answer.
but on my 100K account. Oh, what do we got, MOC?
Yes, we do. And coming in late now. MOC balance, imbalance 860 million to the sell side.
Okay. Thank you.
Back to you.
Damn, dude, I don't think
Thank you,
my
Eddie.
short was wrong. I think I was early. So I switched to my 100K account. I have one of each, 50, 100, 150, and I took the short again. So now we're short 38,025. So I think what ended up happening, I got too sucked into the 1 minute chart. If I had stayed more high level, let's say like the 5 minute chart, I think I would have set my stops a little bit wider and had a little bit more respect for the range. But I think the 1 minute sucked me in because I wanted to like analyze price action.
One thing I want to say too, and one thing like I would rather way more be comfortable taking shorts now is because that recent high got taken. Again, all of the traders that are initially short, all of their stops are getting moved. So this swing high in the range, again, like I said, I want that high needs to get taken first, is because all those buy stops are resting there. Once those buy stops get taken, everybody gets funneled out of the marketplace, liquidity gets funneled, and then most likely after that high gets taken, it's just going to be a stop rate, and we're going to move back towards the draw, which is going to be low of day. So after that, again, if I need to take a short, if my bias is to take a short, I can't take a short until after that high is taken because there needs to be some sort of liquidity.
Yeah. No, I think we actually look at fairly similar stuff. I just look at squares and rectangles, and you have more complicated reasons for doing things. God, where was that?
To each their own, brother.
For real. All right, guys, we got 7.5 minutes left in this power hour. There'll be time we're going to let this trade play out.
We are, yeah. I'm just trying to look over this trade again. So it was 5 minutes. What I did 14, 19, 23, 29. We were pretty damn close to nailing some of that. That's unfortunate, but live and learn. It's all good.
Yeah,
I'll move my risk down though. We don't need to risk 300 on this. But I think we can get maybe bottom to range here at 37,955.
Flat. Nick T. Flat is 683. Nick T, you've been the man today in the chat this whole week for that matter. We're going to have you on shortly. Nice trading. Thanks for participating in the chat and being super helpful with your levels. Make sure to keep those levels coming in, everybody. We're using it for a house account trade. We pull in levels all over the place. We aggregate them, summarize them, and make trades based on them. We believe in you so much so we're going to trade size on this sucker and make some money together with your guys' levels. So keep those coming in. We greatly appreciate it. And tune back into fast markets tomorrow. Actually, tune into slow markets this evening. I pull a size trade with the house account this evening, as well as give you guys that mulligan if you missed a bell-to-bell form. So we got about 6 minutes left in the session.
Yeah. Wall Street Global Trading Academy has a webinar today too. Also free.
Action-packed.
A lot of free stuff.
Can I read this comment?
Please.
I got a Justin. Justin is in outer space with this nonsense. That's great.
Can you comment on that, Justin? Are you indeed in outer space, Justin? Please confirm.
with this content, it's so funny. I love seeing like people that don't like ICT. Like I like seeing the reaction of them because one thing I like calling it like either like the oyster rule where it's like, have you ever tried oysters? No. Well, do you like them? No. Okay. Well, you never tried them, right? People think ICT is dumb. Oh my God. People think of it this way. ICT is a fraud. ICT, doesn't make money. I've seen him lose, blah, 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 blah. It doesn't matter because he has his concepts. Every single person in history that has done something good, most of the time, hey, you're not doing it the right way in which you're going to be teaching it. You're going to be teaching it in the best way you possibly can. And the people that are learning those concepts, I truly believe if you actually take the time to really look at it and understand it, you will not be able to see the market in any other way besides those concepts. And I'm not here to force you. I'm not here to say ICT is the best, only trade ICT. Trade whatever you want because guess what? You can be profitable with any strategy. Does not matter your strategy. It matters your system. Matters your experience with whatever you're trading it. But for me, ICT is the realest way in looking at the market and just something I have the most confidence about. And there's always going to be people that are going to be like, nonsense. Of course. And that's fine.
Of course. All right, well,
If
we
you
saw
don't
that.
have haters,
Saw that
actually, he's
liquidity
probably the
injection.
king. Yeah.
Saw that liquidity injection just hit the market there. Kind of moved us, kind of didn't. I don't see how it plays out for the next 4.5 minutes. On TopstepTV. Gold is falling asleep. Crude oil falling asleep. S&P's, Dow. Nasdaq moving a touch. Let's see what we got on the calendar for tomorrow. Eddie's going to do that. We got some numbers tomorrow. We got some speakers tomorrow, I see. A lot of numbers and speakers tomorrow, I see. Eddie will update you guys all of that and some earnings. Oh, boy. Big day tomorrow. Huge, huge, huge day. All right. Maybe that's why it's a little quiet right now. Everyone's kind of taking a breather.
Yeah. We are going to rock this. We're going to rock this YM short still in the 100K account. So we're short 138,025. I think we were just a hair early on that short. Got sucked into a 1-minute chart. I think it still would have played out. We are making a lot of higher lows though, and honestly, this is like garbage price action. So this is definitely more of like tradertainment type of stuff. Because if I was trading all day, my goodness, there were so many cheaper trades to take in the YM. Really, really nice, wide, big ranges, very cheap trades. It's like 5-minute consolidation today, down at around 37,000, like 880 would have been insane. Such a cheap trade to take. So it's part of the problem of like trying to only pass a trading combine during the time you're on. You are passing up some primo opportunities to trade. So we've got to make do with what we get, chat. We're going to pass. That's the challenge.
That's right.
We're going to pass. And then
the last delta reading. Eddie, can I get one? Or Eddie, John, one last delta, please. The last 3 minutes of trading here. See how that. See if there is a squeeze underway. Last we took a peek, plus 18,000 about 26 minutes ago in the ES.
Close. Okay, I'm going to break even. Let's see if we can get bottom of range of this 5-minute consolidation. So that'd be 37,955. We're about 350 if we can get it. We gotta do some
You should
breaking.
be good here.
I'm kind of feeling pretty good about it. Yeah.
I mean, after that high got taken, and now we're displacing through, so we should start to sell off.
I would think so. Yeah, I would think so. Especially going into like end of day. Like, we'll see if we can get it. I mean, it's a free trade, so that's awesome. And I'll take a free trade going into close here. So whatever happens. It's fine.
There we go.
Okay.
Oh, does market? I'm not used to this time. Does market close in 3 minutes?
And not technically. You get another 13 minutes.
Oh well, like the end. Yeah.
But for all intents and purposes, yes, we're closing here in 1 minute 45 seconds.
I was not aware of the time difference.
All good, man. You're living it up.
Yeah, it sounds nice.
Yes, you do.
Sounds nice. I'm stuck in
All right,
Chicago.
guys, let's see how this plays out. Shout out to next time you're in Chicago, Justin, please stop by, say
definitely.
what's up. Love to meet you in
I will.
person. You're really cool cat. There's Austin Silver.
Thank
Austin
you as
Silver
well.
in the chat. Yo, Justin. I heard you guys are going to be doing a podcast one of these days. So that's pretty cool.
We are going to do a podcast. Yes. Is Austin in the chat? What up, baby?
ESFX. What's happening? All right, coming up on 60 seconds left here in the session. We will see the ladder get a little thicker here in the S&Ps. But it's been thin overall ever since these headlines started flying around. Yep, here we go. All right, under 60 seconds.
Yeah, we're probably going back to dead center. Yeah, we're stopped out. Tough. I mean, really hard day to squeeze anything out of power hour. Really tight range. Had opportunities for a little scalpy action. I think maybe our eyes were a little bit bigger than the risk, but it happens. Whatever. Manage risk, live and learn. But it was tough. It was a toughie.
Justin is awesome. You guys rock. Andrew Bow says. I agree. Well, Justin, I want to say thank you very much for joining us today. I hope to see you in the near future. Don't be a stranger.
One thing as well is I did just take a short when you got stopped out. So
no way.
Did
you dirty dog. 10 seconds.
I did. My screen share won't work. I'm in this. I don't know why it won't show.
Oh my goodness!
Look at this.
Did you really look at it? It's rolling over right now. Oh, you had to show me.
I don't know why
you had to squeeze in that
dirty
short.
dog. You dirty dog. All right. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Shout out to everybody that was watching. Justin, one last question for you. Can you name the two people you were on screen with? Do you know our names? Thank you. On that note, we are out of here. I love it. I'm Andre. That's
Oh,
Goldie.
clip it. What time is
I
that?
knew it. I was setting you up the entire time, man. Oh, shit. All good. All good. I do it. I love you, man. Please come back.
Terrible,
I love
man.
it, dude. We're out. Eddie, take it away from here. Thanks, man. I got you, man. Got you.
I'm going to take it away here. Yes, indeed. Had a good time here today. Learned some stuff. Tomorrow, early bird special. Hey, get here for the early bird, 7:30 Central Time, a.m. We've got a lot of meat on the bones. It's going to be a big buffet of goodness. Initial jobless claim 7:30. Philadelphia Fed 7:30. We also do have the, let's see here. We got to hit something else here. 7:30 numbers are big. We've got something at 8:05. Bowman's going to be speaking. 8:15, Bowman will continue to speak. 8:16, he will keep speaking. Coming up at 8:15 also, Williams will be speaking. So we'll be watching the wire for all of that. And we've got existing home sales at 9 o'clock a.m. Central. And we will be seeing the U.S. leading index month over month. Also at 9 o'clock, 9:30, we do have our natural gas storage. And the feds ain't done yet. 10 o'clock, Bostic will be speaking. At 10:30, we got a 4-week and 8-week bill auction. 12 o'clock, high noon Central Time, 5-year tips auction. And a little later on after that, after we are all done with all that crap, we got a Fed's balance sheet in the afternoon. Taking a look at our menu for tomorrow, the 18th. It's already the 18th of April, man. Join us here at 8 o'clock Central Time. Hoag and myself will get the party started. Coming up at Fast Markets, Andre, MP, Anne Marie, Hoag, and Dolby. We also do have here power players, Andre, Dolby, Nick T, Jack, and Vanessa for TopQuiz. I'm going to join Mick for Shoulder Tab, JD and Robert for group coaching, Andre, Hoag, Max Maserati for the 1 o'clock segment, and for Power Hour, Andre, Dolby, and Zach Anthony. Lots going on here today. I hope you learned something. We love having you here each and every day, and I just want to thank those that in the chat that did help out. Charles, thank you very much. You were a big help today. Props to you, my friend. And hopefully we did learn something here. Let's get some rest, okay? Big day today. Bigger day tomorrow. I think there's going to be a lot of opportunity. Re-energize. Have a fantastic rest of your day. Stay safe. Stay healthy.
Well, y'all come back now, you hear?
Yep. Until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV.